Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to Draft Utopia on Restream. We'll be live on TalkShoe in a few seconds, but I know the fall is Joey's favorite time of the year because that's when the NFL's starting, that's when college football's starting, that's when the draft process is starting. My favorite time of the year is this time of the year. You've got the NHL playoffs starting, you've got the NBA playoffs starting, you have the NFL draft in 5 days. This is easily my favorite time of the year, and frankly, it's not even close. But I don't know. But this is my favorite time of the year because you have everything going on at once. But we'll get into the mock draft later today. I did update it. All 7 rounds are done. All the picks are updated. I even organized a pick. For the first time since 2017, we have a pick list. So you can keep track of all your favorite teams' picks. So that's up there. But I am going to jump straight in with the NHL. You can see the hockey thumbnail. There's 5 Canadian teams in the thumbnail. I'm not going to reveal what 2 teams I have in the cup until the very end. But I am going to break down each first round series one by one in chronological order in the day they air. The first series, puck drops at 6 p.m. tonight. It is the St. Louis Blues and the Winnipeg Jets. So there's 3 keys to this series, and I'm going to reveal those before I pick my winner. I think key number 1 is what are the top lines going to do for each team. St. Louis Blues top line features Jake Neighbors, a 2020 first-round pick at left winger, and Robert Thomas, a 2017 first-round pick at center. And the Winnipeg Jets first line features Kyle Connor, who leads the Jets with 97 points. Mark Scheifele, he leads the easy alternate captain. He's the Winnipeg player in the thumbnail. I think both these top lines are going to be formidable. They're both going to create scoring chances, and I think they're both going to be key contributors in a lot of goals. The second key is the goaltending. Jordan Binnington, he won a Stanley Cup as a rookie in 2019. He's going up against Connor Hellebuyck, who's going to be the Vezina Trophy winner, top goalie in the NHL for the second year in a row. I think that's a big key to this series. You're probably going to argue that's the biggest key to this series. My third and final key is kind of a surprise. The Schenn brothers. Braden Schenn is the younger brother of Luke Schenn. Braden Schenn was on the Blues when they won the 2019 Stanley Cup. But his older brother, Luke Schenn, is a defenseman on the Winnipeg Jets. 5th in the NHL with 300 hits. And the Winnipeg Jets ranked number 1 in the NHL in power play and hits this season, which is a lethal combo. Because you think of Winnipeg's defense, you think of Josh Morrissey, 2013 first-round pick, and Neil Pionk, their other first-line defenseman who just got a 6-year extension for $7 million a year. You don't think of a lot of the role players on their second and third lines. And usually a team that doesn't have a lot of depth on the blue lines is not going to lead the NHL in hits. But for some reason, Winnipeg leads the NHL in hits this year, and they lead the NHL in power play, and they have the league's best goalie. So from a logistics standpoint, from a component standpoint, they are the favorite to win this series. However, I love what Jim Montgomery has done with the St. Louis Blues since being fired by the Boston Bruins. I didn't pick the Winnipeg Jets to make the playoffs at the start of the year. I did, however, have the Blues as my wild card 1. If you were watching the preseason rankings, because I do my NHL division previews in September, right before the regular season starts, and I kept telling Joey, I kept telling our audience, the St. Louis Blues are going to edge out the Vegas Golden Knights for wild card 1. St. Louis did not edge out Vegas, but they did land in the exact spot I projected them in all the way back in September. So, and I'm going to open this up with an upset. I'm going to pick the Blues over the Jets in 6 games. And they did beat the Jets in 6 games in 2019 on their path to the Stanley Cup. Then they beat Dallas in double overtime. Then they beat San Jose. And then they beat the Boston Bruins in Boston in 7 games. So I am picking the Blues to upset the Jets. I have a feeling Joey's going to pick the Jets for a lot of the reasons I mentioned, and mainly because they have so many variables working in their favor. Their captain, Adam Lowry, is actually in the third line. and they've been the best regular season team. I don't think you're going to pick Winnipeg to win the Stanley Cup. You might not pick them to go to the Stanley Cup, but they've lost in the first round 2 years in a row, and I really don't think you're going to pick them to lose in the first round for a third year in a row with everything they've got working in their favor this season. So, once again, for the third year in a row, we're going to begin this show disagreeing on a playoff series, apparently. I could be wrong on that, though. Dallas and Colorado are both going to be tough for Winnipeg. We're going to get to Dallas, Colorado in a few minutes, but I think whoever comes out of that Dallas-Colorado series is going to give Winnipeg more than they can handle, assuming the Jets survive this series. I'm picking the Blues, by the way. He's picking the Jets, but I think whoever comes out of the next series alive between Colorado and Dallas is going to give Winnipeg more than they can handle. That's just how I feel about it, because Colorado's fully healthy for the first time in 3 years. Dallas, if they get Jason Robertson and Miro Heiskanen back, they're going to have everybody at full health. And I just think that'll just be too much for Winnipeg to handle, regardless of what happens in the next series. But there's other factors in play as well. But Joey's taking Winnipeg. I'm taking St. Louis. Colorado-Dallas is tough because Colorado's healthy. They're the healthiest they've been since they won the Stanley Cup 3 years ago. They are getting Gabriel Landeskog back from an injury at captain. That is huge. That's huge, especially when you consider that Miro Heiskanen's still out with a knee injury since Mark Stone hit him back on January 29th. Oh, Jason Robertson also suffered a knee injury in the season finale. So the Stars' best defender and their best left winger are out with injuries, and Colorado's getting their captain back. Does feel like a double whammy. The Stars are also on a 7-game losing streak, yet they remain the favorite to win the Stanley Cup. There's only one other team that won the Stanley Cup on a 7-game losing streak, and that was the 2001-2002 Detroit Red Wings. That was the Red Wings team that had Yzerman, Shanahan, Lidstrom, Chelios, but they also went out and made a few power play moves, like getting Brett Hull, getting Dominik Hasek, and they had Dominik Hasek and Curtis Joseph. It was literally unfair. That team was so loaded, it wasn't even fair, because they had a lot of core guys from their 98 and 97 Stanley Cup teams, but then they added even more stars to stack the deck in their favor. So that was the last team to actually enter the playoffs on a 7-game losing streak, as hard as that is to believe. But yeah, they did win the Stanley Cup. Is Dallas in the same ballpark as that 0-1 Detroit team? Absolutely not. But I think this comes down to a few things. Mikko Rantanen versus former teams, easily the biggest storyline, because Mikko Rantanen, drafted by Colorado 10th overall in 2015. Colorado, if Colorado had just traded for Brock Nelson and chose to keep Mikko Rantanen, I would be picking Colorado to beat Dallas. That is how freaking close this is. I would actually be picking the Avalanche over Dallas. If they had kept Mikko Rantanen, I'd be picking Colorado. That should tell you how close this series is and how much it pains me to do that. If I'm a fan of the Dallas Stars and I'm entertaining with Colorado, that should tell you how close this is. Second thing is, Jared Bednar has never beaten Peter DeBoer in the playoffs. He lost to him in 2019 in Game 7. That was Cale Makar's rookie year. He lost to him in 2021 when Colorado won the President's Trophy, and Jared Bednar lost to Dallas last year in the second round when Matt Duchene, who was drafted by the Avalanche 3rd overall in 2009, scored the game-winning goal in double overtime to knock out the Avalanche. So, for me, I'm going to take Dallas in 7, but this is the thing. Dallas is not going to sweep Colorado or win it in 5. It's either going to be a series where Dallas wins in 7 or Colorado wins in 5 or 4 or 6 or 7 or however many games the series goes. That's how this is going to go down. And frankly, I think this is going to be the series where the sports books make their money, because right now the Winnipeg Jets and the Dallas and the Colorado Avalanche are favored tonight. So the Jets are favored in tonight's game. The Avalanche are favored against Dallas. So I think this is a series where Dallas wins as underdogs, and then when they're favorites in game 2, Colorado wins as underdogs. Then Colorado wins a home game in game 3 with the altitude. Then Dallas gets Miro back, and that shifts the momentum. They win game 4, and then the teams trade home games, and then Dallas ends up getting Robertson back or something in game 7, and they win because they have their lineup back at full health for game 7. That's kind of how I think this series is going to go. And I understand if you pick Colorado because they're the healthier team, and because it's really hard for one coach to outcoach the other coach 4 times in a row. I think the only analogy where a coach beat another coach 4 times in a row in the playoffs is Andy Reid over Sean McDermott. I can't think of any other example where one head coach beat another coach in the playoffs 4 times in a row to win a series. DeBoer did it with 3 different teams against Jared Bednar, who won the 22 Stanley Cup, which is really impressive in hindsight. But what's interesting is after he beat Bednar in 2019, he got fired by San Jose the next year. After he beat Colorado with Vegas missed the playoffs the following year. DeBoer got fired, and they replaced him with Bruce Cassidy. And there's some speculation that the Dallas Stars, if they get swept by Colorado, they are going to fire Peter DeBoer, but the body language doesn't show that. DeBoer's smiling in the team photo. The 2 coaches on Dallas that are not smiling are Steve Spott, the offensive assistant who went from Vegas to Dallas, and the other coach not smiling is the goalie coach. Neither the starting goalie or the backup goalie is smiling. And that's probably because of how sloppy and sluggish the Dallas Stars defense has played the last few weeks, Joey. I would think the 7-game losing streak, which started 2 weeks ago against the Pittsburgh Penguins on the day of the Final Four. 7-game losing streak. It's not how you want to enter the playoffs, but you had the 2 seed locked up. You chose to play Jason Robertson in a meaningless regular season game. And I'm looking at Dallas in 7, but I am not very confident. My confidence level in this is a 3 out of 10. The hockey guy who picked Dallas to win the Stanley Cup, who is a Stars fan just like myself in Canada, he put the Stars at 14 in his power rankings. He put the Calgary Flames, who missed the playoffs, at 13. What does that say, Joey? That should tell you that the Stars are the most volatile team in this year's playoffs. They could win the Stanley Cup because they're the betting favorite, but they could also get swept by Colorado and knocked out in the first round because their best defenseman and best left winger are injured. Jason Robertson's been amazing for Dallas as a second-round pick. I mocked him to Boston in the first round. If Don Sweeney had listened to me, they'd be in a much better spot. But this is the thing with Dallas. Jason Robertson, the last 4 years, 41 goals, 46 goals, 29 goals, 35 goals, 79 points, 109 points, 80 points, 80 points. 4 consecutive seasons of 79 points with the Dallas Stars. That's who you've lost to an injury. That is essentially the Cleveland Browns without Nick Chubb. That's essentially what the Stars have right now without Robertson in the lineup. Robo, as some Stars fans nickname him. And I would argue not having Miro Heiskanen is the equivalent of not having Garrett on your defense. Because but this is the thing, Miro hasn't won an individual award, but he plays 25 to 30 minutes consistently. And if you get to double overtime, he will play 38 to 40 minutes. That's how much stamina Miro has. I mean, maybe the offensive numbers aren't quite what you'd like them to be, but he's consistent and he can step up offensively. And unless Miro comes back in game 3 or 4, And unless Robertson comes back in game 7, I can't see the Stars building enough momentum to where they can win this series. But I am going to pick Dallas in 7 because I'm bold and because I got to see Jared Bender beat Peter DeBoer in a series before I can give him the benefit of the doubt. I can give McCarr and McKinnon the benefit of the doubt. I can't give the coach the benefit of the doubt when you've lost to the same team 3 times in a row. So I am picking Dallas in 7, but I'm not confident in it. I've got a feeling with the injuries for Dallas and with Colorado's captain returning, you're going to take the Avalanche in 7. But I think this is easily the toughest series to pick because you've got the number 1 and number 2 betting favorites in the Western Conference meeting in the first round. Last year, Colorado was the betting favorite, then Edmonton, then Dallas, and then Vegas. Dallas and Colorado are 1 and 2 in the betting odds for win the Western Conference. So, and they're meeting in the first round. And the winner will probably have to go on the road against Winnipeg unless the Blues upset them. So, but I think whoever comes out of the series is going to have a distinct advantage over Winnipeg. Are you taking the Avs in 7? It sounds like we both think this is going to go 7, but it's a coin flip with the Dallas injuries. If Dallas is healthy, they win. But with the injuries, it does feel more like a coin flip. All right. So that's the first part of the Western Conference. I'm going to get the East out of the way. I'm going to get the Sunday games out of the way. I think Joey and I do disagree on the first 2 series, but that's cool. It adds more debate, more intrigue when we get to the second, third rounds because our brackets will look different. Joey did have Florida winning the Cup last year. New Jersey ends up facing Carolina. I had New Jersey in the Eastern Conference Finals at the beginning of the year. They'll be lucky to win a game. Jack Hughes is their best center. He suffered a season-ending injury, which means even if the Devils go on a run, they won't get him back for that run. And Dougie Hamilton, their most experienced defender, also out for the season. At least with Dallas, their guys are close to coming back, and none of them have season-ending injuries. That's the positive for Dallas. But with New Jersey, they're only superstar outside of Hischier and Hamilton. They have Jesper Bratt at left winger. They have Nico Hischier, number 1 pick in 2017. They have Timo Meier. They have 2 stars at center right winger, and they have 1 superstar in Jesper Bratt. They have Luke Hughes, who's a young emerging star, but he's not quite there yet. And with Dougie Hamilton out, all the pressure is on him. And this is the second year in a row Dougie Hamilton's had a major season-ending injury. So I think the Devils are probably going to move Dougie Hamilton in the offseason. I don't know exactly what they would get for him, but I think they are going to try to move him to salvage whatever they can get for him. And Carolina, I'm not high on Carolina. I didn't like their free agency, but their defensemen are number 1 in the league in scoring goals and goals per game. Yeah, that's the biggest reason why the Hurricanes are the favorite on Money Puck to win the Stanley Cup in terms of the betting percentages. That's the biggest reason why they're the favorite. And I like Ron Brind'Amour, but he has his guys focused too much on defense. He doesn't let his forwards rip the puck. That's a big reason why Mikko Rantanen did not want to re-sign with Carolina, and a big reason why Logan Stankoven and 2 first-round picks from Dallas were sent to Carolina in the Mikko Rantanen trade. And looking at that, I mean, I like Carolina in 5 games. Yes, New Jersey was my preseason pick, but unlike Dallas, their injuries are season-ending. And that's the difference between Dallas having a fighting chance as underdogs or favorites, whichever way you think the Dallas-Colorado series is going to go, and Carolina-New Jersey. The season-ending injuries for New Jersey are an absolute deal breaker, Joey. So that's the biggest reason why I've got the Hurricanes winning. I don't think Joey has anything to say on this series because this is probably the most boring matchup of the 8 opening round games. And with that note, we're moving on to the Battle of Ontario. Because Jack Hughes was the number 1 pick in the 2019 NHL draft. With him out for this series, the Devils, who I considered a dark horse to make the Eastern Conference Finals, they're just going to get run over by a much more experienced Carolina team that beat them in the playoffs 2 years ago. It's just not a fun series. I mean, I think it came in at number 8. ESPN ranked the top 8 playoff series from best to worst, and they had Dallas, Colorado at 1, edging out Tampa Bay, Florida. And I know you're going to have a rant on that when we get to the Tampa, Florida game at the end, because Tampa, Florida is probably the number 1 series for you in the opening round. But that's not the next game in the chronological order. The next game in the chronological order is Toronto and Ottawa. 2 Canadian teams, the Battle of Ontario. The interesting thing is Toronto was my preseason pick to win the Eastern Conference and make the Stanley Cup Finals. Here's the kicker. Ottawa swept them in the regular season. So, and Toronto, they've had a history of choking in the playoffs. The only time they won in the opening round was 2 years ago when they beat Tampa Bay in 5 games before they got smacked by the Florida Panthers after their fans chanted, "We want Florida." And the Bruins won the President's Trophy, and we all know how that went. That did not go well for Toronto, but I mean, Hockey Guy picked Ottawa to upset Toronto, and the Hockey Guy is a pretty famous YouTuber. I am going with Toronto in 6 games. Could be 7, but I think Toronto is going to beat Ottawa, and they're going to beat Ottawa pretty handily. But Ottawa's got Brady Tkachuk, their team captain. They've got Tim Stützle, their center. They've got some star players on that top line. And if Linus Ullmark can carry them, they got a shot to pull the upset. But I just think Toronto, they're more experienced. They've got those core 4 forwards. And I think the previous Toronto teams were just a victim of really bad breaks. What's different about this team is the coaching. Craig Berube, he was the coach of the St. Louis Blues in 2019 when they won their first Stanley Cup as underdogs against the Bruins. He's now the head coach in Toronto. And Toronto's head coach is now on New Jersey. So I think Craig Berube is the difference in this series. And as great of an underdog story as Ottawa is. And I kept saying on draft day that Ottawa's not making the playoffs this year. I will own up to that. I will take responsibility for getting that one wrong. And all these Ottawa Senator diehards like Derek Lee that follow me on Twitter, I'm happy for you guys. I'm happy you got back in the playoffs, because I remember back in the late 90s, early 2000s when Alexei Yashin was on the Senators and Matt Sundin was on the Maple Leafs. This was a fun rivalry. This was a hell of a rivalry back in the day. I'm glad it's back. It's long overdue. This rivalry is long overdue for a return. But I like Toronto in 6 games over Ottawa. Even though Ottawa swept Toronto in the regular season. I've noticed Joey has not picked an upset yet. I think he's picked Colorado and he's picked Winnipeg. Dallas is the favorite to win the series, but Colorado's the favorite to win game 1 tonight. So I consider that a push, because it's like, I think it's Dallas plus 750 to win the Cup, Florida plus 750, and Colorado plus 775. If it's that close, plus 750, plus 75, that's a push in my opinion. That's literally a pick'em. If I ever saw one, that's literally a pick'em for me. That's about as close to a pick'em as you're going to get in hockey. I mean, are you bold enough to pick Ottawa to upset Toronto? I mean, if Ottawa beats Toronto and Florida beats Tampa, the Tkachuk brothers, Brady and Matthew Tkachuk, would meet in round 2. I think the fan in you does want to see that. But are you bold enough to pick an upset here, or are you going to go with the Maple Leafs? Because I just feel like the Maple Leafs, they've gone through so much hell losing in the first round. They're just due for a series where all the breaks go their way. Just like 2 years ago when they beat Tampa Bay in 5 games. Nobody saw that coming. Is your phone still having issues, Joey? No, I can hear you now. I can hear you now. But are you bold enough to pick an upset? Is this going to be upset number uno for you? It's a battle of Ontario. And Ottawa did sweep Toronto, but I just think on paper Toronto's the best team in the Eastern Conference. I mean, the fact that I picked the I like that. The only problem is there's only penalty shots in the regular season. But if a player commits a penalty with that results in a penalty shot, then your scenario could occur. All right. I like the boldness. All right. So Joey is picking Ottawa. I think the only series we've agreed on is Carolina over New Jersey, and that's because it's kind of a boring series. And we're probably going to agree on the next series because it's Minnesota and Vegas. Only superstar in Minnesota is Kirill Kaprizov. Now, Marco Rossi, Matthew Boldy, their first-round picks from 2019 and 2020 have had really good seasons with the Wild. But I don't think they've broke out enough to where you could consider them a superstar or even a star for that matter, because they haven't dominated consistently like Kaprizov. And Kaprizov's been in and out of the lineup with injuries. Vegas, even though they're not I thought Vegas' Stanley Cup window closed after all they lost in the offseason, but under 200 penalty minutes. Mark Stone's healthy. Jack Eichel's healthy. Alex Pietrangelo, their best defenseman's healthy. Aiden Hill's been looking like Aiden Hill of 2 years ago when they won the Stanley Cup. Not every key piece from that 2023 team is back, but there's flashes of that. They're more disciplined than they were in 2023 if they're committing under 200 penalties, and a lot of the breaks are going their way. Maybe they're like a more refined version of 2023 Vegas with less talent, if that makes sense, Joey. Less talent than 2023, but they're more refined. They're more disciplined. I'm going Vegas in 5 over Minnesota. Wild get one home win, and I think what they do is Vegas goes up 3-0. They make the goalie shift from Philippe Gustafsson to Marc-Andre Fleury, and Flower gets one last win against the former team, the Golden Knights, and then he starts Game 5, and the Golden Knights end things in Vegas, and Fleury probably retires after that. But I'm giving Flower one last playoff win against the Golden Knights. That's my bold prediction for this series, and Vegas wins in 5. Because Gustafsson's the starting goalie and Flower or Marc-Andre Fleury's the backup. So I'm giving the backup goalie for the Wild one last career playoff win against the Golden Knights, which is a pretty bold prediction to make, but and the other thing is they're not that dominant top 8 penalty killing team they were from 2020 to 2023. They're a middle of the pack penalty killing team this year. I think they're around 19th through 24th out of 32 teams. So and both these teams are awful on penalty killing. They're both great on the power play, but they're awful at penalty killing. So if either one of these teams gets in the penalty box, they're in trouble. So that's going to work against Vegas later on in the playoffs. I don't think it's going to work against them in this series, but it could work against Vegas later on as the playoffs progress. I mean, so we both have Vegas in 5. I don't think Vegas is a contender either, but I'm just saying with the momentum they have and the skill they have, they're playing like a contender, if that makes sense. I'm going to get to the Monday games. Next series is Montreal versus Washington, the Canadiens versus the Capitals. And what's crazy is the Capitals were only 3 spots ahead of the Canadiens on the Hockey Guys regular season power rankings. The Canadians only edged out the Blue Jackets for that last wild card by a single freaking point. Now, to be fair, Kent Hughes has done a remarkable job turning this team around in 3 years. And that first line for Winnipeg, that Montreal Canadiens first line, Jaromir Slavkovsky, the guy they took over Shane Wright, has dominated. Nick Suzuki, the captain, has dominated, and Cole Caulfield, first line right winger. But the guy everybody is talking about is Ivan Demidov, last year's first round pick, the 5th overall pick in the 2024 NHL draft, came in as a rookie, scored a goal in his first career game. And if you remember my draft rankings last year, I had Macklin Celebrini at 1. I had Ivan Demidov at 2, ahead of Levshunov. But Chicago took Levshunov because they figured this defensive class would be weaker. So rather than going with the best player on the board, they went with a defenseman because they felt like they needed a defenseman to help Bedard out. I don't think they made the right decision. I still think Levshunov's going to have a good career, but my gut told me that Ivan Demidov was the number 2 player in that draft. He had 5 goals in a game with Russia last year in the MHL. And the fact that he had a goal in his first career game as a second-line right winger, I mean, Demidov, ESPN listed him as like the 3rd most fascinating player to watch in these playoffs. This team, David Savard's going to retire after the season for Montreal. David Reinbacher's going to take his place. And if Jacob Fowler continues to play like he has at Boston College, there's going to be a Stanley Cup window for Montreal when Fowler arrives. They're not there yet, but they got a lot going for them. You've even got YouTubers that are Canadiens fans talking about how the Canadiens are a Cinderella team. Yeah, it's a great story. They made the playoffs this year, but I don't expect them to do anything. Samuel Montembeault can only get them so far, and I just think the Capitals, they remember when the Canadiens beat them as an 8 seed in 2010. They are not slipping up again with Alexander Ovechkin. Ryan Leonard, 8th overall pick in the 2023 NHL draft, also recently signed with the Capitals. I am taking the Capitals over the Canadiens. And yes, this is going to be the first clean sweep of the series. But if Montreal's top line can score and get things going, Montreal can make this series interesting. And I feel like there's enough star power on Montreal's first line to where Joey might pick the Canadiens to win a game. I don't think you're going to pick them to win the series, but you might pick them to win a game. Because that young top line the Canadiens have is hungry. It's a good line. But the Capitals did lead the regular season in the Eastern Conference. Christian Dvorak, Brendan Gallagher, Josh Anderson, nice role players. I think the third line, so Demidov's on the third line with Alex Newhook and Patrick Laine. Okay, that third line for Montreal concerns me more than the second line. And I do like Gallagher, Dvorak, Anderson. They're nice complementary players, but I'm more worried about the third line, as crazy as it sounds. And Lane Hutson's had a fantastic rookie year. It's over 60 points for a defenseman. I had a first-round grade on Hudson. He fell to round 2 because of his height. He was 5'8", 5'10" instead of 6 foot. That's the only reason Lane Hudson dropped to round 2. He was a number 1 defender on Team USA, number 1 defender at Boston College. Never should have dropped in the draft as far as he did. And I think the fact that he's had such a big impact, it shows. But Lane Hudson and Caden Gould are on the second line for the Canadiens. That's the line that worries me the most. That's the line I would put against Ovechkin, but that's not what the coaching staff has planned for Monday night. But, Dylan Strome's been fantastic. Pierre-Luc Dubois has pulled a 180. I mean, Pierre-Luc Dubois, he struggled in Columbus. He struggled in Winnipeg. He gets traded to Washington. They give him an 8-year contract, and he just pulls a 180 in his first year of that 8-year deal. I don't think that contract's going to age well, but you have to be encouraged with what you see with Pierre-Luc Dubois. Lars Eller's done well as a third-line center. They could get Nicholas Backstrom back from an injury. And if they do, they're going to be 4 deep at center. And the other guy, John Carlson, their best defender, is also currently injured. So this team does not look like a Stanley Cup team. As great as Ovechkin is, Ovechkin's going to have to carry them for them to get to the cup. I don't think with all the weaknesses they have, their goalie's injured, their best defenseman's injured, and their most experienced center, who's played with Ovechkin the longest, is also injured. So as good as the Capitals are, Ovechkin's pretty much going to have to carry them there unless these guys come back. And I just think, but I still think they're more talented than the Canadiens. But with the injuries, I'm pretty confident that Joey's not going to pick the Capitals to sweep the Canadiens like I am. Because the injuries changed things a little bit. Not a lot, but enough to where the Canadiens can steal a game or two. Your best goalie, your best defender, and your most experienced center, because Ovechkin was a 2004 first-round pick, and Nicklas Backstrom was a 2006 first-round pick. Now, Dylan Strome's been great, third overall pick in 2015, struggled with the Coyotes, struggled with the Blackhawks, has been great in Washington with Ovechkin, and you got Pierre-Luc Dubois, who's also been great at center, but I still feel like you need Backstrom back from an injury, or Kuznetsov, either of those two centers. You need one of them back for a cup run, but I'll give you a brief overview of the Capitals' injuries, Joey. Nicklas Backstrom, most experienced center, IR. TJ Oshie, their best right winger, former Team USA player on the Olympics, IR. Sonny Milano, left winger on the back six, IR. Alexei Protas, a player who's really come on this year, day to day. Matt Roy, who's done a lot better at defenseman, out. John Carlson, out. So they have 8 of their 20 skaters injured and Logan Thompson injured at goalie. When 9 of your 20 players and 8 of your 18 skaters are injured, that's hard to overcome. Even with a player as remarkable as Ovechkin, that's hard to overcome. That might be why the Capitals go down to the Hurricanes in round 2. Because I just feel like whoever comes out of the Atlantic is probably going to win the Eastern Conference, whether it's Toronto, whether it's you're picking Ottawa, but whether it's Toronto, whether it's Ottawa, whether it's Tampa, whether it's Florida, whichever one of those 4 comes out of the Atlantic bracket, I think that's your Eastern Conference champion, probably over Washington if I had to say. But we'll move on to the next series, final Western Conference series. And then we'll get into the final Eastern Conference series, and then we'll get into round 2, conference finals, Stanley Cup, and then we'll get into the NBA. But I'm going to go with Edmonton over the LA Kings in 6 games. Edmonton has McDavid and Draisaitl back. And for the first time in a long time, the LA Kings are favored. And this is the 4th year in a row we've gotten Oilers Kings in the opening round. 4th year in a row, these two teams have met in the first round. And the previous 3 occasions, Edmonton was the 2 seed in the Pacific Division. The Kings were the 3 seed. This time, the Kings are the 2 seed. They have home ice versus Edmonton. They're going to need it. I think Edmonton's going to win in 6 games, but the Kings are going to put up a heck of a fight. And Matthias Ekholm, the number 2 defenseman on this team behind Evan Bouchard, did suffer a season-ending injury. So, some of the role players the Oilers had a year ago when they made the Stanley Cup, Cody Ceci, he's no longer there. He's on Dallas. Philip Broberg, no longer on Edmonton. He's on St. Louis. Dylan Holloway, traded to St. Louis. A lot of the role players they had from that 2024 Stanley Cup team are no longer there. And is that going to be the difference between another deep run and an early round exit when the Oilers are considered the underdogs in this series? I say it's not going to matter because I think McDavid and Draisaitl are money on the power play. They have Jeff Skinner, first playoff appearance in 15 years. I think Skinner is going to be a wild card. They've got Nugent Hopkins. They've got Evan Bouchard. Stuart Skinner has to step up, though. He was great in last year's playoffs. He's been very rocky this year. But I don't trust what the Kings have at goalie, and I think the Kings, outside of Anze Kopitar and Drew Doughty, I really question the rest of their identity. I do like Quentin Byfield. He is a young emerging star, 2020 second overall pick. But Brant Clark, if he could step up, I think the Kings could steal this. I mean, there were a few ESPN anchors that picked the Kings to win the Stanley Cup. I think one of them was like an NBA insider that reports in LA. Are they even a hockey fan, or are they a Laker fan covering the NBA? I think we know the answer to that. I'm going to go with the Oilers in 6. I've got a feeling Joey's going to pick the Oilers in 7, but this is another pick'em series, just like Dallas, Colorado. This is another pick'em series, and I got to see the Kings knock out the champs before I can give them the benefit of the doubt. Because if I'm Vegas, I would rather play the Kings than Edmonton, because the Vegas Golden Knights' weakness is their penalty killing. And if you commit a penalty against Edmonton, they are probably going to score on you. Even with home ice, they're going to score on you with their stars. Because Edmonton was 50% on the power play in the playoffs last year. I know they were awful in the regular season. I know Edmonton underachieved in the regular season. Part of that's due to injuries. Part of that's due to team chemistry, newer guys. But McDavid and Draisaitl are a pain in the ass to deal with on the power play. And you didn't even have a top 8 penalty killing team like your previous teams. So that's why I think Edmonton's going to barely find a way to beat the Kings. I'm going Oilers in 7, even though the Kings are I'm going Oilers in 6, even though the Kings are favored to win the series. I feel like you're going to take the Oilers as well, but probably in 7, because the Kings have home ice. The LA Kings do have home ice. They are a great home team. Their weaknesses, they're a horrible road team. So all Edmonton has to do to win the series is steal one game in LA, and they're probably going to win the series. Because the Kings are horrible on the road. The fan in Joey is rooting for LA, so we get an LA Vegas series, because the Kings, they have silver. The Vegas Golden Knights, they have gold. You got the gold silver theme. You got the medieval theme. Joey loves the medieval theme. But Edmonton's just better on paper. So, and Darnell Nurse, you got guys. Evander Kane, there's just other. I mean, a lot of people are dismissing Edmonton in the media, but I think that's a grave mistake on their part. They're still the conference champions, and just looking at the lines, they've got Jeff Skinner, Connor Brown, McDavid, Victor Arvidsson, Podkolzin, a former top 10 pick that did not pan out with Vancouver. Corey Perry's still there. They've got Kasperi Kapanen, Adam Henrique, and they've also got Nugent Hopkins is going to move back to left wing with Draisaitl healthy now. So Jeff Skinner will probably be on the second line. Nugent will be on the top line. But you've got Matthias Janmark, Quinn Hudson. Oilers have, this says the Oilers have 11 players on IR, including Evander Kane, their left winger, Ekholm. Draisaitl warmed up with McDavid. Even though this says he's day-to-day, he's playing. I would imagine Zach Hyman, their first line right winger, is playing. If Zach Hyman is out, the Kings do have a chance to steal this. Because I don't know how severe the Hyman injury is. It's day to day. But 2 days ago, he's not going to play on April 16th. But it does sound like they are going to play him against the Kings. So if they do play Hyman, so the injuries might tilt Joey to go Kings, Oilers in 7, but it's close. It's closer than I projected. And now we get to the final opening round series. This is probably Joey's most exciting series. It's Tampa and Florida. Florida Panthers play the Tampa Bay Lightning. The Lightning have home ice. The Lightning are actually favored to win the series. Now, this is going to go 7 games. I think the Lightning are going to win the first 2, mainly due to the Aaron Ekblad suspension. And I think we could even see a scenario where Tampa Bay goes up 3-0 and the Florida Panthers win 4 straight and come back. Because Ekblad, that first game back from a 20-game suspension, he'll be a little bit rusty, but then he clicks in the 4th game. But I'm going Lightning in 7 because I think the Lightning win the first 3 games. I think the Panthers win games 4 through 6. But I just think it's too much for Florida to win 2 games in a row on the road after trailing 2-0. If Florida goes down 2-0 due to the Ekblad suspension, that's going to be the de facto reason the Lightning win. I think on paper, the Florida Panthers are a better team than the Lightning, but Florida's best defender, Aaron Ekblad, got a 20-game suspension. He still has to serve 2 games of that suspension, and those first 2 games of that suspension are in Tampa, and Tampa Bay beat the Florida Panthers 5-1 last Monday night. They didn't just win. They smacked the Florida Panthers without their captain, Steven Stamkos. They let their captain, Stamkos, walk, and they still smacked the Florida Panthers without Ekblad in the lineup. I like the Lightning in 7, but I think if Aaron Ekblad played this entire series, I would probably pick the Florida Panthers in 6. So the Ekblad suspension is the only reason I have Tampa Bay advancing. And here's the thing. Tampa Bay leads the NHL in shots on goal. I mean, I think Tampa Bay is number 1, Edmonton's number 2, and Dallas is number 3 in shots on goal this season. So that's the only reason I have. And both these teams are Stanley Cup champions, Florida and Tampa Bay. Bobrovsky, Vasilevsky, but Tampa Bay's got Victor Hedman, who got promoted to captain. They got Gensel replacing Stamkos, Brandon Hagel, Kucherov. A lot of the reason Stamkos struggled in Nashville his first year is because he didn't have that right winger. He didn't have a right winger with Nikita Kucherov's skill set. Now, if you draft Mitch Marner at 4, if you draft Porter Martone at 4 or 3 in this year's NHL draft, Martone could develop into a Kucherov-type player down the road. Question is, will he develop into that player while Stamkos is there? But, interesting, because I think they are going to have to steal a game without Ekblad if they want to win the series. Florida can win the series, but they're not getting Matthew Tkachuk back until June, from what I've heard. Their second-line right winger, who I know you're a big fan of, who they gave that big 8-year contract to after giving Barkov an 8-year contract, and they don't have Ekblad for the first 2 games. So it is very close. And I think if Florida does steal a game in Tampa, they will ultimately win the series. And I think if they want to go on a cup run, they got to win the series. If they can win this series, because right now, if I'm Toronto, I would much rather face Tampa than Florida. Because you've already beat Tampa Bay in 5 games after they went to 3 straight Stanley Cups. You play Florida again, that could go either way. And with Florida being the reigning champs, they're going to feel more confident, even with Toronto having home ice this time around. All right. We'll go through round 2 and our conference finals Stanley Cup predictions. I've got Blues and Stars. I'm going to pick the Stars over the Blues. The Stars did sweep the Blues in the regular season, and I do believe if they survive Colorado, they will have Miro Heiskanen and Jason Robertson back. They'll be at full health. They were able to sweep the Blues without Miro. That should say something. And I like the Stars. And I'm going to take the Stars over the Blues in 5 games. I'm not cruel enough to pick the Stars to sweep the Blues. And I'm going to pick the Edmonton Oilers over the Vegas Golden Knights in 6 games, setting up a rematch of Dallas Edmonton. And I'm also going to go Capitals over Hurricanes in 7. I don't think the Hurricanes have an elite blue line, but the Capitals have too many injuries to beat Carolina in more than 6 games. So that's going to go 7. They're going to wear each other out. And I'm going to go Maple Leafs in 6 over the Lightning. So that is going to set up a Toronto Washington Eastern Conference Finals for me. And but it's like I said earlier, I think whoever comes out of the Atlantic between Ottawa, Florida, Tampa, and Toronto beats Washington in the Eastern Conference Finals. I think the Atlantic is the strongest division in the Eastern Conference. The Capitals and Devils are both hit by the injury bug, and while the Hurricanes have great forwards and great goaltending and their defenders are scoring, they don't come across as a complete team on paper. They come across as, if this team gets the Stanley Cup Finals, that's their peak, and they're going to lose the Western Conference champion. That's the vibe I get with Rod Brindamore's Carolina Hurricanes this year. So I'm going to take, and before I reveal my conference winners, Joey, why don't you reveal who you've got in your conference finals? Because I think you went with Winnipeg and Colorado, correct? You went with Colorado over Dallas. You said it was a coin flip series, but I think you took Colorado in 7. I took Dallas in 7. If I'm wrong, you can go back and retract that statement and put Dallas in there, but I'm just curious. Did you take Colorado? You took Winnipeg and Colorado, I believe, for round 2, correct? So take one of those teams. I know you got Florida in the Eastern Conference Finals. And I'm guessing you're going Edmonton over Vegas in 7, even though it pains you to do that. And question is, are we going to get a rematch of 2022 where Colorado played Edmonton, or are you going to go with the Canadian Western Conference Finals with Winnipeg and Edmonton? And then in the East, it'll be Washington or Carolina versus Florida, because I know you picked Ottawa over Toronto. So if Ottawa beats Toronto and Florida beats Tampa, Florida would have home ice in the second round. You'd pick Florida in that series. And, I'm guessing you might pick Carolina to upset Washington, but that's probably the one you're doing the most critical thinking on before you make a decision, because that does feel like the hardest series to pick. Of the options you have with Winnipeg, Colorado, or Winnipeg, Dallas, I think you pick Colorado, but of those series, Winnipeg versus Dallas or Colorado, Edmonton versus Vegas, Florida, Ottawa, I would think in your situation, Washington, Carolina is the hardest series to pick. I bet you got your winners for every other series picked. It's just you're trying to gather some final thoughts on Washington, Carolina before you reveal your conference finals teams. You had Florida and Ottawa. I know you picked Florida over Ottawa. And then the final one is Winnipeg versus Colorado or Dallas. All right. So Colorado is going to play Edmonton in a rematch of the 22 Western Conference Finals. And then Florida is going to play Carolina, which I believe that, I don't know if they met in the conference finals, because I think Carolina may have played Florida in the second round one year. No, they did play in the 2023 Eastern Conference Finals 2 years ago, where Florida swept Carolina, and Carolina had home ice that year. So 2023 Eastern Conference Finals, 2022 Western Conference Finals. Joey's got rematches. I don't have rematches, by the way. I am going to go with as much as I hate to do this, I am taking Edmonton over Dallas again. Because if Dallas is lucky enough to get to the conference finals for a third year in a row, I just think Edmonton's the one team that matches up well with them on paper. And Colorado matches up well with Dallas on paper too. I think the best case scenario for Dallas fans is if we beat Colorado in 7, the Kings knock out Edmonton, and the Dallas Stars end up getting the St. Louis Blues. If that happens, we probably get a Dallas-Vegas conference finals that goes 7 games, but Dallas wins, despite how disciplined Vegas has played this year. Probably get that series. I think that's the best case scenario and probably the only path for Dallas to the Stanley Cup, Joey. I would think they'd have to beat Colorado and they'd have to get the first round breaks to go their way. Because with the injuries they have, it's just, I do think Dallas is going to win a cup in the future. Okay? They have Jason Robertson under contract. They have Wyatt Johnston under contract till 2030. Miro under contract till 2029. Ottinger under contract till 2034. Mikko Rantanen under contract till 2034. Rupe Hintz under contract till 2031. Logistically speaking, the Dallas Stars are positioned excellently. But they may make some coaching changes if they get swept this year. We'll see. I don't think DeBoer is going to get fired because he's in the second year of a 3-year contract. And, he got the team to the conference finals in the first 2 years. What was a 4-year contract? He got a 4-year contract with Dallas, but the first 2 years he took the team to the conference finals. Third year, even if he gets swept, he will have enough breathing room to where he doesn't get fired the third year because it's not like he went from conference finals to missing the playoffs. And number 2, when you go from a team that wasn't expected to do much to 2 consecutive conference finals, you've earned a little bit of breathing room. Not a lot of breathing room, but a little bit of breathing room. So I am going to take Edmonton over Dallas in the West, and my Eastern Conference prediction is Toronto over Washington in 6 games. So I have a all-Canadian Stanley Cup. Just like I predicted back in the preseason, it is the Edmonton Oilers, last year's runner-up, and the Toronto Maple Leafs. And it's an all-Canadian Stanley Cup. Rematch of last year's finals. So, interesting, because I figured you were going to pick Florida to repeat, but you got Edmonton getting revenge on Florida and it becoming a rivalry like Islanders-Oilers back in the 80s. Very, very interesting. I love the plot twist. Bonus points. You get bonus points for pulling a plot twist on me, because I did not see that coming. And I give you credit. Because this was hard. It pained me to pick Edmonton over Dallas, but after seeing what they did to Dallas when Dallas had home ice, I couldn't pick against Edmonton. There's too many people writing off Edmonton, and it's like, no. They're getting most of their guys back. If they get knocked out by the Kings, great. Fan-freaking-tastic. I got to see it to believe it first. So that will wrap it up for this NHL segment. I think this is the first time since 2023, because initially Joey did pick Dallas to win the 2023 Stanley Cup. Then he flip-flopped to Florida, and then Vegas beat Dallas. And I basically said whoever wins the Western Conference Finals is beating Florida. But Florida was more experienced when they won it this past year and now. But it's going to be fun. It's going to be a fun Stanley Cup playoffs. We'll get into the NBA games now. It's been an hour. I'll get into the NBA games. I know some audience members have been waiting patiently for our NBA coverage. I am going to go in chronological order for the first round, but then I will go highest seed versus lowest seed after that. And the first game is Pacers-Bucks at 1 p.m. Eastern. That is the first game, folks. And I'm looking at the Yanish and Tyrese Halliburton are the players. Giannis and Tyrese Halliburton are the stars that NBA is promoting. And this is the thing. The NHL's got to do a better job at promoting stars. It's like you go to the NBA website, they show the star player on each team. Yeah, the NHL has gotten better at promoting stars, but they're still lackluster compared to the NBA in this department. And I do look at the starting fives. Everyone's saying, why did Phoenix do so poorly? Number 1, I had Phoenix picking 13th in my mock draft back in the preseason. I don't know if that's the exact spot they're picking in, but I did a pretty good job with that one. The reason I picked against Phoenix was very simple. They did not have a starting 5 that could make the playoffs. They had Kevin Durant, Kevin Booker, and Bradley Beal, And they also had Joseph Nurkic, who they got in the trade that sent their former number 1 pick, DeAndre Ayton, to Portland. So they had 4 good starters, but they didn't have that power forward to complete the starting 5. And I put a lot of stock into having a good starting 5. Also, their owner's an idiot. He traded draft picks for players that'll help him win now, and he's fired 3 coaches in 23 months. So if you're trading draft picks for players that help you win now when you don't have a good starting 5, and you fire 3 coaches in 23 months, yeah, that's an eye test that proves your owner's an idiot. Because remember, this is the same owner that wanted Chris Paul out too. Not to go on a Phoenix Suns rant, but got some people in the chat room telling me that the Phoenix Suns, most people had them making the playoffs. I didn't. If you saw my first NBA mock draft in November, I had the Suns picking at 13, which I think is the exact spot they're picking in. Right now, the Rockets own the Suns' first-round pick, and that's projected to be the 13th pick in the draft. So I think I correctly predicted the Suns' draft spot in the preseason, which is kind of amazing when you consider the fact that 90% of the league picked the Suns to make the playoffs. And they ended up being the biggest disappointment in the league. But enough humble bragging. We're getting on to the Bucks-Pacers series because the winner of this game is probably heading to Cleveland in round 2. Yeah, we'll still preview the Cavs opponent when we get to the Cavs. But, I mean, this is a tough series to pick because on one hand, I think the Bucks have more stars. On the other hand, Damian Lillard's injured. Ryan Lillard's 6.2 points per game filling in for Lillard. Kuzma's playing shooting guard. Taurean Prince is playing small forward. And it just feels like this Bucks team, they're going to be dependent on Giannis, Kuzma, and Brook Lopez. And Kuzma's a first-year starter, trade deadline edition. The Indiana Pacers, on the other hand, Halliburton, Nembhard, Pascal Siakam, who they got from Toronto in free agency, Miles Turner, Aaron Nesmith, and, they've got Benedict Mathurin at full health. They did not have Benedict Mathurin at full health last year. Mathurin can come off the bench and get some points for the Pacers. Give me the Pacers in 6. I think with Giannis, he's good enough to win 2 games for Milwaukee. 1 at home, 1 on the road. But at the end of the day, without Lillard, I cannot see the Milwaukee Bucks and Doc Rivers. Or do they fire Doc Rivers and hire a new coach? Regardless, I can't see the Bucks beating the Pacers. Pacers have one of the best starting 5s in the league. I think that even if the Pacers lose to Cleveland in round 2, I think they're going to win 2 games against the Cavs. I think the Cavs will probably beat them, but I think the Pacers will win 2 games against the Cavs and make it a 6-game series. But for this series, I like the Pacers in 6 because I think Giannis, as a star, he's good enough to will the Bucks to 2 wins. But I'm going to take Pacers in 6 over Milwaukee. Because this Bucks team is weaker than the previous Bucks teams that have made the playoffs. Even the top-seeded Bucks teams that underperformed and let everyone down and laid an egg. On paper, this team is weaker than last year's Bucks team and a lot of the Bucks teams that entered the playoffs as a high seed and just let everybody down in the playoffs. It's just a weaker team on paper. Middleton's not there anymore. I like the addition of Kuzma, but with Lillard out, I just can't pick the Bucks to win. Maybe they get lucky today because it's the first day of the playoffs, but I think we're in agreement the Pacers are the better team. The only difference is you've got Pacers in 5, I've got Pacers in 6. I think the star power of Giannis can will the Bucks to 2 games. That's the only thing Joey and I disagree on. LA Clippers versus Denver. I think he wills him to 2 wins. If he's scoring under 30 points a game, I'd say 1 win, but he's averaging 30.8 points per game, so I'll go 2 wins. That was the deciding factor for me. See, Giannis is averaging 30.8, which is more than the 29.6 Joker's averaging, but Joker has had a one of the best offensive regular seasons in years. And he's got a good supporting cast. Even with the departure of Kentavious Caldwell-Pope, Christian Braun has stepped up 15.4 points a game. And you still have Porter, you still have Gordon, you still have Jamal Murray, you still have a good chunk of that starting five for the Denver Nuggets in this series against the LA Clippers. And the Clippers, Kawhi Leonard's back from his injury. James Harden's made somewhat of a comeback. Norman Powell, 21.8 points a game. But the problem is the Clippers have two shooting guards. They have Chris Dunn at point guard, and they don't really have an extra big to complement Zubac at power forward. And they're basically just relying on their 20-point scorers to win them games. I think I like the Nuggets in 5. I'd pick the Nuggets to sweep the Clippers just based on personnel, based on starting 5, based on matchups, but the Clippers have too many 20-point scorers to get swept. That's the bottom line. They have 3 20-point scorers. I mean, the Bucks, on the other hand, have 1 30-point scorer in Giannis. Would you rather have 3 20-point scorers or 1 30-point scorer? That's the question. Outside of point guard and power forward, they've got a lot of stars in their lineup, but they don't have that complete starting 5 like Denver. That's the problem. I mean, I like Harden, and I like Norman Powell, and I like Kawhi Leonard. I like Zubac. Ivica Zubac 16.8 points per game. But Kawhi Leonard's a small forward. Harden and Powell are both shooting guards, and Chris Dunn's a point guard. The 3-guard system does not work in the NBA, in the modern NBA, against teams that have multiple bigs, like Denver. It can work if those are your best players, but a team like Denver with multiple bigs like Joker and Gordon, the 3-guard system's not going to work against a team like Denver. It's just not. Yep. I don't know. Okay, so TalkShoe was buffering with technical difficulties. Okay, Logic says I should pick the Knicks. Logic says I should pick the Knicks to beat the Pistons because the Pistons coach. Here's the thing. I do not trust the Knicks starting 5. I mean, the Knicks, they have Towns at center, Anunoby at small forward, Mikal Bridges. They have 2 small forward / shooting guards. They have Josh Hart. They have Jalen Brunson. They don't have that second big to complement Towns. Meanwhile, the Pistons have Cade Cunningham. They have Ausar Thompson, Tim Hardaway Jr., Tobias Harris could play the 3 or the 4 at small forward or power forward. I just think their starting 5 is a little bit more well-balanced than the Knicks. So I hate to do this to Knicks fans because they realized they couldn't draft a center, so they traded for one in Towns. But I don't think both teams have good starting 5s, and that's even with Jaden Ivey injured. The problem is I think the Pistons lineup's a little bit more well-rounded. So I am going to take the Pistons to beat the Knicks in 7 games, but I think the Pistons probably get swept by the Celtics in round 2. Because it's like you said, their coach. Because isn't that what happened last year? The Cavs beat the Magic in 7 games, and then I think they lost the Celtics in 4 or 5 in the second round. So that's kind of what I think is going to happen with the Pistons. They win this in 7, but then they lose in 4 or 5 to Boston. Pistons can win the series, but the deck is stacked against them. I do think their starting five's a little bit more balanced than the Pistons, which is why I'm picking the win. But the other reason I'm picking the win, Cade Cunningham, 26.1 points per game. Jalen Brunson, 26 points per game. If the Pistons want to beat the Knicks, Cade Cunningham has to outperform Jalen Brunson in the playoffs. And a lot of people that watched the Knicks last year will tell you the only reason the Pacers got to the conference finals is because Brunson got injured in Game 7. I think that's a bunch of hogwash, but whatever. If Knicks fans or people who watch the NBA want to say that, that's fine. They're entitled to their opinions. But I am taking the Pistons for shock value. This is going to be my upset for the NBA playoffs. So we're both taking the Pistons to beat the Knicks because I don't trust the Knicks. I'm kind of shocked to hear that after you were critical of the Pistons coach when he used to be on the Cavs a few years last year. I'm kind of shocked to hear that, but I'm refreshed to hear that as well. Yeah. And the thing is, Thibodeau hasn't really risen to the occasion under pressure since he was with the Bulls and he had a healthy Derrick Rose. I do like Tom Thibodeau. He is a good coach, but he's not a great coach. Yeah, that's a better way to phrase it, Joey. I agree. That's a better way to phrase it. I was on the right track. Yeah, the Timberwolves play the Lakers in LA. I thought the decision to trade away. I thought the decision to trade away Karl Anthony Towns was a bad one by the Timberwolves. And I thought the decision to acquire Luka was an excellent one by the Lakers. And neither of these teams has a dominant starting five. But the Lakers have more stars. Luka, LeBron, Austin Reeves has stepped up to take pressure off of Luka. So you got those two guards that can dominate. And Rui Hachimura complements LeBron well. The only weakness is at center. But if LeBron, Luka, and Reeves can get 20 points a game, I think they can. I think Jackson Hayes is good enough to do just enough to help the Lakers win a championship. And this might be where Joey and I disagree, and that's fine. But I'm going to take the Lakers in. I'm going to take the Lakers in 5 over the Timberwolves. It might be Lakers in 6 or Lakers in 7, but I'm going to take the Lakers in 5 because I thought the Lakers made the right trades and the Timberwolves made the wrong ones. And that's really the difference between these two organizations. Yep. The Sunday games feature the Grizzlies and the Thunder. Thunder just have a very complete starting five, and the Grizzlies have a ton of injuries. Brandon Clark out. They do now. The Grizzlies do have Zach Edey. They do have Ja Morant. They do have some good players. Desmond Bane, Jaren Jackson Jr. But I think Brandon Clark is that 5th starter that rounds out their starting five. And the Thunder have just, yeah, I know Jalen Williams is a game time decision, but I look at the Thunder. I look at what Shai Gilgeous-Alexander and Chet Holmgren have done with that team, really taking that team on its back. They brought in Alex Caruso, a veteran from the Bulls. Give me the Thunder in 5 games over the. I think Memphis has enough talent to win 1, maybe 2 games. I mean, back in the preseason, I had Memphis winning the Southeast Division. I had the Thunder winning their division. I think both of those things actually happened, but Memphis turned out to be the 8th seed, despite winning their own division. So give me Oklahoma City in 5. I think Memphis has enough talent to win 1 game, but I think on paper the Thunder are the vastly superior team. Because I was never considering Oklahoma City in 6 or Oklahoma City in 7. My thought process started out with 2 options. Oklahoma City in 5, Oklahoma City in 4. Those were the only 2 options that entered my vocabulary, Joey. And I'm pretty certain that's the exact same thought process with you, except you're taking a different route and picking the first sweep of your NBA playoffs. Because we were both thinking the same thing, OKC in 5 or OKC in 4. I'm pretty certain we both filtered out OKC in 6 and OKC in 7 very 50, like a 50-50 lifeline on Who Wants to Be a Millionaire. It was just mental thinking, mental gymnastics. Yeah, last year the Celtics got really lucky due to injuries. But I think this year they're going to have more of a war of attrition. Now, I still think they are the team to beat in the Eastern Conference, despite the impressive season by the Cavs. But I do think the Celtics are going to have more of a war of attrition versus last year. Because I think 2 of the series they play in will go to 7 games. And this will be the first of those 2 series. I've got the Celtics in 7 over Orlando. And I know that's kind of bold, but Orlando was my preseason pick to make the Eastern Conference Finals. And that's not the case anymore. But at one point, they were my preseason pick to make the Eastern Conference Finals. So I'm going to go Celtics in 7. And I think Orlando surprises some people in this first round series before ultimately falling short once again. I know the 94-95 Magic beat the Celtics in the first round. I think it was the 95 Magic when they made the NBA Finals. They beat the Celtics in the first round, but that's not going to happen with this team. This team is not that good. You can watch this Magic moment. It's a documentary on Netflix. It shows you how the Magic won the 2 lottery balls to draft Shaq and Penny Hardaway, and Shaq and Penny are reflecting on their time with the Magic. So if you want more information on that, you can watch that documentary. It's on Netflix. We're not going to open up a history lesson here. All right. All right. The next series is Heat and Cavs. Get your broom out, Joey. This is my first sweep of the playoffs, and I'm pretty certain you're in agreement with me. This is going to be a sweep, 4-0 sweep. Yeah, I mean, Garland, Mitchell, and Mobley are game time decisions. Unless all of them are ruled out for game 1 and the Heat just pull a victory out of their asses, that's the only way I can see that. But if they win game 1, that's just going to light a fire under the Cavs' ass, and they're going to win 4 straight. So either way, I think the Cavs win the series, but I'm going Cavs in 4, and Joey is as well. So that should tell you everything you need to know. I mean, People doubted Garland because his Vanderbilt tape wasn't very good, but he was making short range, medium range, and long range shots coming out of high school. So that should tell you how good of a player he was, regardless of him being a one and done. He was making those shots consistently and dominating as one of the younger players. Because I remember his recruitment. I remember him being recruited to Vanderbilt at the time. Because at that time we were scouting players for we were setting up a high school webpage for basketball and football players, and I just remember Garland was one of the players I was looking at when he was still in high school. So Garland's a lot better than people think he is. And he's light years better now than he was when he was coming out of high school. He's light years better now. So it's like, yeah. I agree. Final first round series is Golden State versus Houston. I know Golden State traded for Jimmy Butler. That's part of the reason why I picked the Cavs to sweep the Heat. The other reasons, the Cavs just have a much better talent level than the Heat. But the Rockets, they have drafted well. I know when they traded Harden away to Brooklyn, people said, oh, it's over. We're going to suck for a long time. They played the long game. They got Jalen Green and Alperen Sengun in the 2021 NBA draft, and they got Jabari Smith Jr., the power forward of Auburn in the 22 draft, and then they got more talent in the 23 draft. Oscar Thompson, I think they got one of the Thompson brothers, and they also got Reed Shepherd out of Kentucky, and they have just been a well-oiled machine, the Houston Rockets. So I have to take the Rockets, and frankly, I think the Rockets, not only do they have a good starting lineup, I love the Houston Rockets' depth. I'm going to take the Rockets in 5 games. This might backfire. I might be completely wrong on this, but I just think the Rockets' depth is so superior to Golden State's. Freddie VanVleet, Jalen Green, Dylan Brooks, Amen Thompson, and Sengun. Their starting 5 is incredible. They also have Jabari Smith Jr. for depth at power forward. And they've got some other guys. They've got Tari Eason, who's averaging 12 points a game. And Jabari Smith can play the 4 or the 3. Amen Thompson's more of a shooting guard, but I guess he's playing power forward according to the depth chart. You got Cam Whitmore, can play either forward spot. You've got Aaron Holiday. You've got Reed Shepherd, can play either guard spot. Steven Adams. I think the Rockets have one of the more complete teams in the league, but I don't see them making the conference finals this year due to a lack of experience. I think they win a series and they get to round 2, and then maybe next year they take that leap to the conference finals. I feel like they're at the same point Oklahoma City was at a year ago when they won a series and got to round 2, but they couldn't take that leap to the conference finals. That's kind of where Houston's at right now in their rebuild. They're at the same exact point Oklahoma City was at a year ago. Yeah, and I think Bantle did pick Golden State to upset Houston, despite the fact that Houston is a very strong, young, upcoming team, very bright future. I think Bantle did pick Golden State to beat Houston. They got Klay Thompson's on the Mavericks. I'm not sure that will matter, but Draymond Green, Curry are great, but Butler's on the team now, and I don't know if they've got a replacement to Klay Thompson. That's the only reason I'm taking the Rockets. I was originally going to go Rockets in 7, but I just think the depth in the Rockets is better. We'll see. They still got the stars. They just no longer have that dominant starting five that they had when they won their championships. But they still have the stars to win a series or two. Yeah, so this was the only series of the 8 we disagreed on. See, we had a wide variance with the NHL, and with this, we almost agreed on every series except the final first round game. So I'm kind of interested to see how round 2 is going to play out. I've got the Cavs and the Celtics in the Eastern Conference Finals. I'm going to take the Cavs over the Pacers in 6 games. I do think the Pacers are going to win 2 games, maybe one at home, maybe one in Cleveland. You're probably going to go Cavs in 5, but I'm going to go Cavs in 6. I'm also going to take the Celtics in 5 games over the Pistons. So it'll kind of even itself out after the Cavs swept the Heat and the Celtics had to go to 7 games. Cavs will be the more well-rested team entering the series, but yeah. And the, yeah. So we both have Cavs Celtics in the Eastern Conference Finals. Okay. All right. Fair enough. Western Conference Finals, I am going to take the Oklahoma City Thunder, and I'm going to take them over the Denver Nuggets in 7 games. It's going to be a test, but I think the Thunder are going to pass, and they're going to show why they earned the right to be in the conference finals, because they lost to the Mavs in 5 last year. I think this Nuggets team, now that they found a 5th starter to round out the starting 5, they are going to push this Thunder team to the limit. But I think the Thunder are going to get it done at the end of the day. And then the other series, Lakers, Rockets, and Houston, I'm going to take the Lakers in 6 over the Rockets. The experience of the Lakers is why they knock out the Rockets, assuming the Rockets survive an intense series with the Warriors. So I think we have, I don't know. I don't know if you're taking Thunder or Nuggets. That is a tough series to pick. I know Ban will pick Nuggets over Thunder, and he went with Lakers Nuggets, but he did have the Warriors in round 2. Nuggets do have a great starting 5, and after losing Caldwell Pope, they found a 5th starter at shooting guard. They found a way to reload. The problem is the Nuggets fired their coach way too soon, and I just think the Thunder are hungrier. That's the difference. It's a very close difference. Both teams great starting 5s, but the Nuggets firing their coach, who won the 2023 NBA Finals, and the Thunder just being a little bit hungrier. That's the difference in a very close series. I think we're in agreement. The Thunder are the hungrier team compared to the Denver Nuggets. They want it more. The big surprise is probably the final game of your second round, Warriors Lakers, Curry versus LeBron. That is probably the big surprise that you hinted to earlier. So why don't you take it away and reveal what you think is going to happen in that, and then we'll get to our conference finals and our NBA finals picks. Yeah, because this reminds me of the 2017 NBA Finals, except this time LeBron has the young star and Luka versus that series when the Warriors had Durant. That's the vibe I'm getting, and that's the X factor. I agree. And we both have the same conference finals: Lakers, Thunder, and Cavs, Celtics. And I kind of have a feeling what direction you're going. I've got both these series going to 7 games. But my spoiler is that my 2 preseason teams that I picked to meet in the NBA Finals, the Boston Celtics and the Los Angeles Lakers, win on the road in Game 7, and they break the hearts of many NBA fans who want that Cavs Thunder Finals after the 2 teams split the regular season series. And we get Luka versus the Celtics Part 2. So that is what I'm going to predict. That would break your heart knowing you got screwed out of that finals for another Lakers-Celtics finals. And you could live with Cavs versus LeBron, because Cavs versus LeBron would be kind of fun. It'd be the team that drafted LeBron with newer, younger players versus LeBron himself. That would be fun. That would be entertaining as hell. Almost as entertaining as a LeBron-Kobe NBA Finals if Kobe was still alive and playing in the NBA. And I know a lot of people were dreaming about that for years. It just never transpired. He really did. Yeah, because I know Oren was a Lakers fan, but after LeBron joined the team and all the stuff that happened, and he boycotted the Lakers. He stopped watching them. Now he only cares about the Dodgers outside of football. And a lot of people, like my friend Jordan Stacks, who is a gambling show on Taproom Sports, and I know he's in our group mock for the Cardinals. He has Celtics Thunder in the NBA Finals. I think we're in agreement, Joey. Both these conference finals are going to go 7 games. Maybe we disagree on the outcome. I've got Lakers Celtics. I'm guessing you have a different matchup, but I think we're in agreement. Both these series are going to go 7 games. Yeah. Yeah, and I just think the experience of the Lakers is too much. As good as the Thunder are, I mean, I do have a friend that believes the Lakers are going to win this year and next year's NBA Finals, but that does seem a little unrealistic. But if it were to happen, I think the Lakers have a 1-2 year window max. But after that, we're looking at the Thunder, you're looking at the Rockets, and you're looking at the Nuggets, assuming they keep their starting five intact, as the real powerhouse teams in the West. Whereas this is the Lakers' last hurrah. This and maybe next year if everyone comes back. And he doesn't just have one 20-point scorer. I mean, he had Kyrie and he had Kevin Love, who was averaging, I think he was averaging 17 points a game at his peak, 17.8 or something. He didn't average 20, but he still very respectable numbers. He has Austin Reeves and Luka, who are both averaging over 20 points a game. So he doesn't have to be the guy who carries the team on his back, because he's got two other guys that can carry the team on their backs just as effectively as he does. And that's a very advantageous position for LeBron James to be in. The last time he had that luxury, he was in Miami with Wade and Bosh. That was Wade's team. Wade got drafted by the Heat. He recruited Bosh and LeBron to Miami. If Wade and Bosh went to Cleveland, then the dynamic would have shifted to it's LeBron's team. But because they both went to the team Wade was drafted by, it's Wade's team. It's that simple. That's the rule. That's the golden rule. The silent rule. And that's the thing. If Wade and Bosh had gone to Cleveland instead, I think the Cavs probably only win one championship with that trio instead of them getting two like the Heat did, which says a lot about Wade's leadership. And a lot of Heat fans say that Wade was the leader of the 06 Heat team. He may have been the young star who emerged from that team, but Shaq was the mentor, giving him the guidance he needed as he was growing. And the question is who's going to be joining them. I mean, could get both Lakers Celtics and Cavs Celtics are fun. They're compelling. And we are agreement. This is going to go 7 games. I'm getting a comment in the chat room. Are you doing anything else besides your podcast? If so, what are you doing? And is what you're doing going to delay the Cavs Celtics? One, I'm multitasking. I am live streaming. We're going to have the mock up in a few minutes after the NBA Finals. I'll probably text or call William after we get the NBA segment done. 2, I actually am watching The Godfather. The Godfather's on Paramount Network. I'm watching it. It's on mute, though, because I don't want to get hit with a copyright strike. And yeah, I've already seen the movie numerous times. I've seen it like 4 or 5 times. It's just the original one is such a great movie for its time. The original one in the 80s with Al Pacino is such a great movie for its time. The second one was kind of depressing. It was a good movie, but it was kind of depressing compared to the original. But the original was just so good for its era. And as for and as good as this movie is, we got to let Joey reveal his Eastern Conference champion. Go ahead. This is what makes this so tough, because the Celtics, they remind me of the Heat teams when they were at their peak in the mid-2000s with Jaylen Brown and with Jason Tatum and Jaylen Brown. I don't know why they remind me of the Heat teams in the early 2000s, but they do. And the Cavs remind me of the 2004 Pistons, the Pistons team that had that 2-3 year run where they were dominant, but they were only able to get one title out of it. Question is, which version of that Cavs team are we going to get? Are we going to get the 2004 Pistons version of this team, or are we going to get the 2006 Pistons where they got to the conference finals, but then they got heartbroken against the Heat, and that was the end of it. That was the peak. But I don't know why, Joey, but there's something about this Cavs team that reminds me of the Pistons teams from 20 years ago. I know it's a stupid comparison, but there's something about this team that reminds me of the Pistons team from 20 years ago.
I think that is what you're that whole story is. This team reminds you of the Celtics team of the 80s, and it reminds you of the Pistons from the early 2000s, early 2000s, or it reminds you.
Because the Pistons did have a 3-year run that was pretty strong. Everything clicked in 2003-04 when they beat a Lakers team that had Karl Malone and Gary Payton that was about as stacked as the 2001-02 Red Wings team. So when they beat them, that was a great starting 5, and Larry Brown got underappreciated as a coach. And then they played the Spurs, attempt to repeat it, but lost in 7 games. And then they played the Heat in 2006, and they played Shaq and Wade. And that was a tough series for the Pistons to lose. Did they play the Cavs in the 2007? Did they play the Cavs in the 2007 conference finals too? Because I think they may have played the Cavs in the 07 Eastern Conference Finals too and lost that series. I can't remember. But I think they may have played the Cavs in 07 too. So they may have made 4 consecutive Eastern Conference Finals. I don't remember. But I think that yeah. Pistons did play the Cavs in the 07 Eastern Conference Finals. Yes, they did. So I just double checked via Google. And Cavs, Lakers, who is your well, I've got the Lakers over the Celtics in 7 games, but this is very close. This feels like a game of 4 square where any of these 4 teams, Cleveland, Oklahoma City, the Lakers, the Cavs, Celtics, any of these 4 teams could end up winning the whole thing. But I'm going to take Lakers over Celtics in 7. And Luka, not LeBron, wins NBA Finals MVP. So So both of our NBA Finals MVPs were pieces of the Luka Doncic trade, which is the irony. And the Atlanta Hawks drafted both Luka Doncic and the Mavs and DeAndre Hunter, but it was the Mavs who traded the 5th pick, the Trae Young pick, and the pick that the Hawks used to draft DeAndre Hunter. that completed the Luka Doncic trade. So we both have players from the Luka Doncic trade winning NBA Finals MVP. I have Luka, you have DeAndre Hunter. That's the irony. And it's pretty rare to find irony that incredible that yeah, that would be the perfect script. He might shake hands with some of the players in the Cavs to demonstrate good sportsmanship, but that's where he draws the line. There's not going to be this LeBron James, Dan Gilbert reunion bear hug. That's completely off the table. We're not even entertaining that idea. Yeah. I do think he would shake hands with the younger players in the Cavs if they beat him and they earned it as a sign of mutual respect. I don't know if he'd do that with Gilbert, but that's as far as it would go, as far as LeBron demonstrating good sportsmanship. That's yeah. And we're at the point where I'm going to start screen sharing the mock. I will not go over the picks yet. What I'll do is I'll call William. I'm going to, because William's not answering the text. So I'm wondering, is William okay, or did he sleep in? Because I'm thinking he may have slept in, because I know I usually pull all-nighters when I code the night before, but he was up at like 4 or 5 a.m. and he said, I think I need to get some sleep. And that's usually a sign that you're not going to wake up until noon or 1 the next day. If you're up that late and you're not used to pulling all-nighters like I do on a Friday, because I'm afraid of sleeping in. I'm afraid of sleeping in and being late for my show. So I just pull all-nighters and do maintenance for the site or do whatever I need to do business-wise to keep the site up and running. William, since William shares our show in like 70 Facebook groups, I gave him the option of participating in all the topics or just the football one. I mean, I'm only in 30 Facebook groups. He's in 70. He's in twice the amount of Facebook groups I'm in, and he still volunteers to help us with this show. So I give him a lot more leeway than Joey because I'm an idiot if I let a partner like that walk out the door. I'm an idiot. And I will not hear the end of it from Joey if he decided to move on. If he did, that's his decision, but I would not hear the end of it from Joey. Let me put it that way. That's how invaluable he is to our team. That should say something.
I agree with you on that point.
Because if you're going to put that much work in, you've earned a little leeway. You know, you're going to put that much work in, you've earned a little bit of leeway with things. And I remember when I first started Draft Utopia, I pushed some of my employees so hard, they just couldn't handle my work ethic and they did other things. They moved on. So,
Where William is still young,
he can handle that intense work ethic, but at the same time, I'm taking a different approach, a more methodical approach, where I'm not like trying to dump everything on him. He's still volunteering, so it's like, yeah. And I help out with his show Under the Bleachers too. Under the Bleachers, it's every Wednesday night. Even during football season, when I could be doing film cuts or doing something else for the site, I take time out of my day to help him with his show too, because it's a lot of fun. It's a lot of fun to talk ball with him, whether it's college or NFL. Okay, he did have a concern he wanted to address. Talking about football, we need to take turns in the subject. A lot of the times I don't get to make my point because we just move on to the next subject. So here's what we'll do. When you call in, we will recap the first 3 rounds, and any picks you want to go over, we will give you the floor for that. If not, we'll just jump into the next round. And if he doesn't answer, I'm just going to recap the rounds. I'm not going to say anything. I'm just going to show our audience what I did. You can say what you want to say. It's just I'm just making sure. I'm not sure if William's awake or not. And William told me to call him if he's ever asleep during the middle of a show. I'm just following the advice, but if he doesn't answer, I'm just going to give him his space and let him come in whenever he wants to come in. You know?
Your call has been.
Okay. All right. See? I can respect people's boundaries. I know I'm very persistent to the point where it almost makes you want to pretend I'm a rodent, bear mace me sometimes, but like, okay, didn't answer. We just give him space. All right, I'm going to get into the mock here. So you can see the picture. This is the final mock draft on the site, draftutopia.com 2025 NFL mock draft. It's a picture. It's got Cam Ward, McMillan, James Pierce, Shadur, Travis Hunter, Ashton Ginty, and Will Johnson. That is the picture. And yet, same first 3 rounds as last week. Only difference is there's this thing, other Tennessee Titans selections, and it's got all the pick numbers listed for each team. And it's got all the pick numbers listed for the Browns. And we'll update the pick numbers if a trade occurs between now and a Thursday. And the reason I stopped doing this after 2017 was because there were so many trades at the time that the trade, not just draft day trades, but pre-draft trades that effed everything up. But I was like, you know what? We're going to bring this back. And now we're probably getting a pre-draft trade because of this. But it's good to have a number order of all the teams' picks. Like the Browns, it's good to have an exact order of every number pick the Browns have, because then if Joey wants to read about a certain pick, he can just click on the link and then go to that pick. That's good.
break things down when I have a football in my hand. I can act out what I'm actually doing. So I think that would be a little bit more beneficial because I actually got a football.
I've got a football too. It's not. It's like it's one of those squishy footballs that I bought at Giant Eagle. I do have a football. I could get it. I don't know where I put it. I think I may have misplaced it or something, but I do have it. It's somewhere in my apartment. I have, there's one couch in the background that you see, but I actually have 3 couches because the old couches from my parents' house before we sold the parents' house in Wexford are at this apartment, and there's a couch, the newer couch right behind me. So there are 3 couches in this building, and yet I'm sitting on the floor on a rug. And the audience is probably thinking, why? Why, dude? You have 3 couches and you're sitting on the rug.
Sitting on the floor when there were great couches is just recap things before you make it work.
But yeah, Carter, the only thing I did as far as last week is I switched Travis Hunter with Abdul Carter, and this was Barry's tell. Yet Friday, Andrew Barry compared Travis Hunter to Shohei Ohtani, who played batter and pitcher. I thought it was a stupid comp because it was a non-football comp, but the thought process was Ohtani plays batter and pitcher. Travis Hunter plays corner and receiver. That was the thought process, and that was the tell they're taking Hunter. That was the tell. Not the body language that I put a lot of stock into. The fact that, and that's Barry's probably figured out that everyone knows he's taking Hunter at 2, so he just revealed his tell. If everyone else didn't figure out what he was doing, he wouldn't say anything. But because everyone else has figured out what he's going to do, he's just going to reveal his tell now. But that was probably the tell versus the body language. The Ohtani comparison with Hunter, that was probably the tell. I still think Hunter's the second best athlete in the 2025 draft cycle. The only player I'd take over him in terms of talent is Cooper Flagg. But that's a debate for another day because we don't want to take the spotlight away from Hunter. We got a bunch of picks to get to. And I think that debate is much more appropriate for the NBA draft because I feel like Joey has Flagg at 2, but he has Hunter at 1 as far as best players for 2025. Just every sport, football, hockey. It's close though. It's a lot closer than you would think. But I've got Flagg at 1, Hunter at 2. But I feel like Joey's got Hunter at 2. But that's a debate for another day. With all the picks we got to break down in rounds 4 through 7. My mom wants to go to Easter dinner at Texas Roadhouse. I actually considered getting tickets to the Pirates game because Guardians play the Pirates today and Paul Skeens is on the mound. I was actually having a debate last night and I offered, do you want to get ticket? You want me to buy tickets to the Pirates game, but you just rather go to dinner. And they're probably going to have the Pirates game on at Texas Roadhouse. If I go around 3, when the game starts at 4:05, and we go to Texas Roadhouse around 3, they're probably going to have the NBA game on and the Paul Skeens game on at the bar at Texas Roadhouse. So logistically, that's a better investment because you're saving money and you're having a good time. But back to the mock draft here. Nothing has changed. We still have the same exact picks outside of Carter and Hunter. We have the exact same picks in the first 3 rounds that I read off last week. I still have Shedeur going to the Jets at 7. Battle's beginning to flip-flop away from Shedeur to the Saints. Tony Mario does have Shedeur to the Saints. But Battle thinks the Cowboys want Shedeur and that they want all these teams to pass on him so that he falls their lap like Marino. That might be the craziest conspiracy theory I've heard this draft cycle, that the Cowboys want Shedeur and they want all these teams in the top 11 to pass on him so he falls to their lap. And even if that was the case, I don't think they can get out of the Dak Prescott contract until 2027 at the earliest. Because I think they extended him for 3 years starting this season. And if that's a 3-year extension, I don't think they can get out of Dak's deal until 2027. So is he just going to sit behind Dak for 2 years like Rodgers? I mean, I guess that could work in theory, but I just don't see the Cowboys wasting a window to doing that with all the money they've invested in Dak, Lamb, Micah Parsons, all the money. I don't see the Cowboys taking a quarterback. Until Draft Tech technically does have him falling to 33. I did see the 7-round mock on Draft Tech. They have Hunter at 2, and they have Shedeur dropping to 33. I do not think. I went on Draft Tech because when I was looking up the actual team picks for every single team this morning at 4 a.m., the only 2 sites that came up are Mock Draft Database and Draft Tech. And if you go on Walter Football, you can at least see the selections by round. But I wanted to do my own unique thing, so I went on Draft Tech and I went in, I typed the numbers in, and I backlinked all the rounds of the mock draft. But, I don't think anything crazy is going to happen. I do have Pierce at 11, Ginty at 10, Luther Burden at 9. I know Luther Burden. I think Luther Burden's the best player for the Saints to draft at 9. And I just don't think it makes sense to take a quarterback right now. I'm not saying don't draft a quarterback, but if Carr is injured, you buy him out after next year, and you let Haener and Rattler develop another year. And if you suck, you get the number 1 pick. You get your pick of the QBs in 2026. So that's kind of my thought process there. I know it's an unorthodox one, but you don't have a. If you draft a QB now, you have Olave, who has a history with concussions. You cut A.T. Perry, and you really don't have that guy, that number 2 guy next to Olave, if Olave gets another concussion. So that's why I say the thought process of taking Luther Burden over a quarterback at 9 makes more logistical sense, in my opinion. I still have Will Johnson, the Jaguars, but Jacksonville at 5, because I think the top 4, Cam Ward, Hunter, Carter, Will Campbell, that's pretty much locked in. Everyone and their mom knows that's the top 4. And Tony Pauline said the Patriot scouts are high on Membu, but they're higher on Will Campbell. So if that's the case, also Wolf and Vrabel prefer Campbell. So if what Tony Pauline has reported is true, the Patriots are, in fact, taking Campbell. But Membu is probably the contingency plan in the rare event that Carter, Hunter, and Campbell all went in the top 3. But the Titans are pretty much taking Ward. That's kind of what I've interpreted from that exchange that Pauline posted. Months. I've had Campbell to the Patriots since my very first mock draft back in August, September. And I've had Luther Burden to the Saints for that same time period. And while Burden might fall to round 2, it's just taking a quarterback when you have Haener and Rattler. I haven't seen enough of a sample size to say neither's the guy. I would say there's a good chance neither's the guy, but I haven't seen enough of a sample size to determine that yet. And I feel like you got 2 Senior Bowl MVPs on your team. Give them 1 more year to find out what you truly have. And you don't have a guy next to Olave. And I know the Saints, they did bring in a free agent. I think they brought in Valdez Scantling. He's their number 2. That's not a legit number 2. I know he was good with the Chiefs, but that is a number 4 on most teams. I know he had his moments with the Chiefs, but Number 5's a crapshoot. Most people are mocking Mason Graham, but I think Will Johnson fills a bigger need, and Will Johnson's higher on my board personally. Tony Mario has McMillan at 5. Charlie Campbell and Walter Cherepinski both mock Membu at 5. So there's a lot of drama going on in Jacksonville from all different angles. Tony Mario mocked McMillan to the Jaguars because he believes this regime that comes from the Rams and this coaching staff, they're going to take an offensive player. Despite all the traction Mason Graham's getting, despite the fact that I've got Will Johnson at 4 on my board and he's my best player available at 5 and he fills a need at corner, Tony Mario is hearing they are going to take an offensive player. And this is where you and Tony Mario agree. Now, you might disagree on the said offensive player, because he's got McMillan at 5 as a wide receiver 2 next to Brian Thomas, and you've got Ginty from what you're hearing. But from what Tony Mario is telling me, he believes they will go offense at 5. And Charlie Campbell and Walter both have Membu to the Jaguars at 5, but Anton Harrison had a great rookie year. I know he was terrible last year, but his rookie year was too good for you to replace him with Membu at right tackle. Now, if you're drafting Membu as a guard, that's a different conversation. We can definitely have a conversation about that. But I don't think the Jaguars are going to draft Membu as a right tackle like Walter and Charlie are implying. They have Ezra Cleveland at left guard. They have Makari at right guard. And they have Robert Hainsey at center. I think if Membu was the pick at 5, Membu would be the right guard. And I just don't think it's smart to draft a right guard at 5. But it worked with Brandon Scherf in Washington for many years until he left their team and went to the Jaguars. And it went downhill from there with his career. But I don't think the Jaguars are going to take a guard at 5. So something doesn't add up. Something doesn't add up. Either they're going to take one of the defensive players I like, they're going to take Graham. I don't think they're going to take Graham because if they're committed to Hamilton and Armstead and they don't want to buy out either player, I don't think Graham's the pick. Something's fishy in Jacksonville. Something doesn't add up. I went with Will Johnson because he fills a need at corner, is the best player available. But Tony Mario in his mock, he went with McMillan and he also went with Siobhan Rebel in round 2. So they get that corner to fill the biggest need in round 2, but they get an offensive player. New regime, new head coach. They want familiarity. They want comfort level. And since you have an offensive-minded head coach and you have a GM who comes from an offensive-minded team in the Rams, that to Tony signals offense is the direction the Jags go in at 5. Because remember, the Jags GM worked as an assistant GM to Les Snead with the Rams. So I mocked Damian Martinez in round 3 because it's such a deep running back class. I've got Ginty at 6 on my board. So until I hear legitimate news, I basically go with what I see and on tape. The DraftKings and FanDuel all have Mason Graham at 5. But if the Jaguars don't want to trade Hamilton, they don't want to post June 1st Hamilton, they don't want to wait until next year to cut Armstead. If they cut him this year, they lose cap space. If that's the case, then I think Will Johnson's the pick. But regardless, there's just a lot of interesting stuff going on. I am sticking with Burden at 9 because I just don't think the Saints have a legit number 2 next to Olave, and I have Burden ahead of McMillan, so I'm probably going to be wrong on that. Albright's basically saying that mock drafts are a lot higher on Luther Burden than the scouts are. I have James Pierce to the Niners because right now the 49ers have Nick Bosa and Yetur Gross-Matos. And then they have two defensive tackles who'd be backups on most teams, replacing Malik Collins and their other defensive tackle. Yeah, I'm still here, Joey. I basically said the 49ers, their defensive line's in shambles. They have two new they have to upgrade both defensive tackle spots, and Yetur Gross-Matos is starting next to Nick Bosa. So that's why I went DND tackle with the Niners. Yeah. They have Nick Bosa, but they have Yetur Gross-Matos. You remember how brutal Yetur Gross-Matos was in Carolina. We both liked him coming out of Penn State, but he was so bad in Carolina that even with Brian Burns showing him what to do, he still couldn't apply himself. So if that's your starter next to Bosa, he's going to get more triple teams than Garrett next year. That's why you got to draft another edge rusher. You have to. I don't even think it's a choice. Let me give you the 49ers depth chart before we move on to the Colts at 14. I'm not going to go through every pick. I went through every pick on last week's show, and we got rounds 4, 5, 6, and 7, where I'm going to go over pick by pick. But I'm going to give you the Niners defensive line quickly. Nick Bosa and Yetur Gross-Matos are the starting defensive ends. At defensive tackle, you have Jordan Elliott of the Browns replacing Malik Collins, and you have Evan Anderson, who went undrafted last year, starting next to Jordan Elliott. That is a That's Bosa's supporting cast. Bosa might get quadruple teamed with how bad that supporting cast is. That is why you have to go defensive end and defensive tackle with your first two picks. You have to. It's not even a choice. If Elliott's your DT1 and Yetur Gross-Matos is your edge next to Bosa, you got to start with the trenches. You got to start with the defensive line. Yeah, and if you neglect that position and you're a 49ers fan, you should march into John Lynch's office like John Taffer on Bar Rescue and demand his job, because this is just unacceptable. It's unacceptable to the point where even Joey and I can identify the glaring flaws on the team. It's like shit. Yeah, I like John Lynch. He's a smart guy, but neglecting this defensive line is inexcusable. And the backups to Jordan Elliott and undrafted Evan Anderson are Kevin Givens and Kalia Davis. Not bad backups, but they feel like guys who should be competing for roster spots at this point. They feel like third stringers in backup roles, and Elliott and Anderson feel like backups in starter roles. So when your D-tackle room is that dire, and you have Yetur Gross-Matos, a guy who shows very little effort, next to Bosa, that spells let's triple team Nick Bosa or quadruple team him and dare the rest of the defensive line to get to our quarterback. I think that's what most offensive coordinators are thinking when they see that defensive line. If I'm wrong, feel free to elaborate. Because the way I see this right now, they want Elliott to be the every down defensive tackle, and they want Anderson. They want an undrafted guy who went undrafted last year to play 20 snaps, and the other two defensive tackles get 5 to 7 snaps. And Those backups should be getting 2 snaps at best, and the other guys should be getting like 5 to 8 snaps. So yeah, you got to upgrade the defensive line if you're San Francisco. I was going to mock a receiver at 11 because it was the best player on my board, but then I looked at the defensive line. I'm like, holy crap. Yetur Gross-Matos, Evan Anderson, Jordan Elliott, that's who's starting next to Bosa. Yeah, this has got to get cleaned up. It's got to get cleaned up right out of the gate. I know the 49ers need a right tackle upgrade over Colton McKivitz, but you cannot neglect that defensive line. Yeah, here's what's going to happen. If they neglect the defensive line in the first 2 rounds of the draft, John Lynch will end up firing Shanahan, and Shanahan will probably go on to succeed him. And the scenario that one YouTuber pitched where Andy Reid retires and Shanahan succeeds him in Kansas City, that actually becomes a reality if the 49ers neglect the defensive line. That actually has an outside shot of happening. I'm not saying it will, but I'm saying it has an outside shot of happening if you neglect the defensive line. I went with Watts at 13 for a very simple reason. Holland's left, and you have your starting safeties are Ifeatu Melifonwu, who lost the strong safety job to Brian Branch, and Ashton Davis, who was the Jets' free safety last year when injuries occurred. Both are good veteran stopgaps, but neither's a long-term guy. If you love one of these safeties, whether it's Watts, Eamon, Warrior, Starks, you got to get your guy at 13. And Watts is my number 1 safety, but that's the very straightforward bottom line. I know the Colts need a tight end. I don't think Malik Collins brings any value to the Browns. I felt like he was the most expendable piece in the defensive line. But the 49ers, I think they had Hargrave last year. He was a free agent. And I think they had Leonard Floyd, but they cut him because he was getting up. I don't know. They cut him. He had 1 year left on his deal. I don't think they should have cut him, but they did to save cap space and because they probably have to pay Brock Purdy. John Lynch I don't think Lynch wanted to cut Floyd, but he probably did for cautionary reasons because he wants to. And here's what's happening. Brock Purdy turned down $120 million. I know this is a little off topic. We already talked about San Francisco, but we're hearing Brock Purdy turned down a $120 million contract extension that was offered to him by Lynch and Shanahan. So was that a 3-year, $40 million deal? Is that a 4-year, $30 million deal? What was he offered? I would like the logistics of that. We know it's not a 2-year, $60 million contract that pays $60 a year, because if it was, Purdy would have signed that shit. Okay? Purdy would have signed that. So it's obviously a 3 or 4-year contract worth $120 million total that he turned down. Because if it was a 2-year contract, he'd be getting $60 million a year, and he would have signed the papers. But hey, maybe. I'm not even sure Purdy's worth that much. As much as I like him, I feel like he's a 100, 110 type guy. 120, that's a little bit too much. He turned down $120 million. My guess is it's a 3-year deal, but there's a possibility it could be a 4-year deal. Because here's the thing: if it's a 3-year deal, you're only paying $30 million. It looks like you're lowballing him. It's probably a 3-year deal, $120 million, worth $40 million a year. That's probably what Purdy turned down. And $40 million's the max that I'd pay for Purdy. $40 million is the absolute maximum I would pay for Purdy. So if that's the thought process, take Shedeur Sanders and let Purdy walk. I know it sounds stupid, but that's where I'm at with this. Because Kyle Shanahan might actually be able to get through to Shedeur Sanders. For as many flaws as he has, Kyle Shanahan's the one coach that I trust with Shedeur Sanders. He's one of 5 head coaches I would trust with Shedeur Sanders. Well, maybe Purdy thinks he's worth $50 million because he took the Niners to a Super Bowl. And if he won that game, he would have gotten $50 million, but he didn't. Doesn't matter that it was an overtime. He didn't win the game, so he's not going to get $50 million. That's the bottom line. Yeah, but Purdy's a far better player than Dilfer. I just don't think that's the best comparison to use in this context. I agree with the thought process. I agree with your thought process, but I don't think it's the best. But it's probably the most familiar context. Yeah. Because not only am I thinking about taking Shedeur at 11 if I'm San Francisco, I'm looking at if the Steelers are stupid enough to give me 21 for Purdy, I'm moving him. He can go play for Pittsburgh. He can go play for Tomlin. He'll realize that offense is nothing compared to Shanahan's offense. And I can just reload at quarterback and get more draft picks. I know it sounds stupid. What I'm thinking sounds stupid, but that is what I'm thinking internally after hearing Brock Purdy turn down $40 million a year. Because not only do I think the Steelers would give up 21 for Brock Purdy in the draft, I actually think they would overpay him too, like Jared Goff with the Rams. I actually believe the Steelers are dumb enough to do that. And they're one of the best organizations in football. But I think they are gullible enough to make a blunder like that. I don't know why. Probably because Purdy took the Niners to a Super Bowl. But I think they are the one team, and they're desperate for a quarterback. So
they had a few really solid quarterbacks, and then they ended up with Roethlisberger, which they went from Hall of Famer, a really solid guy, to Hall of Famer. Now they went from that to Purdy and Tyler Hill. Oh, this guy got came for the Super Bowl.
the Steelers are desperate for a quarterback. And most teams wouldn't trade a first-round pick for Purdy, but Pittsburgh's the lone exception because the odds are they won't get a QB as good as Purdy at 21. And 2, he's a guy they'd be willing to give an extension to, but it would age about as bad as Goff with the Rams, because Goff with the Rams did not age well, but at least the Rams with Goff had McVay. Arthur Smith is not on Shanahan or McVay's level. As good as he is as an OC, he is not on their level, not only as an offensive mind, but as a head coach. He's just not on their level. Those guys are like black belts. He's a white belt or an orange belt. I'm trying to think of the right karate term. But, yeah.
You know, they're dealing with the Bengals at Browns. The Browns are more than likely going to get their franchise guy one way or another in this draft.
Or in the next draft, because the next draft's better. Next draft's better than this one. Aller, Nussmeier, Arch Manning. I think they're going to get their guy in 2026. If Haslam allows Barry to run the team after this year, they're going to take a 2-year rebuild. The Browns are going to take a 2-year rebuild so they can contend by 2026. That's what's going to happen. If Haslam actually gives Barry 2 years and owns what he says, that's what's going to end up happening. But
I don't really give Bill Harris the benefit of the doubt but the still saying is that these guys going after their franchise quarterback and Steelers are still fucking saying after having 40 years, almost 50 years of fucking going the whole thing playing quarterback.
And they're desperate. And I just think, I know it sounds crazy, but if I'm the 49ers and Brock Purdy does not want $40 million a year, why not draft Shadur and see if you can get a 21 for Brock Purdy? Because I think the Steelers would give up 21 for Purdy because he took the Niners to a Super Bowl. I don't think it would age well, but I think they would, because they're that desperate. Even in the thought process of trading your franchise quarterback. In most circumstances, I'm completely against this, but Purdy doesn't want $40 million. I think $40 million is the most you pay him. He doesn't want $1. He wants $1 more than that. I think you have to entertain the idea of making an upgrade at the right time. It's hard. It's hard because when you have a quarterback that takes you to Super Bowl, you feel like you owe them. You feel like you have to pay them. That's what makes this so hard. Mason Rudolph didn't work out. Russell Wilson was okay until the playoffs. They had Fields at the beginning of the year. Kenny Pickett. Nothing they've done has worked. I gave the Colts Kelvin Banks. Very simple thought process. If you don't want to extend Bernard Raymond at left tackle, who's gotten better each year, just draft a new left tackle and reload, because then you'd have a left tackle in a rookie deal. You'd have a center in a rookie deal. Matt Goncalves, the right tackle to Pittsburgh you drafted last year, is going to be the right guard. You'd have 3 offensive linemen in a rookie deal, and the only guys that be getting paid are Nelson and Smith. So for those next few years, next 2 or 3 years, the only contracts you have to worry about extending are Nelson and Smith. And then you can keep everyone on team-friendly deals until their contracts come up. And it buys you a little bit of time. I gave the Colts Kelvin Banks. I do have a friend who's a Colts fan. She loves Kelvin Banks, and I know the Colts need a tight end more than a left tackle, but if you're not going to pay Bernard Raymond, your third-round pick, who I had a first-round grade on, if you're not going to extend him this offseason, do him a favor and do Richardson a favor and upgrade your left tackle spot. And if you draft him, you can trade Raymond and maybe get something for him, whether it's a day 3 pick or a third. Maybe you get a third back or maybe you get a second back because Raymond's good. But the problem is you got Braden Smith's contract up in 2027 and I think Nelson's going to be a UFA in 28. I don't know. It's going to be it's 27 or 28. A lot of time has passed since Nelson first got extended. So I have to think he's coming up near the end of his contract. I haven't looked it up. But the point is, if you have a center and right guard on a rookie deal for 3 years, you have Banks on a rookie deal for 4 years with a 5th-year option. The only guys you have to worry about becoming UFAs are Braden Smith and Nelson. And I'll look up the contracts for those two really quickly. And then I'll get to then I'll get to the rest of the first round because we've already gone over these picks. We've already gone over a lot of the same. Every pick in this mock draft is the exact same as last week. So I don't want to spend too much time on that. If it's the exact same as last week and there's no change, no substance. I did put Igbuka on the Cardinals. So Nelson and Braden Smith are both I think Braden Smith and Nelson are both UFAs in 2027. So really, you're going to have to extend those guys next offseason. So if you draft a left tackle, you don't have to pay your lot. You don't have to. You can keep your guy. You can keep Bortolini, Goncalves, and Kelvin Banks in rookie deals, and then you can extend both Smith and Nelson without losing either lineman. Which in the grand scheme of things, oh no, Braden Smith's a UFA next year, and Nelson's a 2026 UFA. Braden Smith's a 26 UFA, and Nelson is a 2027 UFA. So in that scenario, yeah, you are going to have to extend Nelson next offseason. You're going to have to extend Nelson before you keep Smith, because if you only have enough cap space to keep Smith or Nelson, Smith's the odd man out because Nelson's a top 5 guard. And that's a horrible situation to be in, Joey. That's a horrible situation to be in because in the ideal world, you want to keep both guys. But and the fact that the Colts GM Ballard has not made an attempt to extend Braden Smith, that tells me they're prioritizing Nelson over their other linemen, and they're probably going to because they did the same thing with Ryan Kelly. Ryan Kelly was in the final year of his contract last year. They drafted another center to develop behind him, and Bortolini was top 5 in pass blocking in his 2 starts. So I'm just saying that probably tells me that the Colts are moving on from Braden Smith, because if you want to bring back, I'm guessing the Colts want to bring back Raymond, and they want to bring back, Raymond's in the final year of his rookie deal too. So they want to bring back one of those two, probably whichever guy takes a team-friendly deal, and whichever guy takes the more team-friendly deal, and then they extend Nelson. That's what I'm guessing the Colts are going to do. They like both Raymond and Smith, but they're only going to bring back one, and they're going to bring back the guy who's willing to take less money in addition to Nelson. That's my guess. That's my educated hypothesis on what the Colts are going to do, and that makes sense. The Colts let Will Fries walk, and to be fair, Matt Goncalves was decent in relief of Raymond when Raymond had missed some games with some concussions. He was not great, but he was decent as a left tackle. So if you're moving him to right guard, maybe he'll be good as a right guard. Maybe he'll be a better guard than a tackle. I don't know. Matt Goncalves never played guard at Pitt, so he was mainly a tackle. But maybe he'll be better as a guard in the NFL. We'll see. But that is what the Colts depth chart says currently, that Goncalves is the right guard. They could take Booker here, too. They could take Booker here and play him next to Nelson. And if they didn't want to pay Nelson, they could extend their tackles this summer. That could also be an option. But I got Tyler Booker on the Bengals at 17. And mainly because they hired an interior. What's up, Joey? We're never going to get to round 4 at the rate with all these rants. I know you want to rant. Okay.
With all the shuffling of the interior offensive line, does this impact? You think this has impacted Anthony Richardson's development? The center and the interior guard are detrimental.
Well, the 2 games Bortolini started in relief of Ryan Kelly when he was injured, Joe Flacco, I believe, was the quarterback in those games, not Richardson. So Bortolini and Richardson might not have any chemistry, because I'm pretty certain Bortolini started weeks 4 and 5, and I think Flacco started both of those games due to Richardson being injured. I could be wrong on that, Joey, but I'm pretty sure that's the case.
And it could affect the development of your second quarterback in that situation.
Yeah, because I'm pretty certain Flacco I think Richardson got injured in week 3 and missed 2 games and came back in week 6. And I think Bortolini started in weeks 4 and 5 when he was ranked in the top 5 in PFF, meaning he was hiking the ball to Flacco, not Richardson, which I never really considered until you just brought it up a few minutes ago. Walter Nolan was the best player on my board at 17, but Bengals, I gave him Booker because Bengals have 4 defensive tackles, and I just, I like, as much as I like Cordell Volson, he's in the final year of his rookie deal. And I like Cody Ford as a backup, but not as a starter. And I just think Booker's an upgrade at either guard spot. So that was the thought process for the Bengals. They also got Callahan's assistant, who's an interior, specializes in the interior offensive line. So that was the thought process in Booker. Most of these picks are exactly the same as last week. I still have Walter Nolan to Denver. I still have Matthew Golden to Pittsburgh, but Jason Bannell and Tony Mario both have Jackson Dart to Pittsburgh. I know in the mock you did, Dart went to Pittsburgh. And I think the Steelers the smart decision would be to get a receiver at 21 and a quarterback at 83. But Bannell's hearing the Steelers may go defensive line and neglect quarterback. Albright's hearing Denver will either trade down or take a running back. And if they neglect a running back, it's going to be a defensive lineman, not a receiver. So I feel a lot more confident in my Walter Nolan pick, knowing that nugget from Benjamin Albright.
That goes right on what I've been hearing, is that teams do not see minuscule differences in the second quarterback or the sixth quarterback. It's like they see star power in one based on athletic ability, they see star power in another based on arm strength, but there's nothing that is separate the 2 through 6 quarterback. So if you don't see,
I've got a second on Sanders. A third on Ewers, who's my 3rd best QB, a 3rd on Dart, who's my 4th best QB, and a 3rd on Milroe, who's my 5th best QB. I've got a 3rd on Howard, a late 3rd, mid to late 3rd. I got a mid 3rd on Howard, but I mocked him in the late 3rd. And then I've got Gabriel at 7. And those are the only 7 guys that I can see developing into starters. Everybody else is a backup. Kyle McCord, Tyler Show, Riley Leonard probably get drafted, but probably NFL backups. That's honestly how I see this class. But most people I've talked to see Gabriel as a backup. But I did give Gabriel a potential grade of 92 out of 99, but his floor is below 70, and that usually means at least 1, maybe 2 years of development until his floor is a little higher and he's got a little bit more seasoning, a little bit more experience. You got to pepper that seasoning in when you're dealing with QBs with low floors like Gabriel.
I like a little bit of Italian people on that, but I like a little more spicy, which is probably why I like Gabriel a little bit more. But the two, this, that's the main reason why you're hearing that Pittsburgh may pass on it because there's not much difference. Just like you said, a little bit of pepper, a little bit of Italian seasoning. What do you prefer? Do you prefer the pepper? Do you prefer the Italian seasoning? Do you prefer the salt? That's basically what you're looking at.
Yeah. I gave the Texans a defensive tackle over an offensive lineman in round one, and the thought process was, well, you have Sheldon Rankins and Tim Settle. I like Rankins as a starter. Tim Settle, I've always viewed him as more of a high-end backup defensive tackle. So if Kenneth Grant's there, you take Kenneth Grant. You get a day one starter next to Rankins on a rookie deal because Daniel Hunter's in the final year of his contract. Will Anderson's entering year 3 of his rookie deal. You're going to have to put a 5th-year option on him and Stroud next year. So you're in a tough spot. And I just think upgrading defensive tackle after paying Stingley, because I think Stingley got some ridiculous number. I think it was it $30 million a year Stingley got? I think he got 3 years, $90 million, $30 million a year. Yeah.
I like Grant. I think Grant is going to be a very good player. I don't think Grant is the pass rusher that his teammate is, or a couple of the other defensive tackles.
Yeah, he's my 4th defensive tackle. There's a lot of people that have Grant as DT2, but I have Nolan at 20, and I have Deion Walker at 24. And I know Deion Walker's pad level's too high, but he is consistently winning pass rush reps. And a lot of people are overlooking that because they're just repulsed by his pad level. He was winning pass rush reps consistently on tape last year. But because people are so turned off by his pad level, they're overlooking that. You saw the tape, Joey. He was winning rip and swim moves consistently as a pass rusher, but the pad level is what irritates people with Walker.
Well, I said this on Andrew Jackson, or on Andrew Jackson. I can't. He was.
I know the tackles for loss and QB pressures on the stat sheet were down, but he was getting triple teamed and he was still getting past the line of scrimmage, which says more about the player than the stats. The tape shows that.
Orlando Jones was not the player that technically sound intended at the way he did everything wrong. But he was still, I said at the time, he was still going to be the best offensive tackle in the class.
Yeah, and I think I had Brown as OT3. I had McGlinchey at 1. I had Okorafor at 2, and I had Brown at 3. And most people had Brown at like OT7 or 8 in 2018. Joey and I both remember. We both knew that was bullshit. Okay, we could sniff that out like a cop's watchdog. We could sniff that out like a cop. That's not the best analogy because nobody wants to sniff shit. I don't care who you are. I don't care if you're a human or if you're a watchdog working for the FBI. Nobody in their right mind wants to sniff shit. The talent's there. The tape is there. I mean, he was winning triple teams against South Carolina and still getting pressure. Maybe not sacking the quarterback, but getting the line of scrimmage and doing enough to where he rattled Lenoris Sellers. And people are saying Lenoris Sellers is better than Jalen Milroe. If he's better than Milroe, why did he get rattled by Deion Walker so easily after he was triple teamed?
When you look at it and
And Blaine, another Rams fan on X that follows me along with Jake Ellenbogen, but Blaine, he's another Rams fan. He wants Sellers. He does not want Milroe to be the successor to Stafford. He wants Sellers. I think Sellers is worse at progressions than Anthony Richardson was because I just see a one-read guy. With Richardson, I was at least seeing multiple reads in his early tape against Georgia. Maybe that changed as he got to his draft year and he got to the NFL. But when he first played against Georgia, I was seeing 5-6 progressions, and I saw someone who could be a star with the right development. I don't see that with Sellers at all. I think he's much further behind in his mental game than Richardson was. Lenore Sellers. Maybe I'm stupid for thinking, but we pretty much agree on Sellers in that respect. Very good arm, but maybe just as good as Richardson from an arm talent standpoint, but the mental game is worse than Richardson. I think it's worse than Milroe, too. He's got a lot of work to do to clean that part of his game up. Yep. I gave the Chiefs Connerly, but one thing I'm hearing from the Chiefs is that they are looking at 5 players at 31. This is from a Chiefs insider. Josh Simmons, Ohio State. Luther Burden, Missouri. They are looking at Maxwell Hairston, cornerback, Kentucky. They're looking at Josh Connerly, left tackle, Oregon, who I mocked the Chiefs at 31. And they are also looking at, this is a surprise, Trey Amos, cornerback, Ole Miss. Those are the 5 the Chiefs have reportedly narrowed it down to. Connerly, Simmons, Luther Burden, Maxwell Hairston, Trey Amos. Very interesting top 5 for the AFC champion Chiefs to narrow their board down to. But that's just what an insider tweeted earlier this week, or Chiefs insider that follows me. So that's a very interesting top 5 for the Chiefs because that's not the top 5 you'd expect them to narrow it down to. I guess with the tackles, you'd expect that, and Burden's a hometown guy, so I can see why Burden's in their top 5. He's 8th on my board. I can see why Burden's in their top 5, but the other 2, the corners from the SEC, are kind of surprise choices. I do think a number 2 corner is an upgrade. I know they've got guys they drafted in day 3. But after last year's Super Bowl, I'm at the point where you got to get a replacement to Snead next to McDuffie on a rookie deal. I'm at that crossing point. But, that's the top 5 for the Chiefs. That's going to make things very interesting come draft day. But I still have Connerly to the Chiefs. I have Harmon to the Bills. And look, Connerly wouldn't get the job at left tackle outright. He'd have to beat out Jalen Moore for the job. And if he does, Moore moves to left guard. If Moore remains the left tackle, you would probably move Kingsley Suamadi to left guard and hope he works out at guard. And then the Eagles got Nick Scorton at 32. So nothing's changed in my first round outside of few picks. I'm gonna quickly go through round 2 because there's no QBs in round 2. I mocked Simmons to the Browns in round 2. I'm just a big proponent in keeping a right tackle. If you play right tackle in high school for 4 years, and then you play college at right tackle for 4 years, I'm keeping you at right tackle in the NFL if a better player's on the board. And as much as I like DeJuan Jones, I think Simmons at left tackle is better, not just short term, but long term than Jones. And that's what.
My thought is like you had Jones at right tackle, but Simmons at left tackle when Ohio State was in 2 years ago. 5 guys, you can get that combination again.
Well, they had Paris Johnson and DeJuan Jones. Paris Johnson and DeJuan Jones were in the draft, but Simmons was the swing tackle to those two. But your thought process outside of that's correct. They were teammates, but he was the backup to Paris Johnson. But They were part of the offensive line room at Ohio State. Regardless, the chemistry will be impeccable. And I just feel like if you can get one of these left tackles, any of these four, Campbell, Banks, Connerly, or Simmons, if you can get any of those four at 33, and then you get a quarterback at 67. Because it's a gamble. This is a big gamble that I'm taking. But if you can pull off a coup d'etat like that, you can get the Browns back to the playoffs as early as this year. But only if you get the players and you develop them, which both things have to happen. If you can't get both of those things to happen, you're probably looking at he's head coach at Rice. If you can't get both those things to happen, you're probably looking at a 2-year rebuild. That's what I told Jeff, a Cleveland Browns insider that follows me on Twitter, and he liked the tweet and agreed with me that the Browns would have to pull off the type of draft I'm suggesting if they want to make the playoffs this year. I gave the Giants Donovan Jackson, who I had at 31 on my board ahead of Simmons. But the reason I did is because Yahoo called John Runyon Jr. their worst 2024 free agent. Well, I found out a little nugget before Tony Mario, who's usually ahead of me when it comes to free agent cap space, cap cut nuggets. Well, John Runyon Jr., you can cut him. He saves $9,250,000. You can cut John Runyon Jr. and save $9,250,000. Would you rather keep John Runyon Jr. and have to pay him between $9 and $14 million, or would you rather have Donovan Jackson on a rookie deal in the second round? Donovan Jackson on a rookie deal in the second round. That is a no freaking brainer. I think Jackson could beat out Runyon for the left guard job as a rookie right now. That's how highly I am on Jackson. I think we both are that high on Jackson. So if that's the case, you got to take Jackson. Yeah, because I checked Spot Track. You could save $9,250,000 if you cut John Runyon next year, and you're paying John Runyon $11,750,000, almost $12 million a year. You're only going to have to pay Donovan Jackson a fraction of that, maybe a tenth of that, because he's probably not going to make $1 million the rookie year, but years 2 through 4, he's probably going to make $1 million. Looking at the rookie pay scale, that's probably what you're getting with Donovan Jackson over 4 years versus Runyon. And it's really a no-brainer when you look at the cost control. Would you rather have the 31st player in the draft for under $1 million his rookie year and then slowly $1 million, $2 million, or would you rather have John Runyon Jr. for $11,750,000? I think I would rather have Jackson for only $1 to $3 million a year for those 3 years after the rookie season. I think that's a no-brainer from a cost control standpoint. It's a drop in the bucket. Yeah, Restrepo. I went with Restrepo to the Raiders. Donovan Izaraku to the Patriots. I gave the Bears Tez Johnson. They have Rome Odunze as the number 2, but who's the slot receiver next to Moore and Odunze? Gave the Jets Membu in round 2. I'm not high on Membu at all, but at the same token, he didn't give up any sacks. I am somewhat of a realist. I'm not going to go in depth with all my round 2 picks. Because I got round 4, 5, 6 picks I didn't go over last week. So I'm just weeding out the number 50. Here's a fun scenario. I went over it with William. You weren't here. You were drinking beer when I went over this scenario. But I gave the Seahawks O'Marion Hampton at 50. And think about it. You can trade Kenneth Walker or let him walk after his rookie deal if you draft Hampton. You can keep Charbonnet on his rookie deal for 2 more years. He remains a change of pace back. You just draft O'Mary and Hampton and you reload your backfield. And you have another really good running back on a rookie deal. I like Kenneth Walker, but if Hampton falls to 50, he would be the best player available on the board by far and away at that point in the draft. And at that point, you would have to pull the trigger on Hampton and let Walker walk, because I think Walker's been injured too much to earn an extension if Hampton's still on the board. I'm not opposed to extending Walker, but the guy I want, if Hampton's there at 50 and you haven't extended Walker yet, I'm committed to Hampton from that point. It's nothing against Walker. It's just the nature of the beast.
I agree with your line of thinking. I do like it. The thing is, with Walker, you have a problem with the offensive line. He's injured.
I actually gave the Seahawks an offensive lineman at 52, Dylan Fairchild, the Georgia left guard. He fell to the Seahawks at 52, so they got him with the Steelers pick, and they got Hampton. So they were able to kill 2 birds with 1 stone.
With the thing with Walker is when he's healthy, he's a top 8 running back in the NFL. Question is, how do you keep him healthy? And Hampton, you don't have as much. So there you go. I like the second on it.
And you don't have to play Hampton in year 1 either. If you want to keep that wear and tear at a high level, you want to keep that mileage at a high level. You don't have to play him year 1. So that's the other thing. Packers got Landon Jackson. I know the Packers draft I did was weird. I gave the Packers Tate Ratledge, the Georgia right guard, in round 1. I went Austin Jackson. We went over the Ursary pick last week. Ravens got Benjamin Morrison. Benjamin Morrison to the Ravens. The reason I went this route is because I already gave the Ravens a Colston Loveland in the first round with Mark Andrews, Likely, and Kolar all in contract years. I went Colston Loveland at 27, but Morrison might beat out Awuzie because you still have Nate Wiggins and you still have Marlon Humphrey, but you signed Chidobe Awuzie to replace Brandon Stevens. And Brandon Stevens was great in 2023. He was an absolute liability in 2024. And Awuzie is good enough to where I believe he's an okay stopgap. But if you get a player of Morrison's caliber, you pull the trigger. And I think Morrison would beat out Awuzie for the nickel job. But, I mean, Awuzie would be that ideal mentor for a guy like Morrison entering the league. Lions ended up with Stutzman. Gray Zabel ended up on the Bills. I have Zabel listed as a backup left tackle, but that's only because the Bills have all 5 starters back. Dawkins at left tackle, David Edwards at left guard, McGovern at center, Torrance at right guard, Spencer Brown at right tackle. Logistically, you could put Zabel in at left guard and move on from Edwards if you took Zabel here at 62. Denzel Burke, the Chiefs, and then the Eagles. Next, round 3. Not going to spend a lot of time on round 3. I'll quickly recap what I did with the QB run began here. Quinn Ewers, the Giants, for 1 year as a backup to Wilson and Winston. I went Jonas Savannah. I have a late second on Jonas Savannah, but here's the thing. The Chiefs can buy out Jawan Taylor in 2026, and they save $20 million in cap space. So if Jonas Savannah falls to 66, you have to pick him. You can redshirt him if you want to keep Taylor as a starter, but you're going to save $20 million by buying out Jawan Taylor, who was decent in Jacksonville on a rookie deal, but has been absolutely awful in Kansas City. I'm getting $20 million to get rid of Jawan Taylor. That is probably one of the easier decisions Brett Veach has had to make as general manager. That's a very easy decision to make.
Chris, I want to make a general statement about all the quarterbacks that are going to go in round 3. Okay. One of the big things I've seen about them is they take it shift up, they go back 3 steps, the ball is down below their arm. On their arm. Will cost me one. Like, if I do that, I hope that football jumps around
Yeah, and I'll.
off my shoulder. It's just a quick boom. It's something I told people from the motor shop the other day. It's like, boom. It's boom over the. You want that thing out quick. You want the function behind it. You want the snap. That's what the quarterback all about. Is that a whole point of one kind of control. Like grip hold the arm here. If I take that thing up close to your shoulder, you don't even have to have it up where I need closer to your neck, but just have it up to your shoulder. And squeeze it the boom. And the boom adds ball strength. It adds quickness. It adds relief.
But yeah, I get it. I will get to the quarterbacks, but I want to get your quick thoughts on the Jawan Taylor situation. Do you agree that's an easy buyout decision? Like, there's not even a discussion. It's a pretty open and shut case. Because you're saving $20 million to get rid of your worst lineman. That's a lot of money. You can do a lot with that money. If Kelsey wants to come back for one more year, you could sacrifice Taylor to bring back Kelsey for one more year in the hypothetical that Kelsey wanted to play one more year after this season. I don't think he does. I think this will be Kelsey's last season, but hypothetically speaking, if he wanted to come back for one more year after the season, you could sacrifice Taylor to make that happen, which is well worth it. They're opening up a restaurant together. You know they're opening up a restaurant together. It's going to be called 1587 Steakhouse. They are going to be business partners. So if the mental edge in Mahomes and Kelsey declines on the football field, it's probably because they're invested in other things like their like the New Heights podcast, their relationships with their partners, and the restaurant. Because running that restaurant's a tough business. My parents ran a restaurant. But yeah, that's the name of the restaurant. It's going to be called 1587 Steakhouse. That's going to be the name of the restaurant. And it's going to look like the outside of the entrance to Arrowhead. That's what the restaurant, like the outside of the restaurant is going to look like the entrance to a football stadium where you walk in through a tunnel locker room. But that's the concept for the restaurant, 1587. You know, there was an episode of Bar Rescue where John Taffer, the Bar Rescue guy, he went to Marshawn Lynch's bar. Marshawn Lynch owns a bar that his nephews run, and he pays for the nephews to run the restaurant, but the Marshawn Lynch's nephews were not doing a good job running the bar. So John Taffer goes to the bar that Marshawn Lynch owns. It's a pretty cool episode of Bar Rescue. So if you ever want to watch Bar Rescue on Paramount Plus, that is the one I would recommend, the Marshawn Lynch episode. But yeah, do you think Patrick Mahomes is a control freak that's secretly thinking, Travis Kelce, bitch, you're going to retire when I say you're retired? Mahomes is not secretly thinking that. He's not going to say that to Kelce out of respect and admiration for him, but he's not secretly thinking that. You're probably going to tell me he is secretly thinking that. But yeah, let's get back the QB run. Jackson Dart, I have him to the Browns at 67. There's a lot of people that, and look, he's great with 1-step and 3-step drops, but the thing I've noticed is he struggles with 5-step and 7-step drops. You force him to make a 5-step or 7-step throw in the pocket, he gets happy feet. And he panics. Yeah, Jackson Dart did make all 6 progressions on a completion against Kentucky, but that was his best game of the year. And his worst game of the year against Florida, I'd say he was only making 1 to 2 reads. And he's making about 3 to 4 against Georgia. Is that accurate from what you saw with Dart? And Ole Miss has a receiver I compared to Tyreek Hill in this draft. That is a late-round pick, maybe an undrafted free agent. That guy makes Dart look a lot better than he actually is. And that's going to be one of the day 3 picks I get in depth with. You're already excited. You're like, Chris, can we fast forward a bit? Can we get to the Tyreek Hill guy now? You're probably thinking, he doesn't have Hill's upside, but he reminds me of Hill in terms of speed. And he's on Ole Miss. Yeah.
I am really excited about, this QB class and breaking it down, but I think that I would agree 5-step drop. And I can tell you, as I'm doing it, what those things, what they need to be doing, what they should be doing. And I get really excited about that because I don't think we do that as much in the last time. I had getting the deal.
Raiders get Devin Neal over a QB. Patriots get Horton. And then the next QB was Milroe to the Steelers. We did a whole rant about that last week when William was here. I'm not going to dive too much in depth with it.
In the NFL in 2 years. We just leave Devin Neal and remember his name.
Devin Neal's 64th on my big board. That's why this was such a tough decision, because I gave the Raiders Restrepo in round 2 and Mason Graham in round 1. So if you have Jalen Milroe, the top QB on your board, and you have Devin Neal, the only second-round player on your board, and you need a quarterback and a running back, I say you get the running back first. You can either trade up for a QB or you can roll the dice on Geno Smith, Aiden O'Connell, and Dylan Gabriel in the 4th round. Because even if Gabriel doesn't pan out, you get him in the 4th round, you can draft a QB in 2026 or 2027. And that's your future starter instead of Gabriel. Because it's very low risk, high reward to take Gabriel at that point if you have O'Connell and Geno ahead of him short term. It's very low risk in that situation. Yeah, I mocked Martinez to Jacksonville at 88 last week because I was thinking he would push both Etienne and Bigsby for playing time, but he might actually beat out both guys if it goes down the way I think it will, and the Jags get Martinez at 88 in round 3. It might. Chiefs got Riley Mills. Vikings got Dorian Strong. The Vikings only have 4 picks in this draft. 24, 97, the first comp pick. They do have the first comp pick. Vikings are going to have 97 again next year because Sam Darnold signed with Seattle. If there's anything we've learned from the former Andrew Berry's assistant GM, sign a QB to a 1-year deal, let him walk, you get a 3rd-round comp pick. That's the strategy here, is to try to find the best bridge quarterback and then to let him walk to get a 3rd-round comp pick. If there's anything the Vikings have taught me. What? It's worked 2 years in a row. It's at the point where other teams need to start copying the Vikings. Because the Vikings are going to have 97 this year for losing Kirk Cousins, and they're going to have 97 in 2026 for losing Sam Darnold. If there's anything the Vikings have taught me, find the best bridge quarterback and let him walk and then get 97 in a future draft. That's the strategy. Other teams need to start copying the Vikings. I know I'm joking, but I'm also being kind of serious too. No, they're not going to trade for Cousins, Joey. I'm saying the Vikings signed Cousins. They let him walk at the right time. They got rewarded with pick 97 in this year's draft. They let Darnold walk. They're going to get rewarded with 97 in 2026. So if you're one of these teams and you want pick 97, the goal is to find the best bridge quarterback in free agency and to let them walk after a year. No. I did not say that at all. I did not say. I was looking at what the Vikings did by letting the player walk and cashing in on the comp pick. It's a genius strategy, and I'm trying to figure out why more teams aren't applying that strategy. First comp pick in the draft can get you a really good player. So if you have a system on how to get the first comp pick in the draft, you should apply it more frequently. So the Vikings are going to have 97 this year and next year because they let Darnold and Cousins walk in back-to-back years. So they're going to have 97 next year too. All right. Finally, on round 4 of my mock, I gave the Titans Jordan Birch. They need a 34 left end to complement Jeffrey Simmons and Tavondre Sweat. We were both higher on Jordan Birch than Dorless last year. This is a good spot for Birch. He is in my top 100, but he fell to day 3. And this is a good spot for him. This is a very good spot for Jordan Birch at pick 103. Because then you have a really good interior with Simmons, Sweat, and Birch. And 2 of those guys are on rookie deals. So. Okay, Browns got Jay Higgins. My thought process here was if you get Hunter, you get left tackle, you get a quarterback and a running back, you have a luxury pick here. This is a luxury pick at this spot. And with both Jordan Hicks and Jerome Baker in contract years, and I was telling you on the phone a few days ago, Jerome Baker for under $750,000 is highway robbery. It's like robbing the dollar store at gunpoint. That's how highway robbery Andrew Berry's move to bring in Baker for under $750,000 is. Because we both thought he was the Dolphins' best linebacker for many years. Never understood why they let him walk in the first place after his rookie deal. And you're getting him as a backup to Hicks for under $750,000 when he really does warrant $1 million, in my opinion. I'm not saying he warrants more than $1 million, maybe 1.1 tops, but under $750,000 is a bargain for him. And if you get Jay Higgins to learn under those 2 for a year, Higgins can take over, and you can have Higgins on even a cheaper deal than what you're paying either Hicks or Baker. And he's consistent in terms of being a tackling machine. He did enough to move into day 2, but he might fall to the 4th round for 2 reasons. One, the 4.8 240, and he continued to miss tackles on film. Like last year, in the fall of 2024, Higgins was missing about 4 to 5 tackles a game. He cut that down to 2. And to be fair, those 2 tackles he missed were against Ohio State. So in his defense, that is probably the toughest opponent he played. And his favorite linebackers to watch on film are Ray Lewis, Urlacher, Kuechly, Wagner, and Patrick Willis in that order. So he watches those guys religiously during their free time. That is a green light to draft Higgins for me. That's a green light. We're not even going to continue interviewing you. We know what we have. Let's get you. And you took Higgins in the 6th round, but
He is a tackling machine. He is a guy who
his technique's not perfect, but he cleaned it up enough to where I'm willing to gamble on him if he falls to day 3.
Oh yeah, he's got the instinct, he's got the tackling ability, has efficiency, if his lights off, higher up. But at the same time, when you watch him on tape, you see a guy who can be a special player. And, the potential is there. And that's why he's in the 4th round.
Okay. Quentin Cooley, I went with him to the Giants. He's consistent on tape. 2 seasons of over 1,200 yards at Liberty. Really was the catalyst of that offense. Had a preseason 3rd round grade. He could run the football, catch out of the backfield, demonstrate good ball carrier vision. Really, pass blocking is the only weakness in his game, but the height at 5'7", 225, the fact that he ran for 37 yards on a winless Kennesaw State team, the fact that he ran a 4.71 at Liberty's Pro Day, all of these variables lead to him potentially getting undrafted, but he does have 4th round tape. So is this too high for him? That's debatable. I did not like Tyrone Tracy in last year's draft, but you have Tracy, you have Devin Singletary back on a 1-year deal, and you also have Eric Gray back. And I think Cooley is an upgrade over all 3 of those running backs, as crazy as that sounds. That's why I mocked Cooley as high as I did. But it's not a big upgrade. Just based on tape alone, maybe the pro day, maybe the height, maybe the 40 time in his pro day turns you off a little bit, but just on tape alone, he is a 4th to 5th round talent. That is easily the case. And he was my top running back outside of Harvey. So I couldn't ignore the tape.
I mean, if you're just looking at pro day and freaking combine and all that, you're missing a lot of stuff that you don't know. So.
Exactly. Patriots, they got Ozzie Trapillo. I have a 3rd round grade on Ozzie Trapillo. I think he was actually the last player on my board with a 3rd round grade. I had him at 102 on my big board, but he fell to the Patriots at 106. So I said, you know what? We're going to get this guy to learn under Moses for a year because I love his he does everything well. He just doesn't do everything well consistently. He's more refined as a run blocker on running plays. His technique as a pass blocker is inconsistent, as both his pass blocking footwork and strength. He has plays where where his feet are square, he gets his hands on the defender, he's money. He also has plays where he's too slow to react. He doesn't move his feet quick enough. He doesn't keep his hands on the defender long enough to execute a block. So there is that potential to do everything and check off every box like Will Campbell. The problem is there's just not there consistently yet. So if you bring him in to learn under Moses for a year, maybe some of those deficiencies get cleaned up. And that was really the thought process here with Ozzie Trapillo at 106. I know there's some people that love Trapillo to the point where they want to throw him into the fire and make him a day 1 starter as a rookie. I don't agree with that. I love his potential, yes. but I think he's more of a high-end starter versus a Pro Bowler when the upside final product is there. And I also think there's some weaknesses to where you need to at least develop him for a year before throwing him out there. I do like his potential. I do think he will succeed, but I don't see him as a day one starter, and I think his ceiling's lower than scouts and people on social media are projecting. So that's why I went with Trapillo at 106. And that's a valid thought process if that's how you feel from intuition.
As a hand player, he's going to get his hands on you, just manhandle you. But if he doesn't get his hands on you, he doesn't hit you hard as a player at all. You have good hands.
Because there are some plays where he keeps your QB protected for 5 seconds, but there's other plays where the defender gets past, only needs a second to get past him. And that inconsistency is what scares me with Trapillo, but the potential's there. The pancake blocking, pull blocking, cut blocking, zone blocking. I've seen examples of every type of blocking from Trapillo, and he's played both left tackle and right tackle. I love the versatility, but I feel like he's more refined as a run blocker, and he needs to clean up his technique on pass protection. But the potential's there to be a good bookend to Will Campbell. It sounds like we both saw the same thing on tape. Either I'm going into too much detail or I'm not giving you enough detail to work with. But it seems like from what we watched with Trapillo's tape, it seems like we both saw the same thing. Yeah, the Jaguars got another corner at 107. They got Trey Amos. He fell. I think he's got a super high floor, but I think he's has the ceiling of an above average starter. There's some people that think Amos is going to be a Pro Bowler because he had double-digit deflections. And, I mean, I love his man coverage, but I don't think his zone and press is as good as his man coverage. He kind of reminds me of Emmanuel Forbes, to where I loved Emmanuel Forbes in man and zone, but I thought Forbes had issues with press coverage. I thought he had trouble tackling running backs consistently. I thought, there were some things with Forbes that I thought that needed to be cleaned up, and they weren't cleaned up in Washington. And there's a reason he was the first player in the 2023 draft to be cut after being drafted in the first round, Emmanuel Forbes. But I get a lot of Emmanuel Forbes vibes with Trey Amos, but Amos, he is great in man coverage. And if the Jaguars are taking him as a nickel corner here, or a guy who can learn under Jordan Lewis for a year and then become the nickel, this pick can work itself out. So I have Will Johnson and I have Trey Amos, but I think Amos works as a nickel corner in a man coverage scheme. Because if I give him an A in man, a B in zone, a C in press, you can make a corner that effective in a nickel role if the defense is a man coverage defense versus zone. Because if you got a corner who's that good in man, you can make them work as a man cover corner in a nickel defense. And I think that's exactly what role Amos would play with the Jaguars. Because Jaguars, I get more man vibes than zone. I could be wrong on that, but I have Kobe Bryant in the third round. I talked about Bryant last week. I have Bryant higher on my board too. Yeah, because I went through every single pick in last week's show. I'm not doing that this week to save time and because, I'll look at where I have him on the website server. I'm not going to reload round 3, but I'll look at where I put Kobe Bryant on the round 3 server because I had Jordan Hancock in round 3 I had Jordan Hancock to the Panthers as a nickel corner because right now the Panthers nickel corner is Cha Smith-Wade, their 5th round pick. And I liked him, but I don't think his upside's high. So we're bringing in Hancock to push him. Hancock's not going to get the job handed to him. He's going to earn it. Then Azaria Thomas went to the Patriots. I love Azaria Thomas in man zone and press. The problem is he doesn't always lock his eyes on the receiver. And Williams said he was kind of sloppy in the Senior Bowl too. And then I gave the Cardinals Kobe Bryant at 1 pick after I gave the Patriots Azaria Thomas. So I do have a little bit of a cornerback run at 77 and 78 in my mock draft, with Kobe Bryant going to Arizona at 78. Because he held his own against Travis Hunter at receiver on tape. The tape showed that. He is one of the few corners that actually held his own against Travis Hunter at receiver. So I give him credit for that. I gave Bryant an A in man, an A in zone, a D in press, but he can play in any coverage shell. You just have to get it. He just has to get stronger and I think his press coverage can improve from a D to maybe a B plus or a B if he hits the weight room and really puts the work in. Because I think that's coachable. And the fact that he's so sound in man and zone, that alone makes him draftable, in my opinion. But yeah, Dylan Gabriel to the Raiders. I gave the Bills Antoine Wells Jr. He looked like a Pro Bowl receiver in terms of upside at James Madison, but he hasn't played at that level in 3 years. But the Bills can roll the dice on Antoine Wells. It's the 4th round at this point in the draft. They have the Bills have Khalil Shakir, Josh Palmer from the Chargers, and Keon Coleman. If the Bills agree with me that Wells is raw but has Pro Bowl potential, they can roll the dice on him in the 4th round simply because of what they have short-term at wide receiver and simply because they have Josh Allen at quarterback. And if you get another steal, you look like a genius. You get another Shakir day 3 steal, you look like a genius. And if you don't, hey, you've got a serviceable depth receiver behind Shakir, Palmer, and Coleman this year, and maybe he has a bigger role after the year. But I feel like there's very little risk in Buffalo taking him. The only downfall is he only ran 3 routes. He ran a streak, a post route, and a curl route. Those are the only routes he had against Kentucky. He also had 2 drops, 4.85. So I mean, those are the drawbacks to Wells. But I feel like if you like the upside, he's a guy you can roll the dice on. Not saying he'll pan out. This pick at 110 is a surprise pick because most guys have an undrafted grade on him. But my top player on Cal is not Teddy Buchanan. It's not the safety. It is Xavier Carlton, the right outside linebacker. He's 6'6", 275. Didn't get a combine invite. Has a potential of 85, 99. Barely a starter. But here's the thing that makes Carlton special. He can play right end, 6'6", 275, but he's a right outside linebacker edge rusher at Cal. And he had 47 tackles, 11 tackles for a loss, 9 sacks, 8 quarterback hurries, and 1 deflection from a pass breakup this past season. And not only that, he could play 43 right outside linebacker, 34 right outside linebacker if you move to a 34, or you can stash him as a 43 right end for depth if you don't want to play him over Quincy Williams. So he could be a Swiss Army knife depth piece at both right end and right outside linebacker. So yeah, Carlton's a guy I'm super high on. I'm higher on him than any player on Cal's defense. And considering Cal's defense had 3 players at the combine, 3 players picked in the group mock, the fact that I'm higher on Carlton than those other 3 guys should say something. Tony Mario thinks he's going to go undrafted, but this is one player Tony, disagree on. And I'm kind of curious to pick your brain on Carlton. Yeah, and I gave the Jets Howard Cross in round 3. So looking at this Jets mock so far, we've got Shadur Sanders at 7, Armand Membu at 42. In round 3, we got Howard Cross, Notre Dame, going to the Jets to play with Quinn Williams, and we got Carlton in round 4. That's a pretty good Jets draft. I think this is the best case scenario for the Jets. But that's just my opinion. Go on. 2 teams met with him after his pro day at Cal. The Jaguars and the Jets. I don't think the Jaguars are going to take him, but I think the Jets might. But the Jaguars could end up taking him too. We'll see. But that's a... Who's the third team? Because those are the only 2 that met with him. Who's your third team that could make him a star outside of the Jaguars and Jets before I get to 111, please? Ravens. I like that. That's a good answer. I could see how he reminds you of Suggs coming out of Arizona State. I could see why you'd think that. All right, the Panthers at 111. They have Josie Jewell on a 1-year contract and Trevin Wallace. Jewell's only back for 1 more year. Trevin Wallace is on a rookie deal. I wasn't high on Wallace when he was drafted, but the reality is he took Shaq, not Shaq Barrett. Shaq Lawson got injured, and Wallace stepped in and took his job. So I think Jack Kaiser ends up on Carolina. Shamar Turner ended up on the Saints at 112. I gave the 49ers Nazir Stackhouse. Here's what I did with the Niners. I gave them James Pierce Jr. at 11. I gave them Tyleik Williams in the 2nd round, and I went Nazir Stackhouse at 113. Kyle Shanahan, you might want to send my mock draft to John Lynch, because I am basically handing you a blueprint of how to put a defensive line around Bosa that doesn't suck. Because let's face it, Pierce, Tyleik Williams, and Nazir Stackhouse, that is an upgrade over Jordan Elliott, an undrafted guy whose name I can't remember, and Yetur Gross-Matos. That is a clear upgrade at all 3 spots. So, yeah, and that's the sidekick to Jordan Elliott, who should be on the bench. And I have a harder time forgetting things than Joey. I'm not always accurate with my memory, but I have a harder time forgetting things than Joey. So if I'm forgetting something, that should tell you how bad the situation is for San Francisco at defensive tackle. ABC, I am going to give our audience an update on the, really? I was going to give... Fair enough, but the 49ers, it's like they have an undrafted defensive tackle from last year's draft. You do have a right, but it's like, I'm just trying to think, who the hell... Okay, I can look it up on my history, because I know 49... Yeah, it was one of my most recently opened things on my internet history. Evan Anderson from Florida Atlantic. That's who's starting at defensive tackle next to Jordan Elliott. I mean, that's not a bad backup to have, but that's not a guy who should be playing 20 downs a game like Elliott either. Most people had a 6 to undrafted grade on Evan Anderson last year, so that's not a player you should be starting next to Elliott. Yeah, I was going to turn on the NBA game for a second, but the Pacers are beating the Bucks 49-36. This is about as ugly as Joey and I thought it would be. So I'm going to go back to Godfather 2. I was actually going to give the NBA game a chance, but this is ugly. I mean, Pacers are up by 13. They look like they're whooping the Bucks' ass on ESPN. I mean, in the Bucks' defense, it's still less ugly than this 49ers defensive line around Nick Bosa in Milwaukee's defense. I mean, Evan Anderson, Jordan Elliott, Yetur Gross-Matos. That's your supporting cast for Nick Bosa. My recommended upgrades involve James Pierce Jr., Tyleik Williams in round 2, and Nazir Stackhouse in round 4. My suggestions sound pretty damn good all of a sudden. Exactly. And you can keep. And then the Panthers get Alec Aomanor out of Stanford. I have a fourth on Alec Aomanor. Look, Alec Aomanor can run every route in the route tree. Fifth receiver in the draft to do that outside of the four I mentioned in the preseason. Burden, McMillan, Torrey Horton, and Egbuka. Fifth receiver to run all 30 routes in the route tree. The problem is he had 21 drops in 19 minutes. I have never seen a receiver drop that many passes in that little time. And believe me, he had 12 drops in 9 minutes of tape. It's like this guy was trying to break the Guinness World Record for most drops in a film cut. And that's every target he had this season. There was a YouTube video of every single target Alec Aomanor was thrown. Every single pass Alec Aomanor was targeted. Like a 30-minute film cut with every single play where Aomanor was targeted as a receiver. He had 21 drops in 19 minutes and 7 seconds. That is what the evidence showed. That's not a guy I'm taking before day 3. And I know there's a lot of Aomanor homers that have him in day 2, that even have him in late round 1. If you're dropping 21 passes in 19 minutes, even with a dog shit quarterback, I am not picking you before day 3. That's too many drops. I mean, shit. Joey might actually talk me into taking him off the board with that many drops. But I do think there's some potential there. He did have a good game against Travis Hunter in 2023, but I mean, Cortland Sutton clapped when he caught the ball, but he didn't have this many drops. And in Cortland Sutton's defense, he cleaned up his problem after his rookie season in the NFL. I think he actually cleaned his problem up once he got to the NFL, which says more about Sutton than it does about Aomanor. So, 21 drops in 19 minutes. I cannot. He's still the number 1 guy on Denver 7 years later. So, I do think Aomanor could push Jalen Coker for the slot receiver job, but with all the drops he has, he would have nothing on Adam Thielen or Xavier Legette. So, and maybe Adam Thielen's the perfect mentor for Aomanor. If Adam Thielen can get through to Aomanor, this could work. This guy could work as a slot for Bryce Young, but I don't think he could do anything more. With all the drops he's had, I wouldn't want him doing anything more. And honestly, he'd have to earn it over Coker. I had a third on Coker last year, but Jalen Coker went undrafted. He showed a lot of promise with the Panthers. I think Aomanor would have to beat out the Holy Cross receiver. Otherwise, we're keeping him on the bench until somebody gets injured. Because I just don't, that many drops, I am not comfortable. There's something about him. And I know, and the sad part is Joey's in agreement with me on Aomanor. Oren's in agreement with me on Aomanor. Aomanor's one of these guys that's being mocked in the first, second round of a lot of mocks. The fact that Joey and Oren both agree with me on Aomanor says volumes. Because usually Oren and Joey both don't agree with me on a player. The fact that they both agree with me on this player says a lot. Believe me, it says a lot more than you would think. It does speak volumes. I'm not going to brag about it because we got a lot more picks to get to, but it does speak volumes that yeah, so if all three of us agree on a player, That should say something. Smale Mond and the Cardinals. Isaiah Bond. Bond, he only runs 15 out of 30 routes in the route tree. Not as many drops as A.O. Manor, but his production is lackluster compared to A.O. Manor's. But Miami taking Isaiah Bond might be the perfect fit because he comes in as a slot receiver next to Tyreek Hill and Waddle. And he could be that Braxton Berrios under-the-radar receiver in Miami. And that might be a good fit for him, in all honesty. Isaiah Bond is a slot receiver next to Hill and Waddle might be a good fit because Braxton Berrios is on the Texans now. So Isaiah Bond could work in Miami. Is it the ideal choice? No, but in theory, Isaiah Bond could end up being a slot receiver on the Dolphins. I went with Terrence Ferguson in round 4. Right now, Drew Ogletree, a 6th round pick out of I think Youngstown State, is your tight end 1. Ogletree cannot see the field under any circumstances. If you want to make Jelani Woods or one of your other veterans tight end 2, fine. But right now, Ogletree's tight end 1. And if he's tight end 1, you have to draft 2 tight ends. So I gave the Colts a Harold Fannin in round 2 and Terrence Ferguson in round 4. So that's what they ended up with. Falcons got Jayden Higgins in round 4 as a slot receiver to Drake London and Mooney. Talk about getting Penix another weapon. Higgins is the 6th receiver to run all 30 routes in the route tree. There were 12 receivers that ran all 30 routes in the route tree, but there were only 3 receivers that caught a pass in double coverage, and there was only 1 receiver that caught a touchdown in double coverage. So for as many route tree guys as this draft has, this draft lacks guys who can catch in traffic and make spectacular catches in double coverage. It does. The tape shows that. The Bengals, this is a pick Joey is going to get excited about because I gave the 49ers Jonah Monheim in round 3 as their center, but I gave the Bengals Jared Wilson in round 4 as a backup to as a backup to Ted Karras. And I do think Wilson can beat out Karras, but my number 1 center is Jonah Monheim. Wilson's my number 2 center. Field Yates said that Jared Wilson's the number 1 center in this draft. There's a big drop-off after Wilson. So some people are divided on Monheim and Wilson. I feel like Joey's closer to Field Yates with that assessment than he is with me because I do like Monheim, but Monheim's my number 1 center. Wilson's my number 2. But those are the only 2 guys that I think are day 1 starters. Remember, last year we had Zach Frazier and we had the other center, Cedric Van Pran out of Georgia, and then there was another center, not Graham Barton, but there was another center. There was Cooper Beebe, there was Graham Barton, there was a few interior linemen we liked, but nobody we were crazy about outside of the guys we scouted. But yeah, the Bengals, I went Jared Wilson. It just makes too much sense. And you want to touch on this pick before I get to Rock Taylor? Okay, Titans. I went Rock Taylor. And Rock Taylor, I told you about him before he made the pick in the group mock. And I saw Rock Taylor catch 4 passes in traffic. 4. One of those was a touchdown in double coverage, by the way. So for everyone wondering who is the receiver, you said there were 3 receivers that caught a pass in double coverage and 1 who caught a touchdown in double coverage. Who was the guy who caught the touchdown in double coverage? It was Rock Taylor versus Navy. If you got another highlight of a receiver catching a touchdown in double coverage, send it to me, send it to Joey. I will pull up the clip in the chat room. I'll probably get in with a copyright strike, but I'll pull up the clip in the chat room and take a quick look. If you can find me a receiver outside of Rock Taylor that caught a touchdown in double coverage this year, because I went through the tape of all the receivers for this draft. Rock Taylor versus Navy is the only guy who caught a touchdown in double coverage. And that kind of surprises you, Joey, because that if you had to guess which receiver caught a touchdown in double coverage, Rock Taylor would probably not be your first guess. That is a trivia question you would have not gotten right on the first attempt. because I don't think you would have guessed that. That I don't. If I hadn't told you that and I asked you to guess who caught the touchdown in double coverage, I'm guessing you would have gone with a different answer. So
That was a good question. That was a good question. So I would not have guessed that.
So yeah, but Rock Taylor, he ran a 4.49. And the other thing I'm looking at in addition is Rock Taylor. I don't know why TalkShoe paused. I'm still on TalkShoe. I might need to charge the iPad soon, so I'll speed this up. The Buccaneers got Joshua Gray. They do have Ben Bredeson back. Ben Bredeson struggled in the Giants. He's rebounded with the Buccaneers. I don't think Ben Bredeson is a liability. At the same token, if Joshua Gray is there at 121, you cannot pass on Joshua Gray because I think Gray could end up taking over for Bredeson and doing a good job if you decide you have to let Bredeson walk to pay some of your other linemen or to pay some of your other core players on Baker's offense. So that was the thought process with Gray at this spot. The Broncos get Kyle Williams at 122. Steelers got Brennan Presley. He was the other receiver who caught a completion in double coverage. Didn't get a touchdown in double coverage. The Packers got Jalen Royals at 124. And you could argue that since Royals ran all 30 routes on the route tree, this is way too low for Royals. But here's the thing. I don't think Watson or Dobbs is going to get extended. Watson would have got extended if he stayed healthy. Dobbs has been too in and out of games, not just with injuries, but with drops, other factors. I think both Reed and Wicks, even with limited action, have played well enough to where you can give them an audition as a wide receiver 1, wide receiver 2 if you let Reed and Wicks walk. And if you draft Royals and let Watson and Dobbs walk, maybe Royals surprises you and becomes a number 1 receiver on a rookie deal in round 4. And he went to Utah State, the same college Jordan Love went to, so there might be something there. So Jalen Royals was my pick for Green Bay at 124. Charles Grant went to the Chargers. Right now, Trey Pipkins III is the backup left tackle to Rashawn Slater. I have a huge problem with that, considering Pipkins sucked at right guard last year. So Jamari Salyer is now the backup right guard to Mekhi Becton, who the Chargers signed from the Eagles. And I have Charles Grant out of William and Mary to the Chargers here. The Jags get Junior Tafuna for depth behind Hamilton and Armstead. The Rams get Gunnar Helm as a complimentary tight end to Tyler Higbee. Tyler Higbee is literally the perfect mentor for Gunnar Helm, and he's the 5th tight end that I've seen run all 30 routes in the route tree. The other 4 are Tyler Warren, Colson Loveland, Harold Fannin Jr., and Mitchell Evans out of Notre Dame. Mason Taylor does not run all 30 routes on the route tree, but he is probably the best tight end in terms of both pass blocking and run blocking. And the fact that he has NFL bloodlines with Jason Taylor, that is a bonus for him. So that's okay. TalkShoe is allowing me to resume. That's great. I gave the Commanders Seth McLaughlin. They do have Tyler Baidez from Dallas at center, but McLaughlin's a good understudy for Baidez, the same way Whippler was a great understudy for Pokeike. Ravens got Bryson Nesbitt. I went with a second tight end. I do have a 4th-round grade on Bryson Nesbitt, and if you get a second tight end, you can pay either Likely or Kolar, let the other guy walk, let Andrews walk, or you can trade them and get more draft picks this year if you want, if you think you can get something for them. So I went with another tight end because tight end was the BPA on my board. I gave the Lions Jason Marshall Jr. This is kind of a high-risk, high-reward pick here, but he has that grittiness that Dan Campbell falls head over heels for. You also have Terry and Arnold, DJ Reed, and, Jason Marshall Jr., this could work out, could also blow up in your face. I do think an upgrade over Amik Robertson at nickel is needed, but Amik Robertson played well enough to where you can give him another year. Maybe you get a guy like Marshall to develop under Amik Robertson for a year, and then if Robertson declines, you can just have Marshall come in and he'll blossom. I gave Marshall an A+ in man, but I gave him a D+ in zone and press. And if he's going to Detroit as a man coverage nickel corner, he can work in that situation. especially with a coach who is as big of a hard ass as Dan Campbell. There's probably 30 teams where Jason Marshall Jr. falters on, Joey, because we've seen him struggle at Florida. We've seen him thrive his first 2 years. We've seen him struggle the last 2. I think there are 2 teams where Marshall would thrive. I think the Detroit Lions with Dan Campbell is one of those teams. I don't know who the other team would be, though. But I think we're on the same page with that evaluation. If you want to comment on that, we can. I think part of the reason you're not commenting is because, I am going to go with my mom to the Texas Roadhouse for Easter soon. And the other part is we're still on round 4 of a 7-round mock, and I don't know when that's going to end. So, and my iPad's at about 20%. So there's a bunch of external factors in play as to why Joey's saying less than usual. He'd like to say more, but he's taking all those external factors into consideration as well. So, Jasheen Davis goes to the Saints. The Bills get Antoine Powell-Ryland. They already have Ebenezer Rosso locked up. They got Bosa. They get a backup to Rosso, and this is where Antoine Powell-Ryland, who had 19 tackles for a loss, 16 sacks. He also had a block, kick, punt. You could put Powell-Ryland on special teams for the Bills. Chiefs got a pass rusher, too. They got Elijah Roberts out of SMU in the 4th round. Elijah Roberts, he can play right end, left end, 34 right end, 34 left end, 34 right outside linebacker, 34 left outside linebacker. I love the rip and swim move by Elijah Roberts. 6'4", 285 would be problematic for a 34 team, but it's advantageous to a 43 team like the Chiefs, who will love his versatility, love his skill set, and you're getting him in round 4. Where he's not a threat to Donna or Felix Anudike-Uzomah or Karlaftis, but he can be that blip of the radar. He can be that understudy who learns under those 3 and gives you that 4th defensive end to complete your core in Kansas City. So Elijah Roberts is a very good fit for Kansas City. And the Eagles go Francisco Mauigoa. Nakobe Dean and Zach Mon are back, but Oren Burks, the backup, is gone. Jeremiah Trotter Jr. goes from being the linebacker 4 to going into the Oren Burks role, which means you got to get a 4th linebacker if you're Howie Roseman. Francisco Mauigoa, 96 tackles, 11 tackles for a loss at Miami, can rush the quarterback, stop the run, drop into coverage, can play 43 or 34. Great fit for the Eagles at 134. The Dolphins got Power Eccles at 135. The Ravens, this pick's going to surprise you, Joey. This pick's going to surprise you so much that you might actually comment on it. Graham Nicholson out of Alabama goes to the Ravens at 136. The Ravens draft the first kicker at 136. And the bigger question is, if my prophecy comes true, what happens with Justin Tucker? Because I do have the Ravens taking Graham Nicholson at 136. And there's rumors the Ravens will draft a kicker if their number 1 kicker's on the board. And I've got a 4th round grade on Graham Nicholson. There's 3 other kickers I've got a 5th round grade on.
Here's the thing, Chris. What is the most sure reason anybody's going to get money in sports right now if they're not involved in sports? If you screw somebody in sports at any period of time, just say sexual assault. If you fall to the South Washington, at all, you know, nothing was simple as sports or libel made one eye.
Not only was Graham Nicholson... Okay.
Then after that, they tried JC, and the NFL said, hell no. He was found this halftime show called London.
There's a few reasons I went Graham Nicholson. The first reason was Not only do I have a 4th-round grade on Graham Nicholson, he was also my best available player on the board in any position at this spot. So I figured, you know what? Screw it. Let's give the Ravens a kicker for shock value. That was pretty much my thought process.
Your thought process was good and but I gotta emphasize, no criminal charge against Deshaun Watson. NFL shut down JD's accusation that he was one of them. He was part of the office. He was one of them. They're not going to have that. So what is it with Justin Tucker? That's yet to be decided. But the fact that it is not making the same headline tells me just another witch hunt. That's what people want to see million out of. Now, if it would have eclipsed a little bit of that on that, so I would have a little more used to it. And you can't even eclipse it on that. This is basically sexual assault. That's the eclipse it on that. Another thing, if the John Watson thing hit, they got money. JD hit, they tried to get money. And they put their foot down. What the hell's going on here? If somebody puts their foot down, we might see what's going on right here. And until that happens, we have to have caution when it comes to the draft. Maybe draft kicker. Got to cautiously at it because the history tells us there's every people look for money. And the one that brought the Joe Watson case, and then the JV case that came right after it, this may be more important. But guess what? Do the things to get money way too much. And that's why you get what we're getting right now.
Yeah. Whole situation with Tucker, it's murky, it's messy. He sounds like he's telling the truth, but there's no evidence pointing towards or against these accusations. It's kind of like Justin Tucker's in purgatory right now.
Now, I will say this. I will say, hey, did he have sex with this woman? Probably. But is there evidence that there was any type of sexual assault? I have to doubt it. You know why? Because the history of the situation. And that's what happens when people basically they'll get money, and when they get money, everybody else shows up.
And here, I don't know if this is appropriate, but if you're working in the massage parlor and you get on top of Justin, you can't play the assault card. You can't play the assault card if you're the one initiating the fun. If he forces himself onto you, then you can play that card if you have evidence. But if you get on top of him and have a little fun with him behind the scenes, you can't play the card. But that's what a lot of people do. That's what some people do because they want the bag. They want the money. They want the money. It's about the money. I don't think Tucker would cheat on his wife, but until this case comes to a conclusion, we're at this crossing road where we really don't know what the hell's going to happen.
Justin Tucker said, "There's the evidence." Because these people from 77 to 2 that previous two said that committed to it. And one guy that has evidence against him for a criminal charge said no. And there's a mountain of evidence got a slap on the wrist. What are we going to do with that? What are we going to do with that?
And one thing we're not talking about enough is Jimmy Garoppolo's self-control. Only reason I want to praise this for a second is because after he signed with the Raiders, he got offered a lifetime pass to go to a brothel. He appreciated the gift, but he didn't step foot in the brothel. He focused on his business. I got to give Garoppolo credit for that. I got to give him credit for keeping self-control in check because, you know, he got a lifetime pass to a brothel, and he said, you know what? I'm just going to focus on football. He didn't go into the brothel or do anything wrong, and if he did, he kept it hush-hush. Good job, Jimmy. Good job. That's how it's done.
Yeah, well, we already know I did this stuff that proved it was assault because we may just be one of the last people I got, you know, a knife gunner. You know, and so Jimmy Garoppolo is one of those people that's just like, prove it, bitch. And nobody's good at it. And everybody's just like, like, yeah, he stole a billionaire's, we just say anything to this.
Yeah, and if anybody makes those accusations about Garoppolo while they're on the Rams, we'll know they're false, and Stafford and his wife are just going to laugh their asses off at the accusations. And then tell the kids that they can't laugh their asses off because they have to behave themselves. Setting the standard. I love it. Stafford, good job. Keep setting the bar. The Rams.
I want to see the evidence against it right now. No discrimination for Garoppolo. I want to see the evidence you have right now. They're going to be a chicken baby attached to your evidence. Because Garoppolo, I mean, Garoppolo is kind of like Tony Sheen at this point. It's like, are you really going to get that? Garoppolo has got more matches under his belt than Will Chamberlain. Okay? So I want to see the evidence up front on a bill of fire.
Yep. I'll get back to the mock in a second. We're just having a lot of fun here with the rant. We went from the Justin Tucker rant to he's got the confident smile, the handsome face, the pretty boy face. I don't think people are going to make any accusations against him on that alone. And his character, his good morals. So, yeah, I'm going to move on. But yes, Carson Schlesinger to Seattle, Zemiah Vaughn, the cornerback of Utah, to the 49ers at 138. Well, you got rid of Charvarius Ward, and right now you have Renardo Green, and you got the Oregon corner you paid $18 million to. I respect Glitch wanting to pay young corners, but I think paying $18 million to a nickel corner and Demondre Lenore, who barely was a good nickel corner, was a bad decision. Colts ended up picking Charvarius Ward, by the way. But the Niners got Zemiah Vaughn. I'm giving him, I think Vaughn starts next to Green on the outside, and you keep Lenore in at nickel. And you have 2 corners on the outside on rookie deals. That is pretty much what I did with the last pick in round 4. So we're finally on to round 5. Vikings kick off round 5 with Justin Wally, the Minnesota Golden Gophers corner. He had 10 deflections. I gave him an A+ in man, an A in zone, an A- in press. He had a touchdown on a pick 6. I know Tyler Fornes, he's a Vikings fan on Twitter. He called Wally one of his sleepers in the draft. I agree entirely. I gave the Vikings Dorian Strong in round 3, but I still gave them Wally in round 5 because 1, Wally was my best player on the board at position of need. And 2, right now, you have your number 1 corner is Byron Murphy back on a 1-year deal. Your number 2 corner is Mekhi Becton coming off a seasoning injury. You brought in Isaiah Rodgers and Okudah in free agency. And while I like those 2 as dime and quarter corners, number 4 and 5 corners, I don't like either as a nickel. So I mocked Dorian Strong in round 3 on that thought process alone, thinking that Dorian Strong could beat out both of those guys as a rookie. But now we get really good value with Wally. I think Wally's got an outside shot to beat out Rodgers and Okudah too. And this is the thing. Well, Rodgers and Okudah signed 1-year deals. So if you hit on 2 rookie corners in this draft, you can basically trade Rodgers and Okudah for a late round pick in 2026, or you can basically cut them and say, get the fuck out of my building. Get the fuck out of US Bank Stadium. You can play that card. I wouldn't encourage that behavior by the Vikings ownership, but you can play that card with all the money you have. You can go there. But yeah, Justin Wally's just a great fit for the Vikings. And yeah, I mean, this is a great situation. Now the Vikings have 2 corners that can push Rodgers and Okudah, and they have Becton back from an injury, and they have Byron Murphy. And all of a sudden, they go from being a bottom 10 pass defense to actually having a shot to finish in the top half of the league in pass defense if everyone's healthy. With all that depth, you'd think they would be much better. I'm not high on Jack Beck, but if he's there at 140, the Panthers have to grab the Reese's Senior Bowl MVP. They need more weapons for Bryce Young. It's that simple. RJ Oben's a Titan. Right now, the Titans' edge rushers are Arden Key at right outside linebacker after cutting Harold Landry. He was the left outside linebacker going up against right tackles a year ago, and he wasn't very good in that role. And they added Draymond Jones. I like Draymond Jones as a 5 technique. I can't stand Draymond Jones as an edge rusher, but I love Draymond as a 5 technique. But the Titans' depth chart has him listed as an edge, just like the Broncos. So if they play Draymond Jones at edge and Key at edge, that means the Titans are probably going to get edge rushers to develop that start out as backups. And RJ Oben, perfect fit here. We talked about it. His dad's Roman Oben, the former left tackle. His mom's a former volleyball player. And yeah, 19 tackles, 1.5 tackles for a loss, 1 sack, 1 forced fumble. Those are underwhelming numbers from RJ Oben, but the genetics that Oben has from his parents make him worth the 5th round flyer. Because I do think Oben has maybe a 1 to 20% probability of beating out Key for a starting spot. He's not beating out Jones if they play him at edge, but he might be able to beat out Key. But it's not very good odds. We're talking 1 to 20% probability-wise. Ahmed Hassanein, left end to the Boise State left end, goes to the Jaguars here. He would be a stash and develop guy behind Josh Hines-Allen and Trayvon Walker. So basically, the Raiders get Isis Waxter, the Villanova rookie corner. I gave him an A+ in man, an A in press, an A in run stuffing, an A+ in hard hitting, an A- in blitzing the quarterback. Only weakness is zone coverage, but Isis Waxter works for the Raiders. The Patriots got Jamari Caldwell, 6'2", 342, and he would push Kyrus Tonga for playing time. He might be able to beat out Kyrus Tonga for the rookie nose tackle job as a 5th round pick. As crazy as that sounds, Joey, because some have Caldwell in day 2. I have him in round 5. I have a 4th-round grade on him, but I have him in round 5. And honestly, I could see, as crazy as it sounds, I could see Caldwell beating out Tonga for playing time. I know it sounds crazy, but it could. I think it has anywhere from a 30 to 50% chance of happening. And that's saying a lot. If you get a player in the 5th round who has a 30 to 50% chance of starting right away, that means you've made an excellent value pick this late in the draft. Yeah, I mean, it's been a while since you had a player with those kind of odds in the 5th round. I gave the Jets Jaw Joyner, final player with a 4th-round grade. I really like the Minnesota player, but Jaw Joyner lined up at right end defensive tackle and left end at Minnesota. Can play everywhere on the Golden Gophers defensive line. Panthers, I gave the Panthers Malachi Moore in round 2 to pair with Trevon Moehrig, but they get Lathan Ransom here as a backup to Moehrig. And Lathan Ransom would learn under Moehrig for a year, and then he would take over at strong safety if the Panthers didn't want to retain Moehrig. That was the thought process at 146. I know it sounds kind of, but Moehrig, I liked Moehrig coming out of TCU, but I didn't love Moehrig, and I didn't feel like Moehrig moved the needle enough to earn a starting job past this season. I mean, I respect the Panthers giving him a 1-year deal, but I also feel like he didn't do enough to earn more than the 1-year deal he got, if that makes sense. And Lathan Ransom's an ideal understudy to he's an ideal understudy to Trevon Moehrig this late in the draft. You know, this late in the draft, he's an ideal round 5 guy. 49ers get their right tackle at 147. They get another 5th-round tackle. They took Colton McKivitz in round 5. They get Cameron Williams out of Texas in round 5. And the 49ers, they own the Saints' 5th-round pick, but they lost their own 5th-round pick for tampering. Atlanta lost a 5th-round pick for tampering, too. And the 49ers get the final right tackle with starter potential to challenge Colton McKivitz. They get Cameron Williams. I like his run blocking, but his zone blocking, pass blocking strength, pass blocking footwork needs improvement. The Bears get Tonka Hemingway. Right now, the Bears have Grady Jarrett and Gervon Dexter as their starting defensive tackles. Okay. And I got him as a backup to Moehrig. He's going to learn under Moehrig for a year, and then he'll come in and start next to Malachi Moore, who I mocked to the Panthers in round 2 as a day 1 starter. You're right. His ball skills are kind of inconsistent. I gave him an A+ in zone, an A in run stuffing, an A+ in hard hitting, but I gave him a C+ in man and a C in press coverage. So the ball skills are all over the place. He's going to be a backup right out of the gate in Carolina because Moehrig signed a 1-year deal, leaving the Raiders to go to the Panthers. And I gave Malachi Moore to the Panthers in round 2 with the Rams pick. So it's Moehrig and Malachi Moore. Those would be the 2 day 1 starters. Ransom's basically your number 3 safety if an injury occurs. He can fill in for both safeties if he gets injured, but he's going to start out as a number 3 safety. If he improves his man and press, he can develop into a starter over time. But right now, I think zone coverage, hard hitting, and run stuffing are his biggest strengths, and everything else needs a little bit of work.
I totally agree with that, and I totally agree this was a very nice book.
It's the fit I really like here. I agree. And the Bears, I gave him Tonka Hemingway. Why? They've got Grady Jarrett and Dexter starting. Billings, who's a really good starter in his own right, is now the number 3 defensive tackle at second string. And Zach Pickens, the 3rd-round pick, has been demoted to 3rd string. Byron Cowart left the Bears, was starting over Zach Pickens, and Pickens has been demoted to 3rd string. The guys who are ahead of him on the depth chart are Chris Williams. He was a former Cleveland Brown. They brought him in to replace Byron Cowart. I don't think he's very good, but he is ahead of Pickens on the depth chart. Do you have anything about Chris Williams, the former Brown, defensive tackle that you some knowledge about him that you can impart on me? Because I feel like he was a training camp cut. I feel
He was like six on the depth chart, and like I had this.
yeah. So if he's ahead of Pickens, that is a major problem. As much as I love Pickens, if you draft Tonka Hemingway, you can have Pickens, Williams, and Hemingway compete for DT4 behind Billings, Dexter, and Jarrett, and that competition will provide you with a solid DT4. It may not be Hemingway, it may be Williams or Pickens, but by bringing in Hemingway to push those two, at least you'll have a definitive answer. And I think you need that. If you're the Bears right now, you need those definitive answers. And Hemingway did sack Jalen Milroe. He's great at sacking the quarterback and stopping the run despite his size. I gave the Cowboys Ty Hamilton. They have Oso Digizua on Mozzie Smith. They brought in Solomon Thomas as the backup, but they don't have a fourth defensive tackle. Ty Hamilton in round 5, really good value pick. Took the starting D tackle job from Michael Hall Jr. in 2023, and he's a great run stuffer. And you could stash him for depth at defensive tackle. I really like the fit here of Ty Hamilton to Dallas. The Dolphins get Marcus Yarns. They lost Mostert. They still have a Chane on a rookie deal. Jalen Wright, their third stringers now, the backup, and Alexander Madison's the third stringer. Yarns, I think Yarns is good enough to beat out Madison for the third string job. So we have a Chane and Wright as the top 2 running backs, but we have a Madison Yarns preseason competition in Miami. And Yarns was the top player on my board. He did a good job at the Senior Bowl. He did a good job pass blocking at the Senior Bowl. And I think Yarns is one of the gems of this draft. So the Dolphins at 150, they get Marcus Yarns out of Delaware. He's the first of, I would say, 3 or 5 small school FCS running backs off the board. Because Tony Mario found some gems yesterday we'll get into later when we get to round 7. But I just think the fit of Yarns in Miami, it's a really good fit because I would argue Yarns might be better in pass protection than Chane or Wright. Chane was a guy who was not good in pass protection on tape, but he was good in pass protection at the Senior Bowl, and that is shown at the NFL level. He's made improvements in that area. The Colts, Nash Hutchmacher, Nebraska defensive tackle. Right now, the Colts have Buckner and Stewart as the defensive tackles. Neville Gallimore, the former Cowboy, and Abe Wabore. Abe told me what Abe Wabore are the backups. Gallimore's on a 1-year deal, and as much as I like Abe Wabore, I haven't seen him take the leap people thought he would coming out of Northwestern. If you remember, I had a first-round grade on Abe Wabore. He's still on the roster, and I'm just relieved I haven't been roasted Joey by that take yet because it's aged very poorly. But Nash Hutchmacher, I do think has enough potential to develop into a starter, but he goes to a situation where he can compete for a DT3, DT4 backup job in a role that I think suits him better at this stage in his career. He's not as raw as you think. One of his 2 sacks came against Jonah Monheim. So even though he only had 2 sacks, one of them came against the top center in the draft. So that counts for something. That counts for something. If you only have 2 sacks, but one of them comes against the top center in the draft, I want to pick you. Maybe you're a backup or third stringer instead of the starter, despite having starter potential, but I at least want to roll the dice and find out what I've got at this point in the draft. Cardinals, I went with Andres Borregales out of Miami, Florida. Cardinals moving on from Matt Prater. I'm not high on Chad Ryland. The Patriots got rid of him after 1 year. I think Borregales, maybe he doesn't win the starting kicker job, but he can at least come in and compete with Ryland for that kicker job in Arizona. The Bengals, I gave them Devin Van. My iPad is at 13%, so I am moving a little bit faster. But Devin Van, I do like Devin Van. He can be that body who pushes TJ Slayton, McKinley Jackson for the backup defensive tackle gig. Warren Brinson is a player I mocked the Giants at 154, and only double team he had came against Matt UMass. So New York needs a guy like Warren Brinson. I think this is the only write-up that was 1 paragraph in the entire draft, which says a lot. I tried to make every write-up in the mock draft 2 paragraphs. So 154, that was my only 1 paragraph write-up for the entire draft. That should tell you how much work I did, because
I would say that Bledsoe is one of those guys I like.
I have an 85 on him for potential, which means he barely makes the cut as a starter. And the Giants, they don't really have any good 5 techniques now that Leonard Williams is gone. All they have is Dex Lawrence. So this is an actual spot where Brinson could be a day 1 starter. This is an actual spot in round 5 where Brinson could come in and be a day 1 starter. So
This is one of those things, Chris, where you make the table and I go and you're like, they don't have many. And I'm like, they have nothing.
but they have Dex Lawrence, who led the NFL in sacks at nose tackle, but they don't have anything at 5 technique. They don't have anything at 5 technique to take pressure off of Lawrence, and that's what's got to be fixed.
God, they got nothing in that position. They got to get something. So, yes, he is going to be a starter in that position every day because they got nothing else.
Yeah, pretty much.
I like the guy, and he should be starting.
Okay, the Dolphins get their second safety here. Craig Woodson out of Cal. And this is another guy, because the Dolphins, they have Ashton Davis and they have Ifeatu Melifonwu on 1-year deals. But I think Xavier Watts, if you take him at 13, he takes one of those safety jobs. And I think Woodson would learn under Davis for a year, both Cal guys, and then he would take over for Davis in 2026. Because I was really impressed with Woodson's tape. I gave him an A in man, an A+ in zone, an A in press, and an A- in run stuffing. And he ran a 4.45 at the combine. So Craig Woodson, I might be too low on him at 155, but he really impressed me. And I think at this spot, he's worth a gamble if you're the Dolphins. The Steelers got DJ Giddens here. Only difference is they got him in round 5 versus round 3 of our group mock, but David Reed's picking. Demetrius Knight Jr., I'm not high on Demetrius Knight Jr. I do not have a starter grade on him. Tony Mario has him in round 2. This is mainly a let's make Tony Mario happy pick. Buccaneers need an inside linebacker. I've waited until the 5th round to get one. This is me making a pick to keep Tony happy. This is not me happy with Demetrius Knight, mocking Demetrius Knight this spot. This is me making Tony happy more than anything else. Andrew Armstrong goes to the Chargers. They get a receiver for depth. They have... I'm still an asshole. I'm just a compassionate asshole. I guess being a compassionate asshole is a step up from being a straight up asshole. It's an improvement, I guess. I'll take it.
You're not old enough to be the asshole that I am. I guess I would put that, you're not old enough to be the asshole I am.
Fair enough.
I'd be like, oh, you want this? So I think this is happen, so
Yeah, if you're comparing Joey and me on the asshole spectrum, I'm like John Bender in The Breakfast Club, and Joey's like Dean Pritchard. You want another week? That's another week. We can do this for 2 more months of me ranting on the Draft Utopia podcast. Yeah, Joey is the Dean Pritchard to my John Bender in Breakfast Club. And that's on the asshole spectrum. Yeah, so he's going to go from Breakfast Club Dean Pritchard to George Carlton. So that George Carlin, the comedian, but yes. Thor Griffin, the Louisville defensive tackle, fell to Green Bay. They have Kenny Clark and Wyatt. They still have Carl Brooks and Colby Wooden. There was a rumor the Packers cut Wooden. That turned out to be bullshit. He's still in the Packers and good for the Packers. They still have 4 quality defensive tackles, but you're getting somebody to push Devontae Wyatt in these backups, and that's desperately needed. You got Kenny Clark. You extended him. He showed why he's worth a second extension after his rookie deal. But Wyatt, you got Brooks, you got Wooden. You got to get somebody to push those guys because none of those three have separated themselves, even though they're all talented in their own right. And I think Thor Griffith can do that. 49ers get another Florida Gator, Elijah Badger. The reason I didn't mock a receiver to San Francisco at 11, despite McMillan being the best player on my board, simple. You have Ayuk, Pearsall, and Jawan Jennings. Those are your starters. Demarcus Robinson's your number 4. You have Cowing as your number 5. You could use a number 6 for depth to push Cowing and Robinson, but you can get that in day 3 of the draft. And Elijah Badger, this is a guy who would be a day 2, maybe a day 1 pick in next year's draft, but he chose to declare this year. So, he began his career at Arizona State before transferring to Florida. So that's going to rub well with both Ayuk and Pearsall, making Badger an ideal fit for San Francisco this late in the draft at 160. Eagles, they got Anthony Belton as a backup to Jordan Mailata. Right now, the backup to Jordan Mailata is Kendall Lamb. Kendall Lamb is awful. I know this from his time with the Titans and his time with the Browns. So if Mailata gets injured and you do not have a left tackle in this draft, Howie Roseman, you are going to have Kendall Lamb protecting Jalen Hurts' blind side, and it is going to be brutal. And you're going to have these moments where you're going to want to waterboard your scouts because you didn't draft a left tackle. So, Howie Roseman, if you're listening to this, you better draft a backup to Jordan Mailata, because if Kendall Lamb has to start at left tackle, it's going to get to the tipping point where you want to waterboard one of your regional scouts, your area scouts. It's going to get that ugly. I can tell you that from seeing Kendall Lamb play briefly with the Titans. I think Kendall Lamb was on the Browns too, Joey. So if I'm wrong on that, feel free to interject. So I just can't. All right, let's find the plugin for the iPad. The iPad's at 10%. I don't even know what. Okay, phone's at 43. The iPad's at 10. We got to charge the iPad, or I'm gonna get cut off. Let's find the plug for the iPad. Okay, I got the plug. It's just we got to plug it in and make sure it's charging. All right. I'm just making sure this is charging because we're at the point where I got to actually... Okay, there we go. 10%. There we go. Oh, damn it. Unplugged. It was in, and then unplugged. Now it's back in. This is like performing CPR or surgery, open heart surgery. That's what this is. Okay, now I shouldn't say that because open heart surgery is a lot more brutal than this. But yeah, Anthony Belton of the Eagles. We had to go there because, Anthony Belton, you can't have Kendall Lamb as Jalen Hurts' blindside if Mailata gets injured. I am not allowing that to happen because I know Lamb started a few games in relief at swing tackle with both the Titans and Browns, and it was awful for both franchises. Jets get Jack Nelson as a swing tackle too. They have Olu Fashanu. They have Carter Warren and Membu competing for the right tackle job, but Jack Nelson's the backup to Fashanu. The Panthers get another receiver. They get Efton Chisholm III. This is the third receiver I've given the Panthers. But, outside of Xavier Legette, they don't really have any long-term pieces. I love Thielen, but he's getting older. I like Jalen Coker, had a third-round grade on him. He went undrafted, managed to win the starting job. But you need to bring in a guy to push him. I gave the Panthers Alec Aomanor. I gave them Jack Beck. I gave them Efton Chisholm. Right now, the backup to Jalen Coker is David Moore, who went undrafted, who has no business seeing the field. So if drafting 3 receivers is going to keep Jalen Moore off the team, I'm all for it. And with all these weapons to learn under Thielen, you will get a successor to Adam Thielen. It is almost mathematically, if you draft 3 receivers, Joey, you will get one successor to Adam Thielen with all these young guys pushing each other. You will get a successor to Thielen. It may not be pretty, but you will get a successor. It's almost mathematically impossible with Jalen Coker out of Holy Cross and these 3 receivers you drafted. It's almost mathematically impossible for you to not hit on one of these receivers as your successor to Adam Thielen. It's impossible. Now, you're probably not going to hit on all 4 receivers, but it's almost mathematically impossible not to hit on one if we're just looking at this from a numbers game standpoint. Eagles get Ollie Jennings. I think he's I think he's nothing but a backup. But hey, he had a good combine. Tony Mario's high on him. Trevor Etienne. Oh wait, Ollie Jennings. I think I did have a starter grade in Jennings, but he'd be a backup at Philly because the Eagles are stacked at receiver. Trevor Etienne versus Will Shipley for the backup gig. That is a fun competition. That's a competition that gets the minimum amount of Joey's attention because Barkley's still going to be the bell cow, but Kenneth Gainwell's on Pittsburgh, and now you have Will Shipley versus Etienne for the backup gig to Barkley. That would be a fun competition. Texans get Dominic Lovett. Right now, the Texans have Nico Collins as their number 1. They have Tank Dell as their number 2. When he's healthy, Kirk will fill in as the number 2 until Dell returns. The Texans also added Justin Watson from the Chiefs and Braxton Berrios from the Dolphins to compete with Mechie for the slot receiver job, assuming Tank Dell is not back until December. Xavier Hutchinson's your number 6, and you can draft another receiver to develop because Berrios and Mechie are in contract years. And if either underperforms in camp and Dominic Lovett breaks out, I know you took him in the group mock, in that scenario, you just reload and you get another weapon on a rookie deal for Stroud. And you get that weapon while taking care of your offensive line, while taking care of your defensive line and not reaching too early. And it's just, that's the best case scenario for Houston right now. I know the production with Lovett is underwhelming, but he ran 17 out of 30 routes, good combine. He caught a one-handed pass in double coverage. He didn't catch a touchdown in double coverage, but he caught a one-handed pass in double coverage. And you can argue catching a one-handed pass in double coverage is more impressive than catching a touchdown in double coverage. What would you like to say?
Listen to Cecil Swamp, and I listened to Travis Powell. They said there is no such thing as a boundary receiver in the NFL. That was created because the hash marks in NCAA are further in.
There's field corners and boundary corners. There's not boundary receivers. There's XYZ receivers. There's flankers. There's secondary receivers. There's slot receivers. There's no boundary receiver. I don't know where I've never heard that terminology. But yeah, I do think Lovett would work in Houston as a gadget receiver that you can develop. Titans got a receiver too. They got a third run. I like Nick Westbrook-Ikine as a number 4, but we are getting a third guy to push this receiver room. I mean, I gave the Titans Trey Harris, Ole Miss receiver in round 2. I gave them Rock Taylor in round 4, and now Theo Weiss Jr. in round 5. You have 3 receivers on a rookie deals whenever Ridley decides to move on, or if Ridley declines and you're in a position where you have to trade him or cut him, you have 3 receivers on rookie deals. And you can't have, when you're Tennessee, you have this rookie quarterback, you cannot have too many young receivers on rookie deals, because if Cam Ward pans out because of this supporting cast he has, you're only going to have a selective amount of options to retain after the next 4 years. So I say you can't have any. You got to use these 4 years to make Ward as good as possible. And if the best player on your board in 3 different rounds is a wide receiver, get Cam Ward more weapons, more merrier. Eagles get a center for depth behind Cam Jurgens. Gus Hartwig goes to Philadelphia. And yeah, he does have a lot of things he can do well, but I also feel like he's got to improve his pass blocking strength, pass blocking footwork, zone blocking, cut blocking, pull blocking, pan blocking. But the run blocking is there, and pass blocking when he gets his hand on the defender is there, but he doesn't get his hands on the defender consistently. But I do like Hartwig. I do think he's got good potential. Josh Kelly, Texas Tech receiver, goes to the Bills. He ran a 4.7 40, but he was the only wide receiver outside of Torrey Horton and Alec Aomanor to make Travis Hunter miss a tackle. I do think that counts for something, Joey. Even if we disagree on Kelly, where he should be drafted, if there were only 3 receivers in college football that made Hunter miss a tackle the last 2 years, you got to know who those guys are and how late you can get them. That's what separates a great scout from a good scout. And the Patriots got Horton, the Panthers got Manor, and the Bills get Josh Kelly, who made Hunter miss a tackle. And yeah, Josh Allen, he's about as stoked as Mr. Burns on The Simpsons, knowing he got a weapon that can make Hunter miss a tackle in the draft on a rookie deal. He's very happy about that. LaQuint Allen, the Syracuse running back, he comes to Buffalo for depth. I know Cook, Ty Johnson re-signed. They both have 1-year contracts, and you have Ray Davis on a rookie deal for 3 more years. I think LaQuint Allen's basically a guy who's going to push Johnson for a roster spot. I like Ty Johnson, but there are too many good running backs in this draft, and you can get them for less money than you would get for Ty Johnson. I respect Brandon Beane for wanting to be loyal to his players after they had a good year, but this is a deep draft that's so deep at running back. The Bills have to draft a running back, and if he beats out Johnson, you cut Johnson or trade Johnson. If James Cook doesn't want to resign, you move Cook for a high draft pick next year, and you roll with Ray Davis and the rookie you got here and Johnson. I think the Bills have the talent to make that work. He's got the speed and pass catching Sean Tucker had, but his ball carrier vision and pass blocking is not on par. The New England Patriots, they get my Tyreek Hill wide receiver, Jordan Watkins out of Ole Miss. 49 receptions, 906 yards, 9 touchdowns. He ran 19 out of 30 routes in the route tree. He ran a 4.37. And yeah, this guy streaks and takes the top off a defender about as much as Tyreek Hill. Maybe he doesn't have Tyreek's upside, but he shows flashes of Tyreek Hill at Ole Miss. And I feel like he made Jackson Dart better than he actually is. And I also believe not only is he faster than Elijah Moore was coming at Ole Miss, I think his route tree is better too. So Watkins, I've already made a mental note. This guy, he's a consensus 6th round at UDFA. I have him in the late 5th round. And because he's a slot receiver on Ole Miss, he is getting underlooked big time. And I waited until the 5th round of our group mock to rewatch the tape and leak this inside information to the public. The only person who listened to me on this guy was Emmanuel Watson. He was on the clock when I did my Watkins evaluation, so Emmanuel reaped the benefits. And to be fair, the Falcons only have 5 picks. The Vikings only have 4. So Emmanuel needs him more than the rest of the people in our group who have multiple picks in our group mock. But Watkins is a player I am really much higher on than the consensus. And if you're looking for a guy who makes Jackson Dart better than he actually is, this is the guy. Because people are talking about the quarterbacks in this draft. They're not talking about the quarterback supporting cast. Have you noticed that, Joey? Like, nobody's saying anything about Cam Ward's weapons. Nobody's saying anything about Shadur's weapons. Nobody's saying anything about Dart's weapons, even though all 3 guys had multiple weapons to throw to in their draft years. All 3 guys had really strong supporting casts. Even Ewers had a strong supporting cast. And the media is trying to shift the goalpost. They're trying to say, well, Dart, Sanders, and Ward made their receivers better. Quinn Ewers was a product of his receivers. That's basically what the narrative the media is trying to push, even if they deny that. Even if they refuse to admit that's the narrative they're pushing, it's pretty clear that's the narrative they're pushing. I'm completely correct on this. Maybe you disagree to a point, but, you know, we have not heard shit about Restrepo. We've heard a little bit about Jimmy Horn Jr.
Receiver in that quarterback group.
But a remarkable quarterback can do more with less. A remarkable quarterback can do more with less. That's my point. You and William are on the same page that you really don't put a lot of stock into a quarterback's supporting cast, but a remarkable quarterback can make things happen with a dog shit supporting cast. And a good quarterback, but not a great quarterback, can thrive with a good supporting cast around him. That's all.
suggestion. Because one of the big things is, yes, there are quarterbacks that have great supporting cast. But there are also quarterbacks that excel without any supporting cast. So, but I don't put great stock.
Well, what about Watkins? Does Watkins intrigue you to any degree?
Quarterback is a franchise quarterback who's going to uplift that supporting cast.
But I'm saying I honestly do not think Jackson Dart throws for 4,000 yards without Watkins. Because he took the top off defenders this year, and the route tree was there, the 40 time was there. He was kept all the deep balls that Dart threw were to Watkins. So I think Watkins is the biggest reason Dart threw for 4,000 yards. I mean, I liked Restrepo because of his route tree, but Restrepo's great in his own right because he was there before Cam Ward was there, and he still got 1,000 yards. And Jimmy Horn Jr. has been great at Colorado. But Watkins, I feel like Watkins is a guy a lot of people are sleeping on. All right, enough of my Watkins hype. We're going to get to another weapon. Cam Ward's number 2 receiver, Jacoby George. He heads to Seattle. He's going to be a backup.
I do like Watson. I do think my earbuds are about to die. But I do agree with you on Watson.
All right. The Bills, Johnny Cornelius, 173. They get him as a backup to Spencer Brown. The Cowboys get Darius Alexander. I'm not high on him, but second rounder on Tony Mario's board. And then to wrap up round 5, I gave the Seahawks a center. I gave them Jake Majors, the Texas center. I do have a starter grade on him, but he's going to go into a depth role behind Timmy Olu. And then Colby Connor, the Iowa right guard to the Ravens, goes to Baltimore at round 5. He's going to be a backup to Daniel Falele, but the Ravens got this pick because John Simpson signed with the Jets. All right, I'm going to try to quickly get through round 6 and 7. There really isn't much to say. The Bills get Elijah Arroyo. I know Arroyo's higher on the consensus boards, but I think he's a backup. I don't think he's a starter or a backup tight end. I think he's a third-string tight end, but he had a good Senior Bowl week. Ryan Fitzgerald goes to the Titans. The Titans have Joey Sly at kicker. Joey Sly was awful for New England. He was so bad the Patriots let him walk, and they replaced him with John Parker Romo. John Parker Romo was the Vikings' backup kicker. He filled in for an injured Will Reichard, and he went 11 for 12 in relief of Reichard. So I'm more optimistic about John Parker Romo, even though there's a very limited sample size, 11 for 12 indoors versus kicking outdoors. The sample size is better than anything Sly provided. So, but New England on their third kicker in 3 years. I gave the Browns Jarquez Hunter. I think his floor is lower than Harvey. His ceiling might be higher. And you're in a situation where, yeah, you do have Harvey, you do have Hunter, and even if Harvey doesn't pan out, you get Hunter, and maybe he comes in and thrives, and you end up getting a Terrell Davis value pick with Hunter here. But Jarquez Hunter was the player I ended up mocking. He dominated as a pass catcher at Auburn's Pro Day, 4.4 40-yard dash, a lot to like. The Raiders got Jimmy Horn Jr. Right now, the Raiders receiver room, you have Jacoby Myers as your number 1, Trey Tucker's your number 2, and you have 4 undrafted receivers. That's your team. And I like Tucker as a number 4, but I don't think he's a number 2 or number 3, and I think Myers is more of a number 2 than number 1. So the Raiders are by far and away the worst receiver room in the league. I did end up giving them Jimmy Horn Jr. in round 6. And then the Chargers got Khalil Mullings, the Michigan fullback. So the Chargers' first Michigan player that they draft is a fullback. That is a plot twist. That is a pretty good plot twist. So Chargers get Khalil Mullings. What do we have for the next pick here? Hunter. I think I gave the Browns 3 running backs and the Raiders 4 receivers, mainly because some of these teams, the Browns need 3 running backs to replace Nick Chubb. Nick Chubb is that good that I think you need 3 running backs to replace him if you don't bring him back. And if you bring him back, you can let the 7th round running back you pick stay on the practice squad until Nick Chubb's tired of playing or until you want to move on from Chubb. So it's kind of advantageous in that respect. And some of these run-heavy teams have 4 running backs too. So the Jaguars get LaJohntay Wester. I gave the Ravens Marcus Mabeau for depth. Saints get Mason Fletcher. The Saints punter ranked 30th out of 34 punters in yards per attempt on punts. There's only one punter that's draftable. That's Mason Fletcher. Steelers got Nick Nash. So the Steelers got Nick Nash at 185. I was debating between Nick Nash value or Drew Kendall, the son of Pete Kendall, as the backup to Zach Frazier. Ultimately, Nick Nash won out. And yeah, this probably infuriates you as a Browns fan because now you have to deal with Matthew Golden, you have to deal with Brennan Presley, and you have to deal with the Triple Crown winner in college football, Nick Nash. And the Steelers get him in almost the same draft range they got Antonio Brown. So that's there. The Jets got Jalen Noel in round 6. I forgot the second C in Cyclones. That's why the Jalen Noel photo didn't show up. But Jalen Noel goes to the Jets. Vikings get Drew Kendall. They gave Ryan Kelly a 2-year deal, but the son of Pete Kendall was the Seahawks' first-round pick in 96. Drew Kendall has potential. He checks off 7 out of 10 boxes. Only areas of improvement are pass blocking footwork, zone blocking, and cut blocking. Everything else checks out, whether it's pass blocking strength, run blocking footwork, pull blocking, pancake blocking. You just have to clean up his pass blocking footwork, his zone blocking, and cut blocking. And if you're drafting him as a 2-year project, you can clean up those 3 areas of his game in 2 years. And if he's learning under Ryan Kelly, that's one guy who can get him up to par to where he's a future starting center. This is the closest thing the Vikings are getting to Matt Burke value. And I'm guessing Joey's somewhat slightly impressed I made a Matt Burke reference here because the Vikings did take Matt Burke in round 5, I believe. And this is, you're getting Drew Kendall, the son of Pete Kendall, in round 6. So this is the closest the Vikings are going to get to Matt Burke value at center. And even if Kendall does reach a ceiling, he's not going to be as good as Burke. So temper your expectations, Vikings fans. Kyle Kennard, right outside linebacker, South Carolina. The Colts get Dragan Kesich. The Colts need a kicker. Kesich is the final guy with a draftable grade. Rams get Jalen Rivers. He can play left tackle, left guard. He does have starter potential, but in this situation, he goes to a Rams team where he's better utilized in a depth role. The Broncos get Eli Cox. Luke Wattenberg is the starting center for the Broncos. I think Eli Cox could beat him out in camp. At the very worst, he's a viable backup that's going to push Alex Forsyth. Because remember, the Broncos drafted Alex Forsyth in the 7th round when most had him in day 2 before they got Bo Nix. I don't know if Forsyth's still on the roster, but I think Wattenberg's the one guy on that offensive line that can be upgraded. So until you get that upgrade over Wattenberg, just keep drafting centers until you get that guy who clicks with Bo Nix. Caleb Rogers, the Texas Tech right guard, goes to the Browns. Zinner moves to left guard behind Bitonio, and Rogers moves to right guard behind Teller. So the Browns, they do get a guard. Best player on my board in round 6 was a guard. And as crazy as it sounds, I went for value over need. This is like the first draft I've done in a long time where because this is a weird draft year. I usually don't filter out guys on my board. Usually I watch the tape and I try to be as positive I can and take everything head on with an approach mechanism. I'd say this year I've weeded out some guys more than usual, which can be a good thing or a bad thing. It's a good thing in terms of efficiency, but it's a bad thing if I miss on some of these guys in the 7th round. But Kobe Hudson, Central Florida, I got him going to the Bengals. He's going there as a depth player. They extended Higgins and Chase. They have Io Civis for 2 more years. They have Burton for 3 more years. So he's going as a depth player. The Jaguars get a second defensive tackle. They got Cam Jackson out of Florida this late in the draft. And he's a better block shedder. I know he only had 1.5 sack, 1 quarterback hurry, 2 deflections. But here's the thing with Cam Jackson. He plays with a lot of heart. He plays with a lot of motivation. Plays with a lot of drive. I wouldn't say he has a chip on his shoulder, but he has the enthusiasm you want on your interior. And I do think he has potential to develop into a starter. And even though the 2 deflections, 1.5 sacks, 1 quarterback hurry, 4 tackles for a loss are alarming, he is a better block shedder than the production indicates, Joey. Even though the production, you would have liked to see it be a little bit better, he's a better block shedder than the production indicates. And the tape shows that. That's the biggest reason why he cracked this 6th round. And I think it's a good fit for Jacksonville here. I'm just trying to think, okay, is this a guy that he would probably start out as a number 4? I guess I'm just trying to figure out where my error was. Yeah, block shedder, 1.5 sacks. I'm trying to figure out what I really 3. Okay, so I'm double checking the spelling. I don't really see an error. Okay. Assisted tackles is 2 S's, total tackles 1 S. Oh, there's 2 E's and deflections. Okay, that's where I screwed up. I know I screwed up somewhere. I just forgot where I screwed up for a second. And unlike Joey, who's more laid back, I'm a perfectionist when it comes to spell checking. So if I see something, and that's what got me fired at Rant Sports. I was great with opinions, but I was horrible with grammar. And it's hard to believe I actually qualified for the middle school spelling bee in 8th grade. I actually edged out the 7th grade runner-up, the runner-up in our grade, because she was in the same homeroom as I was for the 8th grade spelling bee in English, and I ended up winning. So there were 2 girls competing for spelling bee champion, the champion and the runner-up, I think, is it Summer or something? We were competing, and I ended up getting lucky. So Summer did not get a rematch with Kristen. But whatever. It's middle school. I'm not getting into details about middle school. We got Daniel Jackson on the Rams at 195. A more interesting Rams story is that they are going to be drafting from a fire. Their war room is going to be at a fire. It's going to be at a fire station. I'm not kidding, Joey. Because the fire incidents in LA, the Rams are going to have their war room at a fire station this year, a firefighter place in LA. They're going to honor the firefighters, and they're going to have their own war room while firefighters are saving human lives. Les Snead, Sean McVay, they're going to be chilling out in the office at the firefighters lounge making draft picks. Yeah, I mean, 4 years ago, the Rams decided to do golfing on draft day, and then this year they're doing the firefighter theme. LA gets creative with their drafts. You have to give them credit for that. The Lions get Joshua Farmer. They're getting him for depth. Broncos get Jacob Parrish. The Broncos are stacked at corner, but Jacob Parrish was the best player on my board. I think he's the one player left with a starter grade on my board, so they go value here so they can remain loaded at corner. And he could push Abrams Drain for the nickel job down the road. Jacob Parrish. This is a really good fit for him. So I'm just saying that's something to keep an eye on. And, we'll see what happens. What did I misspell? Okay. Just trying to think. I know I screwed something up. And this is why. Okay, I forgot. I put the space after the letter T in the. So this grammar error is probably at the end of my. Nope, I found it. It's in the first paragraph. There we go. Fixed it. I got to be a little bit more quicker with grammatical errors. Packers get Jared Ivey. They already have. I gave the Packers Landon Jackson round 2, but they would have Rashawn Gary at right end. They would have a combination of Lucas Van Ness, Kingsley Engabare, the South Carolina defensive end they drafted, and Landon Jackson competing for that DN job across from Gary, which is an excellent problem to have. And then Ivy would be a third string guy. I think the Packers want multiple edges this year. Just a hunch. Chris Paul Jr. is a Charger at 199. Browns get Omar Norman Lott at 200. I'm not high on him, but I'm not high on Malik Collins or Shelby Harris. Shelby Harris, if the Browns wait for a defensive tackle, they can give Harris one more year in Harris's defense. But I'm just not high on Malik Collins. I thought Malik Collins was an absolute liability on San Francisco's defensive line. Joey's willing to give him a chance at this point because it's a deep defensive tackle draft, and if you don't find the guy you want, you can always just roll with him for a year and let the guy you draft develop. So, I mean, I'm more of I want the guy who's going to maximize my team's ability to win, even if that is subjective at times. The Rams get Braden Swinson out of LSU, but that's not the only pick they make. At 202, they get Stetson Bennett competition, Kyle McCord. So Garoppolo's the backup, Stafford's a starter, and we get a McCord Stetson Bennett competition in camp. The Ravens get Andrew McCaba at 203. Ardarius Washington took the safety job from Marcus Williams, so now Ardarius Washington's moving from free safety to strong safety. Hamilton's a free safety. Mukaba would be the third safety for depth in that Geno Stone role behind Washington and Hamilton at 203. Cowboys get Oluwafemi Oladejo. Commanders got Caleb Johnson. I'm not a Caleb Johnson fan. I didn't even put him in my top 20 running back rankings, but the reality is Tony Mario has him in the third round. Joey has him in his top 32. He's going to get drafted way higher than I'm projecting to go. But if he goes to 205, you cannot pass on him, even if you dislike Caleb Johnson as much as I do, where the only thing you think he brings to the table is his outside running ability as an east-west runner. Even if that's the only trait with him that impresses you, if he falls this far, you have to pick him because he's providing competition for McNichols and Rodriguez. And while I think Rodriguez is an upside running back and McNichols and Johnson are floor running backs, yeah, you have to roll the dice on Caleb at that point. There's other people that'll tell me you have to roll the dice on him if he falls to 100 or 101. So the opinions vary on Caleb Johnson. William actually agreed with me. William found a gem who stopped Caleb Johnson. He was a bigger fan of Caleb than Joey at first, but then he flip-flopped. He found a player who's better. Bills get TJ Sanders of South Carolina in round 6. I'm not high on TJ Sanders. I think Hemingway's better. Sabian Williams goes to the Jets. Josiah Stewart's a Bronco. The reason I'm reading through these picks is because most of these players that I have here are players I have graded as backups. And I really, if my mom wants to go to Texas Roadhouse today and I got stuff to do, it's really not polite for me to go in depth with a pick if I think the player's a backup. And Zy Alexander becomes a Charger. Right now you have Dante Jackson from the Steelers, Cam Hart still as your starters, Benjamin St-Juste, who was the number 2 corner in Washington last year after starting out as a nickel's your number 4. That's a good number 4 to have. And basically, Zy Alexander would be competing with Jasir Taylor, 22 fifth-round pick, and Dean Leonard, 22 seventh-round pick for the number 5 corner job. That's a competition Alexander should be able to win. I'm not super high on Alexander as a starter, Joey, but I think we're in agreement. If Zy Alexander's there at 209 and you pick him, there's at least an expectation that he should be able to beat outside your Jasir Taylor and Dean Leonard. I mean, the guy went to LSU. You're at least hoping he does that. I gave the Ravens Noel Williams, the cornerback out of Cal. I'm much lower on some of these Cal guys, but here's the thing. He did have a kick return for a touchdown. He also had 331 kick return yards. So even though the Ravens double up at corner, they're getting a corner that can cover as well as play special teams as a return specialist. The Ravens need that. They can't turn that down this late in the draft. Zaw Frazier, another guy. He led cornerbacks in interceptions with 6. He had 9 deflections. I know Dion Reed took Zaw Frazier in the group mock. Frazier really wasn't a guy on the radar. But then I did more research on him and I found out, okay, wow, these analytics are really, really freaking good. These analytics are better than I thought. And when you see a guy whose analytics wow you, you need to rewatch the tape. especially if you're like me and you're just basing your mock draft off your floor and ceiling for each player. If you're an actual NFL scout for an NFL team, you've got to rewatch the tape if the production's this good. And Jaden Reed, Ravens free safety. I get the Ravens a free safety at 212. Ty Felton goes to the Raiders at 213. The Chargers get Riley Leonard at 214. Yeah, Riley Leonard, good player, quarterback, Notre Dame. I know you have Taylor Heineke and Trey Lance on one-year deals, Joey, but if you can get a backup quarterback if you can get a backup quarterback in Riley Leonard this late in the draft, I think you have to pull the trigger. Even if you only get a third string guy, you're getting a guy on a rookie deal who's going to push both Heineke and Lance. And I think both those guys need that at this point in their careers. I still think Heineke's going to win the backup job between the trio of Heineke, Lance, and Leonard. But I feel like both Lance, who was awful in the season finale, and Heineke need that rookie to push them. They need that, hey, if you don't step up and do this X, Y, and Z, you might be a roster cut. You might have a foot up your ass come training camp cut day. They both need that. And I think Riley Leonard is an ideal fit this point. Hey, still in round 6. I think that is my mom, but I've got to still in round 6. The site's not loading. How many more of these freaking picks? You know, at this point, we're on 214 and the site's not loading. I don't know why the site's not loading. A lot of stuff going on. I didn't even check my viewership. We're still in round 6 of 7-round mock draft. I didn't even think. I know you had to. Okay, all right. We got to speed this up. But why is the freaking mock draft lagging? Like, it's lagging to the point where none of the content is okay. Now, okay, this is a lot better. We cannot have lagging when we're this close to round 7. There's 257 picks. We're on 214. So I am going as fast as I can because most of these guys are backups for me at this point. David Walker, the Raiders at 215, and Anenis Peebles, the Browns. He had a good Senior Bowl week. Not high on him, but he does provide competition for your Browns, Joey. So final round here. Tyler Show is a Cowboy. He's going to compete with Milton. Teddy Buchanan's a Falcon. Tommy Hill's a Giant. Nebraska corner, Tommy Hill. Dylan Sampson, Tennessee running back, goes to the Patriots as a third-string running back behind Stevenson and Gibson in round 7. Brashal Tutton, why? Because if the Jaguars they trade Etienne or they move on from Bigsby and they still draft a running back like Martinez early, they can get a second guy on a rookie deal. The Raiders get Brew McCoy. This is the 7th-round player I had a starter grade on. I actually had him graded higher than Felton. I could swap those two, but I'm not going to. I'm pressed on time. Jeffrey Bossa goes to Seattle. They get another inside linebacker. The Dolphins get Gavin Bartholomew, the Pitt tight end, in round 7. Cardinals get Jake Brenningstool, the Clemson tight end. The Chiefs got Jordan Phillips, the Maryland defensive tackle that Kerm took in the 3rd round of our group mock. I am not as high on Jordan Phillips as the consensus is, but you're getting him as a backup to Riley Mills and Chris Jones in a Tershawn Wharton role. That is fantastic value this late in the draft. And these are the type of picks that give the Browns fan and Joey nightmares. The critic in him, he loves these picks. The analyst in him absolutely loves these selections. But, you know, I put the E before I in Chiefs. That's why the logo didn't show up on Draft Utopia. A simple screw up like that is why the Chiefs logo didn't show up in round 7. I only had 2 minutes to double check my information. Zachary Franklin goes to San Francisco at 227. Love Zachary Franklin. This is a guy, he was so dominant after his first 2 years at UTSA. He could have gone. I mocked him to Atlanta in round 2. He falls to San Francisco in round 7. Pat Bryant goes to Detroit. The Steelers get Mello Dotson after going all offense. The Pittsburgh Steelers in round 7, they get Mello Dotson, the Kansas corner, number 2 corner on the Kansas Jayhawks. He had 2 defensive touchdowns on pick sixes. He would compete with James Pierre. Right now, the Steelers have Joey Porter Jr., Darius Slay from the Eagles is a boundary next to Porter. They brought in a corner from the Jets who's going to compete with Beanie Bishop. And right now, Ourlads has the Jets corner they brought in ahead of Beanie Bishop on the depth chart, which makes no sense because Beanie Bishop had a good rookie year. I would probably put that Jets corner at corner 4, and then you'd have the Purdue corner that you draft in the 7th round as your corner 5, and then it's basically Mello Dotson versus James Pierre for corner 6. Caden Prather to Carolina at 230. I think the Panthers got 4 receivers in addition to the Raiders. Elijah Huzzy went to the Dolphins. Colts get Max and Hook. The Bears get Logan Brown. Why'd I wait till round 7 to give the Bears a left tackle? I don't see a guy that can beat out Braxton Jones, their 5th round pick, and Logan Brown, a Kansas best tackle on the board. Seattle gets another center. They get Willie Lampkin. Willie Lampkin played left guard at Coastal Carolina, and then he transferred to North Carolina. And at one point in Tony Mario's very first 2023 mock draft, Tony Mario had... No, you can't do that.
Okay, sorry.
Okay. Willie Lampkin cannot. Willie Lampkin and Zach Frazier were the top two interior linemen in Tony Mario's 2023 mock. He's a little early on that, but we appreciate him being early on that because him being early on that, I think he was ahead of Nagy on Frazier. And that's not a knock on Nagy. I just think Tony scouting with Frazier and Lampkin was that good, Joey, because when we were doing our 2023 mocks in August of 22, he had Lampkin and Frazier as his top 2 centers. And having them information on them that early in the process was a huge advantage for us because it allowed us to get a head start on those 2. But Lampkin transferred to North Carolina. He hasn't been as consistent as Frazier. Had a great rookie year with the Steelers. And Lampkin's only listed at 5'10", 270. Didn't get a combine invite. Did well at the Senior Bowl. There's some speculation the North Carolina center is going to move to tight end or fullback because 5'10", 270, that's too small to play offensive line in the NFL. He might move to tight end or fullback, so that's something we'll have to keep an eye on. But I do think Lampkin's good enough to get picked. Question is he going to stay in center or is he going to move to another position that suits his size? Holland Pierce, Rutgers, right tackle, great run blocker, horrid pass blocker, but he's learning behind Godecki. If you don't want to pay Godecki, you are going to have to get a right tackle at some point in this draft. You don't have to get them early, but you're going to have to get them later. Miles Hinton, the Michigan right tackle, goes to the Texans at 236. Bilal Cohn, the Western Michigan corner, at 237. That's the player I gave the Packers. He had 9 deflections. Now, the Patriots, I gave the Patriots a player from Montana State, the small school player I told you about yesterday, the Marcus Ware. He was a right tackle last year. He moved to right guard this year after being the top-ranked right tackle in the FCS on Pro Football Focus, top FCS offensive lineman of the year at right tackle. He moves to right guard, finishes in the top 5 in both pass blocking and run blocking. Even in the loss to North Dakota State, he wowed me as a run blocker. Patriots are getting him for depth at 238. Can't have too many linemen with how bad the Patriots were in Drake May's rookie year. Baron Sorrell, the Texas left end, goes to Dallas. The Bears get Mac McWilliams at 240. J.J. Puegs, the Ole Miss defensive tackle, a Texan. Upton Stout, Western Kentucky corner who can play strong safety and free safety, goes to Atlanta as a Falcon. C.J. West, nose tackle for the Ravens, goes to the Ravens for depth. Carson Vincent, the Alabama A&M left tackle, goes to the Lions. Taylor Decker and Sewell are under a contract till 28 and 29. And with those 2 locked up, with Goff locked up, it opens up Detroit's Super Bowl window once you pay Aiden Hutchinson. It basically extends their window the same way the Dallas Stars extended their championship window by paying all their core draft picks from the 2017 and beyond NHL drafts. The Lions are in a position to where they'll have that 5-year window to get a championship like the Dallas Stars if they continue to pay their good players. Keaton Crawford to the Commanders. Caden Medrano. This is a guy William took in the group mock this scouting report on, and this is the guy who stopped Cade Johnson, the Iowa running back. So really good player. Really good player for the Giants to obtain here. And Cade Medrano, he had 72 total tackles. I forgot to mention that in the write-up, but I try to get every single detail I can. He kept Caleb Johnson in check. We're on 247. We're on the Shiloh Sanders is a Cowboy, like father, like son. Shiloh Sanders goes to Dallas in round 7, kind of a shock value pick. Saints get Cody Lindenberg, and they get him with that's the Eagles 7th round pick, and the Cowboys have the Chiefs 7th round pick. So the Cowboys basically use the Chiefs 7th round pick on Shiloh Sanders. Now we get to the comp picks. Dwayne McGee, Mercer running back. Tony Mario had this guy in his mock, but he took him out because he was at Lenore-Rhyne. Then he transferred to Mercer. And here's the thing. He had 4 seasons of 1,000 yards in 5 years at the FCS. And his tape at Mercer was good, to the point where the guy impressed me enough to put him in the mock draft. That should say something. If Tony Mario found a small school gem and the guy impressed me enough to put in the 7th-round mock, that should say something. So Dwayne McGee out of Mercer, congratulations. You made the cut, and you're going to a great situation in San Francisco where McCaffrey and Garendo are last year's 4th-round pick out of Louisville are your mentors. That's a great situation for him. Donta Thornton, Tennessee receiver, 6'5", 205. Underwhelming production, 661 yards, 6 touchdowns, 26 receptions, but he ran a 4.3 flat. And let's face it, a guy who's 6'5" who runs a 4.3 flat is getting drafted. Doesn't matter how much I dislike their tape. That is the reality. The Chiefs get a running back at 251, around the same range they got Pacheco. They get Irv Mulligan out of Jackson State. The one guy who stepped up after Deion Sanders bailed for Colorado was Irv Mulligan. 1,239 yards, 13 touchdowns, dominated the bowl game for Jackson State. 4.44 at Jackson State's pro day. Really good pass catcher. And the 49ers, Tony Mario found a gem at middle linebacker, Joey. You're going to want to write this name down for the group mock. Sean Dolak, middle linebacker, Buffalo. He was 2-time first-team All-MAC. This year, he had 82 solo tackles, 86 assisted tackles, 168 total tackles, and Tony Mario has him going in round 7. He also had 18.5 tackles for a loss, 6.5 sacks, and 5 interceptions at middle linebacker. You're going to want to write this name down in permanent marker if you're an NFL team. Sean Dolak out of Buffalo. His production's better than the other Buffalo linebacker, because remember, Buffalo had a middle linebacker. I think it was Khalil Hodge in the 2019 draft that we both loved, but he didn't really turn out to be much. But Dolak's production's better than Hodge's. And Buffalo's had a few of these really good linebackers. They had Khalil Mack, they had Khalil Hodge, now they have Sean Dolak. It happens like every 5 years they get a really good linebacker. Dolak looks like he could be the next in line. And then we got 5 more picks left. I appreciate the patience from our audience and from everyone else tuning in. Jamon Dumas Johnson of Miami, he goes here. I mean, the Dolphins, they lost Jerome Baker. They haven't really filled that void yet. So they get him. Fadil Diggs, no relation to Stephon Diggs or Syracuse defensive end. He's going to go to the Saints here at 254. And then now we're down to 3 selections. I really don't think much of these 7th-round picks, but the Browns get Brashard Smith. They get a 3rd running back. Nick Chubb is not re-signed yet, so Brashard Smith, 256 is another running back. It's Ontario Brown of Northern Illinois. Ontario Brown wrapped up my running back rankings in the fall. We haven't really heard from him because he suffered a season-ending injury early in the season. But here's the thing with Ontario Brown. He had 99 rushing yards, 126 receiving yards, 225 total yards, and a receiving touchdown when Northern Illinois defeated Notre Dame 16-14 back in week 2. Without Ontario Brown, Northern Illinois does not beat Notre Dame in South Bend, Joey. We both know that is true. He also had 114 rushing yards and 28 carries against North Carolina State. I would argue Northern Illinois' 2 toughest opponents this year were Notre Dame and North Carolina State. He also had 280 yards against Akron last year. So Ontario Brown, even though you suffered a season-ending injury, you're still too talented to go undrafted. Congratulations. And the final player, Mr. Irrelevant, Cody Simon out of Ohio State. Oren took him in the group mock. 112 tackles. I know he played right outside linebacker next to Eichenberg and Chambers last year. He played middle linebacker this year. Chiefs get him for depth behind Drew Tranquill and Nick Bolton. And that wraps up this mock draft. Any final thoughts before we sign off? Because I will give you, if you want to talk about the recap, the picks really quickly, we can. But I do have to get out of here soon. And it sounds like you don't really have much to say, Joey, because I know I think your earplugs are for your phone or stopped working. So I think you want to say something, but I can't hear you. All right. So we will wrap it up on TalkShoe and Restream. And guys, I will have the draft grades, all that set up on Thursday. I'll also have Tony Mario's 7-round mock set up, and I got Bandel's mock to set up. But I want to enjoy my pre-Easter dinner. There's some NBA playoff games on ABC, ESPN, and ABC. There's some NHL games on TNT. Paul Skeens is going to play in 20 minutes against my Cleveland Guardians. And there's Godfather. If you're not into sports, you just want to watch movies, both the Godfather movies are on Paramount Network. So please check that out if you're not into sports. There's just too much good stuff on it. If you don't like TV, just go outside, read a book, exercise, do something fun. I don't care, but I'm out of here. And we'll be back for the draft on Thursday. We'll